Well, hello there, boys and girls, and welcome to the MSI MGA USA League. My name is Bach. Joining me on the broadcast is none other than the legendary Van Silly. It's a beautiful Saturday afternoon here in the States. How are things up in Canada land?
Canada is amazing, right? We had the fall, maybe about 5 days ago, 3 days ago officially, and it's still sunny out. You could still go out and golf, but you still have to play before 2 p.m. because now it's starting to get dark quick. But at least it's sunny. It's beautiful. We get to enjoy it. I still have to mow the lawn.
Yeah, I cut the grass today, and I'm hoping that it's the last time I have to cut the grass all season.
Me
I will
too.
say this, with the amount of stuff that you and I have both been doing in Valorant on the weekends, it's been really difficult to actually find time to cut the grass. So I think I've cut the grass like 5 times all season. A couple times I've come home from like a little trip, and it was like knee high, and it would
Yep,
take me hours because I'm just like, all right, stalled, stalled,
that's
stalled.
right.
But I'm loving the weather we've got now. But as beautiful as it is outside, we're inside because we're ready for some beautiful Valorant, and we're
hmm
not concerned with weather. AC is keeping us nice and cool. Perfect temperature all the time. AC never lets you down until it breaks, but then you get it fixed, and it's right back where it was before. Looking at the teams we've got in this, though, it's interesting to see the balance. We've got a mix of
Yeah.
teams kind of comprised of players we know, and then we've got some teams that we've never heard of before. So there's always that upset potential, especially because we're going to be looking at BO1s. We'll go ahead and take a look at the bracket as well so you guys
hmm
can see who's going to be facing off against who. And that top match is the first one we're going to be starting with. I mean, Alex, that's going to be a doozy.
Yeah, it's going to be a very fun one. A good way to kick off the event as well. Elysium and Noble. I mean, Elysium themselves. You heard about some of these names. Bach, myself as well with Pauly and GP2. Pauly being around in the tactical scene for quite a while in terms of tactical shooters from Counter-Strike 1.6 till today. While Noble is one of those teams that just got picked up recently by an organization, right? You're looking at FGB, JMO, Tekra, Tai T that got dropped by China Win after playing so well with the team for the past few months. At least, thankfully for him, he was able to find a new home. FGB, Confused, and Kurt could be T1 Kurt that was from the academy team. Not sure what's happening with that academy team now for T1, but we did see him in the roster. But I did remember when I was looking at the feed for the teams, though, that I did see Confused and Kurt as well. So interesting to know. It'll be nice to know which player has fallen off out of this first match. But Bach, before we actually continue and talk about these two teams, I actually wanted to take the time to give a quick shout out to MSI and to Battlefy, not only to put the MGA USC League together, but also just to promote the scene in general for any casual gamer that's looking to get some prizes or even some money, right? They're running tournaments in Valorant as we're casting right now, of course, but they also had for the other big games, such as Fortnite, for example. And how that works is MSI and Battlefy, they put a lot of these tournaments together where sometimes it's for cash prizes, sometimes it's just for peripheral prizes, or maybe even graphics cards or whatnot. Another thing that's cool is that you don't have to be a pro. If you actually get your ass kicked every single tournament that you participate in, well, at least what they have for MSI and for Battlefy is that they have loyalty tokens that they could give to you so that you could accumulate these points and redeem them for other things. And that varies from, for example, Steam cards to maybe even currently the RTX 2070 Super, and also the biggest prize, which is the GF65 thin laptop. But who knows? Maybe someday soon we'll even see 3080s in there. And you know what? That's probably one of the best ways I'd like to get tokens, Buck, to redeem for these things. You know what I mean?
Yeah, if I'm going to get paid in tokens, at least I'm going to get paid in tokens, if you know what I'm saying. Some people out there, they like to
Uh,
promise. They like to make promises they can't keep. Uh,
Big
I'd say
love though
they
to
cash.
MSI and Battlefy.
I'd say they're writing checks their mouths can't cash, but that's just not the case at all. Anyway, looking at this
uh,
upcoming game, I'm excited to see what this Noble roster is going to do, but also
definitely.
Elysium as well. I've seen some of these guys play going way, way, way back. Like you had mentioned, Pauly coming in from the early competitive eras of like 1.6, and
hmm
also he played for a little while in CS:GO. I remember meeting Pauly at LANs and watching him play, and then he kind of stepped away from esports in general. He wasn't really
Yeah.
competing. He's focusing on work. He moved off the East Coast and out west, if I'm not mistaken. And I think that's where he still is. And then I think 2 months ago, I was watching another smaller amateur Valorant event, and his name popped up. I'm like, hold on, that
Yeah.
can't be the same Pauly, is it? Like, I thought Pauly stepped away. That's the thing about esports, man. It's like a magnet.
You can
You
never
can
leave.
run and run and run, but as soon as somebody switches on that electromagnet, it's going to suck you back. You cannot get away.
Dude, I totally agree with that because looking at myself, right? I've been around the esports scene and broadcasting since like 2002, on and off, and then had career jobs doing sales in like the tobacco industry. And I'm like, forget that. Let's focus on something that's more good for the world, and let's go back into esports. And now, with the timing of Valorant, it's actually really nice to have. I mean, it's a great tactical shooter. It's the hottest thing on the market right now in terms of a new game in terms of tactical shooters. And on top of that, it fights off pretty well. Like it links up pretty well, rather, with, for example, CS:GO as the mainstay tactical shooter that's been around since 1999. So I
Yeah.
do like where Valorant is going so far, and because of that, for example, us boomers and all those pro gamers back in the day from 1.6 that left, had career jobs, and now that they've established, they found their jobs, they're comfortable in their seat, they finally have maybe like a regular 9 to 5, and they go back to their hobbies. And now you have a game like Valorant, and now you have events like the MSI Battlefy, the MGA USA League that allows you to just play casually, still compete, and still bring that back to where your childhood was, pretty much.
So the real question is, why aren't we competing? What are we wasting time for here?
I love
I
casting
will
too, man.
happily jump into the server and carry you, as you know, MVP. Just throwing that out there. I could easily jump in and just make sure we could get at least
I'd
a
be down.
solid like 15th, 16th place out of 16. I'll make sure to deliver the stats no matter what's going to happen. But hey, those tokens, we could have those loyalty points, and we could end up cashing those in for an actual prize. So
For
definitely
sure.
make sure you guys check that out if you haven't already. We're just waiting currently on the players to jump into things, and we'll jump into that very first matchup. If we can, production, could we go back and take a look at that bracket so we can talk about the remainder of the teams? I don't want to put you on the spot, but perfect.
Oh,
Looking at the other teams
this
that are also
production's good.
competing, it's not just Elysium and Noble. While it's very likely that whoever wins this game is going to play in the final, in my opinion.
Yeah, same here.
Their competition, the stiffest competition in the bracket, in my opinion, is just beneath them. So in that TN versus KVL Mob game, that one's going to be interesting. So KVL Mob is a bunch of puggers. People you'll recognize, like SFX
Jasper.
and Xanders and Huston. So these are guys who we've seen play with a variety of teams and actually find some decent success. And then on the opposite side, it's players that I'm not necessarily super familiar with. Sora, Hooligan, Uncle Crablegs. I'm digging the name, but I got to be honest, I'm not super familiar with Uncle Crablegs. Sora's name I remember seeing pop up on social media. I've seen clips of Sora playing, if I'm not mistaken. So that one will be interesting, but I think that KVL Mob team could potentially disrupt the path for whoever is playing. So really, it's the winner of the next game in round 2 of this upper portion of the bracket, match C5 according to the bracket that we're seeing. That one will probably be the grand finals team, because that's going to be a banger, whoever it ends up being. Because I could see Elysium winning this game, I could see Noble winning this game, and I could see KVL Mob very likely beating TN and then beating either of those two teams, depending on what ends up happening. The map for that one would be split as well. So I don't think we talked about this, but the maps are predetermined on the bracket. So you can see, if looking at the bracket, all of these first games on the left-hand side, all of those will be played on Ascent. Coin flip determines who gets to pick the side and who gets to pick the server. So if you win, you pick side. If you lose, you pick server. Kind of an interesting way to do things. And then for round 2, it will be split. Round 3 will be bind. And then the final will be Haven. Now, if you look at the lower bracket, the first round of lowers will be Haven, then Ascent, then bind, and then split.
Mm-hmm. And that's it too. Like, when you're actually participating to these things, Buck, like, it doesn't really cost anything to play, right? Even sometimes it's free. Even most of the times it's free. So to have BO1s, for me, looking at this type of tournament, it's not too bad, because what that means is that you have fast-paced weekend tournaments and you're able to have more of them. And the goal of it is not to basically have a professional scene for now, at least with what MSI is trying to do with the MGA USA League. It's just to grow the scene organically in all of these games that they participate, or they're trying to run these tournaments for. And then after that, it comes down to the players that want to participate and the teams that want to play. It gives you a feel of what tournament play is like, at least to start things off, and you get to know if you have what it takes to try to be the aspiring pro later. Then you look into growing up into the amateur scene, into the other tournaments that are currently available, and then hopefully even the open qualifiers to make it and compete with the best of the best and the top of the top. So BO1 for me, not a problem looking into this more casual, laid-back type of way, laid-back type of setting. So it's very, very fun to see. Now, as you mentioned that it is going to be a couple of maps that are predetermined, this is a double elimination bracket, right? So it is whoever's losing this one, it's not over yet for them. So at least it's some sort of a blitz, but not a quick blitz. Yes, it's BO1, but you still have a chance to continue and move forward into the tournament itself. So for today, if you guys saw that bracket earlier on, boys and girls, the bracket and what we're going to be covering today on the broadcast for Saturday is all of the upper brackets. So that means we're going to be doing round 1, round 2 semifinals, and upper bracket finals all happening today. And tomorrow we'll see from the losers all the way to the grand finals. I hate saying losers. Let's call them lower
you
brackets.
can't call it that. You got to call it the lower
I
bracket.
know.
Deprogram that out of your brain.
Dude,
that's actually something that's been like, there's been a really big push for that, and I understand it. No one's losers. We're all just playing a game and having fun. Actually, technically, to the world standards, most of us are losers, but that's because we play video games, so like, whatever,
but you know
they
what?
don't understand.
If we want to have that debate, Mark, I also don't like to have the fact that we should have participation medals if we're last place, right? We're maybe not losers, but eventually you do lose. You do have to know what it's like to lose because it's when you lose, you know what it takes to win after. So you don't take it as a bad thing. You take it as a learning lesson and the experience, and you could apply that in life as well. I mean, as you said, we're all losers at life. I'm learning as I go, day by day.
Well, like I think if you look at like Valve, the way they handle things for CS:GO and the way the major system works, like getting dead last in those, you still get money. Like you still get something. It's not a lot, but it's like more than you probably get at your local LAN. So I guess it's like you're gonna learn. Okay, we didn't play that well. We still get something out of it. We got to fly to another country for free. And we got experience against teams that are way better than us, apparently. In my mind, that's a win on every category. You're just checking off wins down the line. Whereas in our day, you had to get yourself to the LAN with your own equipment, and then you had to crash in a hotel room with like 8 different people. Too. Yeah, those old CRT monitors, like it took everything to get to the LAN, and then chances are
sometimes
between the entry fees, the hotel, and the travel, you didn't actually make money even if you won. If you lost, you really lost. It hurt to lose in those events.
Well, even then, if you want to go further than that, Buck, is when you're looking at the international tournaments where, you know, there's basically one big event that happens once or twice a year, and let's name drop here. We're talking about the CPL at this point for 1.5, 1.6, and it's always happening in Dallas, Texas, or Austin, Texas, or Houston, Texas. So always in Texas. So what does that mean? A top organization worldwide in Europe, known worldwide in Europe, for example, such as the UK, you're looking at Four Kings, or you're looking at SK from Sweden. And they're flying, and they're putting so much money to fly into this tournament, and even like Finnish teams, like if you're talking about Lurpus back in the day, Rokat and everything, they fly into these events, and then they could lose within the first day and already be out of the tournament, because that as well was also BO1. It was also first to 13, just like we see in Valorant right now. And they're coming in jet lagged. You didn't have like hey, let's do like a 3-day, 4-day boot camp before we're actually able to compete. We're going to fly in the day before. You're coming back the next day. The tournament starts at 8 a.m. By the way, while we're at it, let's turn this into a podcast. So back then, you're waking up at 8 a.m. jet lag here, Mark, and you're playing a tournament all day, and you want to be the best. Well, you're gonna have to have that competitive integrity and that energy to be able to survive and battle throughout the whole day. You're looking today as we're playing online. Some of the players in the other games are actually mad that they have to play a game at 10 a.m. They have to roll out of bed, sit at their computer, and start gaming. At 10 a.m. Instead of having to wait at 6 a.m., 7 a.m., and then play tournaments all day.
So I will give them credit and say that, yes, the game's at 10 a.m., but they have to wake up a little earlier than that if they want to get in some like warm-up time, practice time, whatsoever.
I guess so.
But at the same point in time, complaining about a schedule that was released weeks ago, should have adjusted your schedule. That's just part of what you're being paid for. You guys make a whole lot more money than the average person your age. So shape up or ship out. I don't think it's that big of a deal. I think you and I and anyone who's older understands that that's just, it comes with the territory.
Yeah.
But I do think we're just about ready to get into the game. We finally got our last player in the lobby who is dragging his feet. Game's launching, his computer's turning on, he's making spaghetti.
He's rolling out
whatever
of
the
bed. 3 p.m.
Yeah.
Eastern Standard Time is too late for, or too early for him.
So again,
Oh,
the
no.
map will be Ascent, and we are jumping into the agent selection now, so we should be jumping into the game very quickly. Kind of curious what we'll see from the agent selection in general. You know, watching the last couple of weeks in all maps, Sage has been unpopular, but obviously
Yep.
on Ascent, Sage has been like out of competitive meta for a while. But
Mhm.
every once in a while, you'll see a team plop a Sage into the mix. Don't think that we're going to get that here.
What I really like about these type of tournaments too is, as we saw, for example, for the Pulse series a couple of weeks back, was that you're looking at tier 2 teams or aspiring teams that also brings a lot of different strategy than what we're normally used to seeing into tier 1. So, for example, we're looking at Mamamo Gaming that pulls out a lot of Viper into the play instead of actually going with, hey, Breach is a new one. He has an extra flash. Let's keep using your Breach and see how it goes. And already with this example, for the defender side here to start things off, they don't have a Breach enter the lineup. But you see more and more Reyna instead, since all of these changes happened and the Sage kind of fell off as the main pick.
Yeah, it's interesting watching Reyna leak into North American teams' competitive rotation because for a while, Reyna was only really played in Europe and still very rarely played at all. But we'll see it here brought in from the likes of Noble. So, yeah, we'll see what ends up working out for them over there. As it looks like a B push is going to be how they kick things off here. You've got the Jet right around the corner. There's 2 players playing defense on the site. There's the Cyber Cage that goes down. Kurt blind, still able to pick one up. Ends up getting dropped by JP2. There's Get Greedy picking off Tidy, and now Tech trying to come in on the flank, taken out by Pauly. And the old dog still knows a couple of new tricks. It's down to just 2. It's FGB as the Omen and the Jet just behind. Spike's been planted on the site.
Oh no, that's going to suck. Recon Bolt gives his position away for FGB as well. As 4 versus 2, it's going to be pretty much impossible for them to take great position right now. It's going to be the first one that's going to peer out towards the B entrance to try to get that information, and that was at Sova. But FGB made it towards that sidewalk. It's a triple hide in the back of the Bolt room, though, and that clock is ticking down on that Spike. It's looking to be so grim here for the defenders for that retake, and indeed it will be. And the first point is going to come in for Kairos and company for Team Elysium.
Yeah, Elysium looking strong in the pistol, taking access of that B site without really too much difficulty. Kurt obviously picks up 1, then goes in blind as the Paranoia connected, so tries to get towards the switch, playing off that one-way Cyber Cage. So it allows you to see the feet just a little bit. Looking at the operators, or the agents, excuse me, you've got Kurt on the Cypher, Tidy on the Sova. Tekra is the one playing as the Reyna. That's what I was curious of, is who is playing on that Reyna role.
Now, the other thing right now is we're going to have to look with GP2 how they really entry. I was going to talk about that previous round moving into that entrance of the B site. That paranoia that came in from the Omen when they were dashing through, I think was a teammate's paranoia. So thankfully, whenever Elysium made it in and the Jet ran in and got blinded, at least everybody else on the defender side were focused on that market to get that frag onto the Jet, which allowed for the 4 remaining players to push in as a team and really get those first kills. But now the action's going to come forward. Get Greedy spots 2 towards the entrance of the catwalk, forcing now the defenders back. But as we're pushing forward to try to get some information, they are falling towards this B main, also towards the mid that has a trade-off, and that is now going to be a 1-man advantage for the attacker side of Elysium again.
Lorena able to find one. You can see it right on the other side of the wall with the X-ray. Just the classic coming around the corner, catching off guard the Omen. It's a 3-on-4 currently. FGB is pretty low on HP. Going to be siphoning back from spawn in towards the B site. That's where the spike's going to be heading. You can
30
see
seconds
the
left.
Jet currently leading the charge with the Bulldog to move things in. There's the smoke going down on spawn. It's a little bit deep, so they might be able to see past it. And in fact, they can. They're actually going to walk right out now. The Jet's been spotted by the recon dart, and that's going to incite a peek from
Spike
Pauly.
planted.
The spike will be planted, and now things are a whole lot harder losing that 3rd player.
Even FGB now once again in the same spot on this rotation attempt. Did spot the Jet trying to get the shadow step forward, but GP2 heard it, came across from the sidewalk and dropped him off. And I do like the idea that the two players that stuck together towards this B side, they stuck together so they can try to get these kills. But Kurt, as that Cypher, I mean, you still had your camera up, at least at that point a while ago. I think if you wanted to maybe stack with your team, put that camera up towards that A side so you can rotate as a team back towards A, maybe add a little bit more firepower, especially now that you're on an eco. Just put those classics into your favor and try to get those kills. But they really split it off on this rotation, and Kurt left alone looking for exits, will not find any at all. So that save didn't really do much there for, or the exit, I guess, set up for Kurt, didn't really pay off in their favor, but at least this round, they'll have the guns.
Now, we did have a quick little pause come in there, but it looks like it's already been unpaused, so we won't have to worry about that too much. This will be where we see if the defensive side of Noble can actually match against what's coming their direction. Still no purchase coming in. There's the pause. I was going to say, something's confusing here. They did end up repausing because they hadn't actually purchased anything yet. So they were taking their time to talk things over, and I think they kind of forgot that they had actually unpaused the game. Now the buy's coming in across the board. Do we see an op with light armor on the Jet? Kind of interested to see. Now, one thing that is kind of frustrating if you're playing on the defensive side of this map against a Killjoy, and this is just in general, trying to flank or rotate anywhere except your own spawn is almost impossible. The Killjoy turret makes it really difficult for you to get behind enemy lines. So you could see that in that last round as well. Kurt was kind of coming in on the backside of that B site through B main. In that instance, obviously, the spike's already going to detonate. There's not much that Kurt can do. But Kurt also heard the turret around the corner. So at least there's that tell, like, okay, they're going to consistently put the turret over on this B site. That's almost where you expect to see it every single round on this map. You're going to see it up on top of the hut. You're going to see it on the ground around the corner. And it's going to be a pain in the ass to deal with. It really is.
Yeah. And they are going to actually go with that operator and small armor, which is fine for me, in my opinion. The only thing I still find weird about Valorant is that if you don't get any damage done after buying small armor, going into the next round, or small shields, you still have to pay full price. But nonetheless, Confused moving forward. Justin's going to drop, and now he's going to dash away, and the rest of the team are now pushing forward, but he does get paranoid, looking to fall back towards the staircase, but does have some backup from Tekra, also towards that market. But IT in the back of the side, they are locking this down. Already a 3-man, make that even a 4-man crossfire inside that B site, preventing that push, and that was how you seal the deal on this first gun round for the defenders of Team Noble.
Massive hold there from Noble. Really well played. Facing off against their competition. Elysium not able to find a crack in the armor as the rifles did come out, as well as the ops. And like you said, you know, one of the more annoying things too, if you buy light armor in round 2, let's say, and then in round 3 you still got full light armor and you want to upgrade, and you do, it's cost you full. If you then sell, you lose all your armor. Yeah.
We gotta try to fix that a bit. But this is interesting. Running in with a operator as a support sentinel going in. That was quite interesting. He dropped the spike at the same time too. I don't know what was the idea there, Buck.
Kind of a peculiar round in general. Did kind of feel like they just ran full force right into them, and they just got greeted by a whole lot of pain, as it was a solid hold again, this time by the Reyna, with some backup coming in from FGB, but that was all Reyna all day. Tekra coming in from market, able to stop that push in B main. They didn't even make it out towards the site at all, didn't make it to lane or sidewalk. So after that, they're like, okay, maybe B site's the wrong play. They're going to start stacking their chips up over towards the A site. The money here should be interesting, to say the least. So I wouldn't expect to see a strong buy come out. It should just be pistols, and you can already hear the sheriffs firing away as they're trying to hit shots through the dark cover on Catwalk. They do connect at least once with FGB, who has to retreat with 85 health. And that gives Pauly and company some access towards the tree room.
I like this at least, though, for the attackers. Yes, you're on a lower buy, but now you're trying to get a little bit more information of how they're playing the A side. So split it up towards the Catwalk, split it up towards the A main, and even trying to look towards this mid. gives a little bit of information of how they can maybe play it on a next gun round. And as they're lurking through, they see how passive it is towards tree. They're making it inside the site. They get a backstep onto Kurt. Nobody's covering his back, so Justin gets the kill. Tekra, though, does get the trade-off that's coming in from the A site. But now it's going to be at least a spike planted. So a good plant and a good save so far.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a mistake that ends up resulting in some massive headaches here for Noble. You can see the rifle picked up by JP2, but the pulse gives away his position, and now he's stuck in a terrible spot, dropped by the Reyna again. Tekra with the Ghost, and now it's down to 2. It's going to be Get Greedy up top coming in with the Sheriff. You've got the Killjoy over in main. Missed shot coming in, but it doesn't matter. The sidearm comes out, and it's a little blat action, and the spike will be defused. You can see that Tekra got it halfway. Wanted to offer up a point to one of his teammates, but they were not really getting there quick enough, so Tekra decides to stick it, and it will be the round going the way of Noble yet again.
Were you singing some Rihanna?
I don't know, was I?
Blah, blah, blah.
Oh,
Shot.
I don't know Rihanna's volumes well enough to actually to make that reference. Have you seen me before? Come on. I'm a metalhead through and through.
Well, nonetheless, though, at least Noble, since the gun round, have capitalized to 3 rounds in a row. So they take the lead into this game, and this is much needed because, you know, as you're playing these pug styles against a known and organized team such as Noble, you want to try to get as many attacker rounds as possible. It started off well for their side for Elysium, but now things seem to be back on pace with Noble really setting the tone on the defender side. Yes, there was a mistake when they had the pistols coming through, but at least from that, I'm sure this round it's going to be covered. And there you go. You see the Omen playing a little bit more passively of FGB, but he puts the Paranoid to lead out, and he gets the first kill to come through.
So well timed off the back of that Owl drone taking out the tripwire. FGB sends in the Paranoia and finds one. They start to push through the cyber cage. It was a little bit ill-timed, so as a result, it will be a trade back in the favor of Elysium. You can see they're trying to get onto site. Kurt sniffed out in that position underneath. Tekra flies in solo mode. And that puts all the pressure here on the Jet with the AWP trying to retake. Has the ult available. Could start throwing out some knives. But wants to find an opener first, and I just don't think that's going to happen. You've still got the Killjoy ult as well as Silva's Hunter's Fury. And all they really have to do is send out a recon dart to spot the position of the Jet. But they are anchoring these positions pretty tightly.
There's why triple into pit. So triple towards hell. Even the knives are coming out. Nice right click, but that is going to be it. So the round will come in to tie it up here for the attackers of Elysium. But I don't know what happened at that point for the execution, or the defense, should I say, of Team Noble, because FGB, as you called it, Bach, with the exclamator saying, oh crap, that was a nice play. He actually went for the Paranoia, leaned out, and got 2 kills on top of that. What does that mean? It means anybody that's playing towards the A side could just focus towards the A main. They had the trapwire, and they also had the cyber cages that gave away the positions of 2 players moving into the site from the attacker side of Elysium, yet they still drop towards that tree side, and they still drop inside the site due to the rolling thunder and the utilities of that breach. They couldn't contain against that.
Just feels like a missed opportunity there for Noble.
Definitely.
They find those big openers, and then they kind of just fell apart. Now, there's the Killjoy ult coming in as well as the alarm bot, but right now it's not a committed play towards B. It's actually a fake, and they're falling for this hook, line, and sinker. Look at the A site. It's completely empty. They've got free access over onto the A site, and you can see the rotate coming through. Now, they spent a lot of utility to make this possible. They waste the Killjoy ult. Silva pops the Hunter's Fury. They also went for the port coming in from the Omen, but now it's a 5-on-4 full retake over on the A site, and they've got great post-plant positions. Now, the problem is the dark cover is going to come in, make things a little bit harder for them. There's the digital molly coming out from the Killjoy to try and slow down this push coming in from heaven. Paranoia to lead in as they start to peek out. They're already in front of that dark cover thanks to that molly that was thrown down from the Killjoy, and now it's down to 2. It's the Jet and it's the Sova, and at this point, I feel like you need to pull the ripcord to get out. And that should be the call being made by the Jet here, as they would want to save this off for another round.
Definitely, but he's already having his corners cut, and it's going to be Pauly. A flawless win for the attackers, and Buck, you did say it. They spent a lot of utilities and ultimates actually towards that B fake, but it worked out in their favor. because, okay, let's talk about it first. I do like how Get Greedy from the lockdown of Kairos actually went from the into the shadows inside that B site. So now it's a fake saying, okay, well, they're going to think that Omen's inside the site trying to clear it. He's going to say nobody's in there. Then you have Paulie throwing a Hunter's Fury inside the market. That seals the deal that they're really thinking that the attackers are really trying to commit towards this B side. But as they notice that the spike gets planted towards A, Paulie was already at the B link cutting rotations on that B side. So it just made it the pulse plan situation, the pulse plan hold, much easier for the two players that committed into the A side. Thankfully, it was an open site for them too. But just overall, the strategy deployed by Elysium on that round was just subliminal.
Man, that line of sight over top of that dark cover in mid, just underneath the arch. You can see the Jet had an opportunity as well to catch one jump peeking off that little well in spawn. And now the play has slowed down. There's the kill coming in, and that is going to be the jumping target. FGB goes down as well on Cat. That's a much-needed kill coming in from the defensive Jet, but potentially overextending this play, trying to prevent the spike pickup any further around this corner, and they will get detected by that Killjoy turret that we had talked about previously. There's another quick kill coming in from Just Underscore, and the Jet for Elysium, and it's all up to Kurt as they're starting to make their way over towards this A site. We've seen Kurt play this before. He's calling out the positions with the cam. Has to be careful. I love this play with the Cyber Cage. The knives miss. Kurt's still on site, but he's got a judge. It's not exactly ideal. Able to pick off one, but then eventually taken down. Can the Jet make it happen with the op?
Spike planted.
Well, at least he knows where one of the players is at, right? So he could isolate a 1 versus 1, knowing that the spike planner rather just got that planet towards the generator, and they never made it towards that front side. So he knows it's towards hell, but doesn't know if there's going to be a second one. He gets a wall bang, on it to the Killjoy, gets a jump shot, but didn't know that GP2 was there, unfortunately, on the other side of hell. So he comes out, they play the trade perfectly here for the attacker side. And now the round is in the lead by 2. They have a 2-point lead for Elysium. But that last round here, Bach, was a great play from both of these two Jets. Because Just Underscoring got 2 entries on that mid side. Confused trying to take the matter into his own hands by pushing aggressively towards B, which means that by getting that kill onto the spike to start things off and continuing to push forward, he could tell his teammates that everybody's falling back towards the mid side and towards A. So he had to come down to Kurt, and I think it was Tekra as well, to try to hold that mid side and A, but it didn't pay off. So unfortunate there for the op, for the defender side, but just Underscoring, is doing a great job, at least for the openers for their Jet for Elysium.
What's confusing there is, did Tidy not see the op when you saw that jump peek in spawn? Because there was a second jump peek that came out. After that initial spot, it's like, okay, maybe don't do that again. There's another early pick coming in from Just Underscore in here for Elysium. That's a huge way to try and disrupt the defense that opens up the mid lane as an avenue of attack. And you can see they're still playing this one slow. FGB is around the corner with a judge. Not exactly ideal. Kurt also on the judge. So favoring the shotgun right now to round out the buy. Tekra is in position with a Vandal. His teammate Tidy is also there over towards spawn. Tekra's playing in this little pit in the corner. There's the flash coming out. Tekra might be able to line these up. The alarm bot gives away the position, and an instant kill almost coming in as Get Greedy connects through the wall. FGB with the shotgun, able to find one. Here's the Hunter's Fury coming out. We'll see if a pulse does connect. Shot after shot coming out from that electrified arrow, but now the spike goes down as the delay comes through. Just Underscore and wants to dash out onto site, and I like the play. Getting out on sidewalk and getting into position.
Move with your teammate now, and now you have a 3-man crossfire setup, but that dart went on his body to spot all 3 of them. A Rolling Thunder come out to Get Greedy to get 2 kills on top of that, despite them being spotted. What a good way to counter on that recon dart coming through. Now shock darts from Tai T. Our first one that's going to lower the Omen, but it's 2 versus 1 right now as he's trying to drop down. He taps it, but as he taps it, gets greedy, gets super greedy on the wide swing, and adds another kill to the tally to make it 6-3 at this point. And what a play, as you said here, Bach, again, for Just Underscore to move in with his teammates.
Right now, it just feels like the Jet is the main playmaker for Elysium, but when you look at the scoreboard, it doesn't look like you're having this crazy all-star performance. That's
No.
because the first couple of rounds, yeah, they went their direction, but the Jet was not necessarily a huge part, and then they lost 3. It's since then that we've seen that wake up come in, and it's off the back of the opt purchase, and we'll see if they can keep that one going or not. They've got the smokes down in mid, the dark cover going down up on top of the double stack, peeking again over top of that dark cover just underneath the archway. I love it.
And it's a good way that Justin's playing it that way, because just underscoring, because a lot of the kills and a lot of the deaths that start early in a round are from these early picks, but this time it's going to be Confused that gets the first kill instead against his opponent, against the Mirror Jet, and it's going to be the main entry fragger for the attackers that falls down first, but immediately gets traded off. Back and forth here. Now the advantage coming back and even, though, towards this catwalk side of A. Now GP2, he has cover, and he has coverage, rather, of the hell side of A, but that gives a chance now for his teammate to fall back all the way towards his B side and get an open plant.
Oh, shot in the side of the head by the Reyna as JP2 gets taken down, and it's all up to the Sova. It's Pauly. Again, we mentioned this, a veteran of competitive first-person shooters, especially in the tactical realm. Will he have enough in the tank to take these two down? It's going to be tough as the Empress gets popped by the Reyna on the opposite side. The Sova and Reyna both on full HP, whereas Pauly's on 70, but they are taking their time getting into position. Pauly's going to have a difficult trade out, though, regardless of what happens. He's just playing this one patient, not giving away his position, not sending out any utility, not using the recon dart. Probably going to take a dry peek and then just go for the fight on the final target. Oh, the angle is not ideal. Love the way he played it patiently, but does he have time there off the tap? No, he already got the spike to halfway, so it would have been really difficult. Had to buy out 2 more seconds or so. Yeah, 2.34 left on the clock. Would have been close if he could have. Thought maybe he had it, but just wasn't able to pull it through.
The only thing that's unfortunate for Pauly there at that point was that as soon as he got that kill onto Tekra, he actually had the Hunter's Fury popped up. So if he actually went for the recon dart just as he did, and he spotted him, actually he spotted it out in the open when he swung out and knew that his opponent, Tai T, was already off the spike, yet he went for another swing and tried to win the fight, playing it as a surprise factor on his end. But I think at that point you had that recon dart out, you had the positional advantage too. I wonder if a Hunter's Fury would have been good enough to definitely get that kill on that 1v1. Nonetheless, though, a good attempt, and it's going to be now the defenders 2 behind, and that is Team Noble as just underscore. This time not with an operator, but with a Vandal comes in for the kill, but the rest is held by Team Noble, and we are 1 point away from tying this first half and ending this first half, possibly at 6-6 here, Mark.
Interesting back and forth volley. You know, you'll see a couple of rounds chained together, followed by a few rounds chained together. Obviously, the Jet requiring that op makes the ecos a lot more difficult there for Elysium, as they've relied pretty heavily on just underscoring to kind of claw them out of these situations. While Pauly, though, has been a top performer, sitting at 10-7, 9-5 for JP2. And then at the bottom, it's the Cypher and the Killjoy. To be honest, it's not entirely surprising. Those positions don't necessarily play towards top frag potential. You know, playing as a Killjoy or playing as a Cypher, a lot of your skill set is just making sure that there's not people behind you. They're not coming in from a strange position, at least on the attack for the Killjoy. And then for the Cypher, it's all cam time, calling out information for your team. FGB popping off in mid, though. That's a nice little 3-piece, gets aggressive, goes for that shadow step and gets past that smoke that was over towards B connector. And now that Killjoy with the ult and JP2 wondering if indeed this is going to be the 6-6 scoreline thanks to FGB's heroics.
So far, he's done well, right? But every single time he's got multiple kills, such as Catwalk a few rounds back, his teammates fell down 1 by 1, unfortunately. And this time, the history repeats itself. Back to a 2 versus 2. Spike is now picked up here by the Killjoy to fall back as Confused still alive here, as that Jet operator could maybe get something done. Unfortunately, though, the Spike here is running all the way back towards the attacker side, so they'll never see the crossover, but Kurt shouldn't hear the footsteps coming through unless he's about to get backstabbed here by GP2. GP2 should hear the footsteps of him falling back too, as they're guessing that the plant is going to happen towards his B side, so you now have an open sight for the attackers of Elysium to try to win this 2 versus 2.
They're going to close that door as well. They're going to be able to get that spike
10
down with
seconds left.
a little bit of time left, and they've got the Killjoy ult, which is a massive problem.
planted.
They're going to have to deal with the lockdown, and there it is coming in from the Killjoy. Also caught off guard by the fault line, so slowed on the attempted approach. There's the alarm bot going down to try and give away position. They can't get to this in time. They're just going to go for it. The Cypher moves in quick, but there it is. It comes out. That is so huge. So you can see Kurt was trying to get there as quick as possible to take out the ult. Ends up switching targets to finish off the Killjoy, but in that moment, he dies. Can't finish off that lockdown. And as a result, the Jets just standing there with arms wide open, wondering, what can I possibly do? So it will be a 7th round coming up for Elysium. Despite that early work done by FGB, it was not enough. 3 kills, and it was instantly equalized. As you can see, Kairos and JP2 just come alive there in mid.
I told you, like, unfortunate there for FGB. He's trying as much as he can, but unfortunately it's not good enough. But I think now on the attacker side here for Team Noble, things might change, right? Tekra, yes, he's at 10 and 9, but we didn't scream his name out a lot. But now this agent, as that Reyna, could definitely be more advantageous on the attacker side, where maybe they could make it a 7-7 through this pistol round. And this round, to start things off, I do like it. A recon dart, and you're going to think that it's clear, but it's a 3-person hold towards the cabin. This is a normal strat, but they're falling into it. They haven't checked it. Oh no, they're not checking the other 50. So Paul is just behind. He lines up 2 of them, and it's traded back finally, but that is 2 costly mistakes. Both teams not checking their 50s, and it pays off for both teams to make it a 3 versus 3.
Always clear your corners. Come on now. It's a little bit frustrating to see that happen the way that it does, because you're like, okay, they're going to double this, and they're just going to get free access to B. And then you watch how it actually breaks down. You're like, what was that? A little bit peculiar and kind of strange. Now, the Nano Swarm does come down to slow down the push. Tai-T will take out the Killjoy, though, so that'll at least prevent the Killjoy from being much more of a threat, at least actively. Nice shot coming in from Get Greedy. So what do they decide to do? They're going to run on over towards that B site. You can hear the pitter-patter of feet as they make their way through the market and make it onto the B site. The spike will be planted momentarily. It's going to be up to Get Greedy.
30 seconds left.
And the breach by his side, JP2, to see if they can make it work in the retake
planted.
against Tidy and Kurt.
So with the spike planet now, both of them hiding inside the site, but not both inside the boat room, because they do have a recon dart as I see it being shot. That's going to spot both of them, actually. So they're going to use the shed, shoot through the paper-thin walls, but not get a contact. Still a dark cover available, but Greedy comes in. Another tap to the face. The breach gets a teammate blind, but Tidy makes it a 1 versus 1 because of it. Capitalizes through, but JP2 with 6 HP comes in with the kill. The defuse comes in after as well. And Elysium will take the lead, actually, of that pistol round second half.
That was a little sketchy at times.
Oh, yeah.
So many opportunities wasted in the beginning, and then also some strange flash trades going on over in the site as well. What you saw was the defense going for the flash first. So JP2 sends a flash out. Get Greedy comes in. It's a free kill onto Kurt. But in that time, another flash came through and blinded him. So then it was just a 1v1, and it ends up going the direction of Elysium. But definitely a little scary there for both teams, because it felt like at times both teams could have won that round if they had just done their due diligence, checked their corners. I mean, you could have seen a clear corner there where maybe Noble finds 3 kills, or you could have seen it going very easily the way of Elysium, a much easier round than it ended up being. Pauly in mid with the SMGs going to send out. The drone has to be careful. There's targets around the corner, but they're not close enough. And there's Pauly spotting out multiple targets. Going to make the call out to his team that they're trying to push up into mid. Pauly somehow falls out around the corner. The alarm bot gives away the position. Pauly's going to move back into B main. I actually love this. And now the support comes through.
Wow.
And it is a flawless round coming out from Elysium as they collapse on the market. Well done and well played by the Killjoy as well to back up Pauly. But honestly, Pauly was the one with the heroic move. He spots them out in mid. Then the alarm bot gives away their position, so he runs all the way into B main challenges and just hides. And at that point, they're trapped.
Definitely. I gotta give props to how Kairos is definitely playing the Killjoy. And I want to bring it back to, for example, that 2 versus 2 when it was him and GP2 when they had that lockdown initiated, right, towards that A sign on that last round of the first half. He actually set an alarm bot on the top of heaven. He put the lockdown at the generator after planning. At the same time, puts a turret on the other side where he doesn't have to try to wide swing when they're trying to come in to get that that lockdown killed. But with this round, though, this defense that does have this bonus round decided to go very aggressively with the Jet moving forward. Gets a kill with a Spectre, gets the information as well, and it's still going to be the advantage, at least for positioning, for the defenders to start things off, because they do know that 2 other players were towards that A main.
Get greedy. Backing off. Living against the namesake. Has the judge, and there's targets right around the corner. Don't peek, just hold. There's the shotgun working out nicely, and a weapon swap as well. That's a great upgrade. And that's actually spike down as well. I'm not sure if the Omen realized what was just done, dropping that spike. I think for the moment, just trying to get out of position. So now spike being picked up and recovered. I actually like the play regardless of whether or not they knew the spike was down, simply because there was just no way to watch A main and short at the same time. Needed support. So now it's really the Killjoy who's in position that has to try and slow them down. I love this. The alarm bot coming in. And that's a great kill pickup coming out. SMG working out nicely. Well played by the Killjoy. We mentioned it. On attack, clumsy at times. It just doesn't feel like the kit works. But as we switch over to defense, K-Rose has come alive.
I mean, what more can you ask for, right? You have just underscore and a kill with a Spectre. Then you have Greedy with 2 kills with a Judge. Kairos gets 2 kills with a Spectre with a rotation coming across. He plays his utility again very, very well, because he actually let his alarm bot and his turret get the piece of information before he could go, not even for a wide swing. He actually just held an angle, and they ran into his crossfire, into his crosshair rather, to be able to get those 2 kills. So they're playing the angles super well right now for Elysium and Noble. I'm questioning how they should play this attacking side, because they're forced back onto an Eagle, rather. You see some sheriffs moving forward, but into the next round, they need to get something done here with their operator of the Jet and with the Reyna, sorry, to move forward with Tekra.
Oh, that'll flush that player out of that position. Could have been an opportunity if JP2 tried to get aggressive off the back of that. Decides not to. There's a fresh dark cover coming out on short from the Omen, who was over in the corner. The A site pretty well reinforced here by the defense. FGB's gotten aggressive. Actually gets past the recon dart, but with only 28 HP. It's kind of a softball lobbed up in Paulie's direction, and he just smashes it out of the park. Now, Paulie taken down from range as the Ghost proves to be a problem. It was the dink shot that got things started. The aim punch has been complained about in the past by players. You can see it illustrated there. Nice try on the spin shot from Kafuz, just couldn't get things around in time.
30 seconds left.
K-Rose is going to back off, swaps over to the rifle just so they can gun juggle it out of play.
Yeah,
I like the move.
That. Very CSE things to do. I love it. And even a Nano Swarm to come out, that's going to put Tidy down to 76 HP, but at least they'll get the spike plant. With this eco, that's at least what you want, right? So you get some money, 300 credits across the board for your teammates moving on to the next. Tekra looking for some information here, has all of his kits available, including some Leers. So he needs to get something done here to run that clock down as they're trying to push him forward as well. Recon Arrow is about to move forward. Hey, there you go. He gets the 2 kills, using the opponent's smoke to his advantage, getting pushed forward by GP2 with the 3rd, and he dismisses away, sorry. Finding now just scoring the last person standing, but at least for both of these 2 players, they're low on HP. An Aldro to come out, position given away, and just underscoring decides to fall back and save his gun. And with those 2 players inside the site, you don't even need it. I said Tekra needed to step up here, Bach. He did, and single-handedly wandered around there for Team Noble.
Misplaced smoke costs them that round. It's the smallest of mistakes that sometimes ends up being your Achilles heel. So the smoke just a little too deep allows a slight crack on the right side to peek towards the switch, and that's just when things start popping off. Shot after shot coming out. Well played timing on the dismiss and the heal coming in, the devour from Tekra, and then another one following up to get that last player's position. Damage dealt before being taken down. Now, everyone was low on HP, so there was still a possibility for the 1v2 given how little health the 2 players in sight had. But favoring keeping the gun in play. It makes perfect sense. The recon dart early in the round from Tidy is going to get taken down, so no intel gathered. If they had gotten the pulse out, they would have seen a lot. 4 players currently playing defense over on the A site, which is a problem as they are stacking up towards B, and this is going to be very difficult for Kairos to stop.
Yeah, Lear to come out. At least the turret is going to spot the first few. Al Jones going to come out as well, and that's going to seal the deal. You want that full rotation to come through. He's able to tag 1 so far, looking for this kill, but counter 100 fewer coming forward from the attackers. And it's going to be Tai T that wins it versus Pauly. So that is going to be 1 defender down as the attackers plant the spike inside this B site, and a 4-man rotation all stuck inside the spawn to try to take it back.
Yeah, there's the Killjoy ult coming in as well. We figured we'd see it. The problem is it's not exactly perfect. It does leave gaps that allows the defense now, I guess you would say the attackers who are playing defense on the site, to get back into that boathouse. You can see even the last minute port coming in to get them back into that position. It does give you the ability to get into an advanced position. Here comes the drop into site. It's all falling apart. All 4 players sitting in the back, and it is a shooting gallery. They just unleash hellfire towards the stairs and sidewalk, and there was nothing that they could do on that retake.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate, right? And you're right, Buck. The idea was there. Like, you put the Killjoy ultimate down, the lockdown, they all fall back inside the boathouse, so they're just pinned there. Technically, they're cornered, right? They have nowhere to go. Their backs are against the wall, and it should be technically easier for them now, knowing where they all are, to just set up the angle and get the shot. But the spike is still planted not in an area where they could actually diffuse out and safely, and at the same time, they didn't have much utilities to keep those guys blinded in the back of the site to try to retake. I mean, if you look at this composition, they maybe had a Lear, it was too far behind, and I don't even know if a Paranoia was still left from the Omen. So FGB couldn't get anything done with with his teams to come back.
One of the biggest issues, though, was that Sova ult trade. That just shouldn't happen. So you see the Sova ult get popped by the defense, and then it was, you know, responded in kind by the attacking side, and that's what allowed them to lock in that position so easily. They quickly make their way up, catwalk onto the site, and you can see it not working out well here with the pistols. A little bit more spent in the round than one would anticipate as the neural theft came out from the Cypher, given that this was just an eco. Seems like maybe potentially a bit of a waste, but they will have the TP up next round for the Omen. Now,
yeah, and definitely, sorry, go ahead, Buck.
Go,
I just want to apologize real quick, being Canadian as I am. I was talking about the flashes from the defense trying to take it back, so I was talking about the breach and the Omen on their side, and not the not Tekra with the Lear.
I kind of wonder, speaking of flashes, like, when will the next flash-based agent be released into the rotation? Like, I
it's
wonder,
probably going to be the next agent.
You think so?
Yeah. Well, you think it's going to be a healer? You think it's going to be a healer to counter a little bit how Sage has been nerfed down?
So I'm kind of curious if they'll ever introduce like a debuffer rather than a buffer. Someone whose job is to like weaken your opponents, kind of similar to the way that Killjoy does, to make them vulnerable. I wonder if that will be a thing ever, or if they'll like maybe find a way to turn Viper more into that person in the long run. Yeah. I also wonder if they'll ever rebuild an agent. Like, think about the way that like games like League of Legends and Dota work. Every once in a while, they'll realize, okay, like, no one's playing this character. We need to change it, and they change it aggressively. I wonder if that'll ever be a thing.
True. It would be interesting. I think right now is get those agents out, because I'm pretty sure Riot did mention they want to try to get 6 agents per year, right? So you still have a few to come out. I think maybe some that are going to come out are also going to be supporting agents that can maybe help. For example, a Viper that's less viable. Maybe an agent's going to help buff her up specifically. But into this round, we're trying to push forward with a Rolling Thunder, but it's still going to be Kurt that capitalizes on a kill as they're trying to run through the cyber cages into the catwalk side. So 1 to fall, and the rest to move forward here on the attacker side of Team Noble. 2 rounds away from tying this game up, but we're starting to finally see some ground here since those kills came in from Tekra with the Sheriff.
Quick shot coming out from Just Underscore, and no surprise there. Got greedy, goes through the dark cover. Brings us to a 3-on-3. The spike is down and ticking on the A site. Shots coming through the floor as the recon dart gives away positions of no one. Get Grady able to pick off one more. That was as the door got broken down, and uh-oh. Pauly's ready to have some fun. It's the Odin coming out, and we know what the Odin says. It goes Burr. There's the shots going through initially. They know that Kurt is underneath, but Pauly just wants to take the peek. Not really sure what the call was there. Understanding that there's players in those positions probably would have been better to just unleash the fury of the Odin. Regardless, it'll be the 9th round coming in for Noble as they fought back into the game and made it closer and closer. Now, one thing I do want to point out was actually really smart by FGB. So the Rolling Thunder comes out from JP2. As soon as he gets hit, FGB had Spike. FGB goes, I'm out of here. Pops his ult and goes back into spawn, knowing that a push in that direction could potentially come, and losing the Spike on Catwalk could be devastating. So he goes back to spawn. His teammate Kurt actually ends up getting a kill onto, I don't remember who it was, but it was during that Rolling Thunder days. And at that point, FGB makes his way back towards the A site with the Spike, but I actually really like the reaction play to just kind of get out of dodge that quickly.
Yeah, I think it was Kairos that actually tried to run through the smoke and try to capitalize on that Rolling Thunder. Unfortunately, got punished for that one. But this round, you see that the pace has changed a lot here, Mark. They're playing super passively for the attackers. They're watching towards this mid side, doubling up, actually, with a Cypher camera looking towards Catwalk, and then that allows Techraptor slowly moving forward towards his Catwalk and take mid control. But now, as the action doesn't move forward from the defender side of Elysium, it definitely has to be Noble that has to take that step. So they're all falling back from the A side from Gelato. They're about to group back up towards B, but they still have that Sova and the Omen on the other side, and even a breach slowly from GP2 is slowly rotating towards his mid /B side.
Oh, that's rough. The pulse comes through, and Paulie's gonna open up. Gotta kill that dart quicker. Paulie takes advantage of the vision through the walls he was granted. Now there's a fast runoff through mid. This is the biggest issue right now. This defensive side has no mid control, so the attacking side has the ability to rotate between both positions. It's going to be up to Kairos here, who's in the corner. That Cyber Cage doesn't really cover completely and able to play around it. That's a massive mistake. Why was the Spike going towards the window?
No idea. I feel like maybe they wanted to try to go towards Heaven, but with 4 seconds remaining, this round is definitely going to come in here for Elysium. We have Kurt that falls, and I do agree with you on this part, Bach. Yes, they tried to run through towards that site. I think they tried to split towards Heaven and the front of the site, but again, maybe they didn't realize that they had the Spike moving into the garden side too.
That's
right?
a miscommunication. There's no way that Tidy realized he had the Spike. There's no reason for him to make that play.
That's right. And the other thing too is the fact that they had everything in their favor to overtake that A side, because like you said here, Buck, they didn't have much defense towards this mid side for the defenders. They actually had nothing on the A side either, because most of Kairos' utility as that Killjoy was still holding towards mid, and that turret's towards B with the Molly as well, and you could see it. It's currently set the same way here towards this minimap on this round.
Tidy moving in. There is a Jet waiting around the corner with the op. Aldrone to lead in. They don't clear it. So this Jet can sit in this position. Oh, that's going to be a problem. There's the double leer coming out. That makes this position so uncomfortable. Kurt's able to open up the site like a skeleton key, and they're going to go ahead and pop the Killjoy ult as well. At this point, this round is practically over. The Sova is so far away. They can't really get out onto the site, though, because of the Killjoy ult. So I guess in a sense that, like, that makes it work, but for a moment, that looked so dangerous. I was actually
so well.
So, like, I'm looking at that Kurt opener, and I'm like, oh my gosh, he just got on the site so easily, and the only person here is the Killjoy. The second the ult comes through, you're like, okay, well, now they can get back into it. But prior to that, my brain's thinking, this round, this is a save.
Yeah. But they're winning this round. They're winning this round. Kairos gets 2 kills now. There's only 1 more remaining in the back of the site. FGB makes it a 3 from a 3 rather to a 2 versus 1 with only 12 HP remaining. He does have a dark cover, faking that plant, but both of them are grouped together towards this Catwalk. Fault line to come through. He gets punished for it. A 1 versus 1. The dome was just there, but he turns just a little bit too soon, and Paulie gets the kill with an Odin. What a try here by FGB. But man, they won that round from a retake just from a lockdown here, Mark. I don't know what happened. Kurt came in with 2 kills. Kairos puts a lockdown down, and nobody wants to push in and take the lockdown, or even just take the side as a team.
Yeah, that's the part that's equally as confusing. You know, it's a 5-on-3 at that point. Challenge the Killjoy's lockdown. Take it out. A little bit peculiar that they decide not to do that. and it ends up being their downfall. I didn't even see the Killjoy ult popped at first. I had a little bit of lag on my side, so I'm like, okay, I guess they got this. And then Killjoy ult comes in, I'm like, okay, well, never mind. The crazy thing is, too, the Killjoy ends up coming in on the retake and finds that ridiculous lineup. It was like a stray bullet hit the back target. Now, you've got the Leer and the push coming in towards B main. Paulie's in position with, you guessed it, an Odin. Doesn't matter if Paulie can see, he's just going to shoot in your general direction. There's the Odin opening up. Paulie finds 2 quick kills, taken down, thank God, by FGB. But the team is hurting right now as the Sova goes onto the site. The spike's going to be planted. And now you've got yourselves a 3-on-4 with the Reyna popping the Empress to give you some extra firepower.
Thing is, she can't really go for a flank. There's an alarm bot just on the other side of the market, so she has to play on the other side and just try to watch the rotations coming through from spawn. So far, it works out for FGP. Still trying to keep the team alive as much as he can, but he finally falls. Finally there, Ticker comes in for the surprise attack. The dismiss to look for his last opponent, and it's going to be Justin trying to move in with the Vandal that he picks up. Clock is ticking down. Oh, the Owl Drone's going to come out. He's going to full defuse. Recon Bolt as well. Now he's out of it. Dashes towards the back of the site. Oh, my God. He won't have time, but this is such a nice try so far. A 1 versus 1. That spike is going to go off, and there you go. It's 10-2, but they've done the econ damage.
I mean, full elimination. Everyone dies. So definitely not a great round when you're on the winning side, but
yeah,
with the money being the way that it is, they can at least handle that a little bit better. Look at their opposition, though. Elysium scraping together what they can while still staying in the territory of a buy in the round that will come after this. So you can see some SMGs being brought into play. Stingers and light armor. Paulie has enough cash that he can dig into those pockets and somehow pull out a Vandal. And then you've also got this. You've got the Jet ult. Basically a free gun. There's the flash to lead in, and that's a huge missed opportunity, but Paulie chiming in with the pulses of the Hunter's Fury, the Rolling Thunder coming out, not really doing as much. JP2, distance shots coming in from the Stinger. They've managed to reduce this down to 2 targets. There's the ult being popped, but he's going to get caught out in the sight by the Killjoy. And now there is threats on all sides. The Omen is pushed up on Catwalk. The Breach is still in sight, but basically dead. JP2 on 3 HP, kind of just playing as a sentry at this point, giving up some intel to let them know that the site might be taken.
Well, he's waiting around the corner now, but only 3 HP. I mean, it's a 4-on-2. This is such a great round played by the defenders. We'll wait for this to finish up until we could digest what just happened, but it's Confused moving in first. No kills coming through with the Stinger, so at least they'll come in and get a spike down. They're waiting for this door to close before we can actually move forward with FGB to get the spike down. But Shock Darts to come down towards the default spot. That is going to hit him for a bit. He's down to 41 HP, looking towards the front of the site, and he's going to get popped in the face by Get Greedy. Confused now will have to clutch a 3 versus 1. It's going to be an ult inside the site. He breaks it and gives his position away, knowing that he's still towards the A main. Omen's about to push forward. Oh, the timing once again, unfortunately, as he turns away, Get Greedy gets the frag, and it's going to be Elysium with the defuse, and not only that here, Bach, the victory for round 1.
Kind of surprised, honestly. I thought that maybe we would see Noble take it in this one, but
yeah,
it ends up being the side of Elysium. That final round, a bit interesting to say the least, the way that it all breaks down. That scraped together buy, which wasn't intended to be a successful round necessarily. It was just a way to try to keep yourselves in the round that followed. It ends up working out quite nicely, 13-10. Taking a look, though, Kairos, remember we mentioned, kind of struggled early on, ends up finishing with the highest average combat score at 240, 16 and 17 with 11 assists, 20 and 19 for Tekra. No one really had an all-star game. Paulie had probably the healthiest or one of the healthiest KDs. Paulie and JP2 sitting at 19 kills apiece, 13 deaths for JP2, Paulie at 15. But no one was really like an all-star, to say the least. It was pretty much even distribution across both sides for both teams.
No, definitely. I think wherever the action was, people were stepping up. With these slight occasions, for example, of just underscore in gets a couple of kills and entries on the attacker side as that Jet. FGB doing as much as he can on the defender side as the Omen. But let's digest that last round. I think what happened at that point here, Bach, is you know that it's going to be a low buy coming in for the defender side. Although Pauly, as that Silva inside B, still has enough money to maybe buy an Odin, right, towards his B side. So maybe he's going to throw like the recon dart and go for the Burr again, where they actually got punished a few rounds before. So they said, okay, well, who's at low HP or low money? It seems to be towards the A side. Let's work towards there. But what did they come against? They came against actually Pauly himself that stacked up towards A with his teammates, a Paranoia that came in from the Omen that gave a chance here for the Jet to move forward with the knives to actually get that information to trade-offs, and a Hunter's Fury to get a couple of kills and a Rolling Thunder. They just used the abilities of the ultimates, anti-strat it perfectly versus the attackers here of Elysium, and then win it with the Stingers in the end. So greatly played. Like you said here, Bach, a great way that they actually showed us the upset into this matchup, right? So you know what? I'll do the same thing as you. So we're going to take a break, and when we come back, we'll move on with the second matchup in round number 1 of this MSI Valorant tournament. Peace.
And we are back and ready to jump into yet another match here for the MGA USA League. My name is Bach. Joining me on the broadcast is Fansili, as we are just about ready to kick into the next match. We watched our first match already unfold just a minute ago on stream. It was a very close game that ended up going in favor of Elysium. So they have knocked Noble down into the lower bracket, and we'll be seeing more of that team tomorrow. But for now, we're going to see who's going to be facing off against them later in the semifinals. And it's going to be an interesting game, to say the least. We've got this KVL Pug Squad with some names that we recognize versus a team of players that we don't know so much about.
That's right. And that's why it's interesting for sure, Buck, because at this point, as you're mentioning here, oh, maybe we know Sora from a couple of clips we saw on Twitter, on the feed or whatnot. But overall, as this team, who is TN? What can they do? Can they actually beat a pug team of KVL Mob that has a tactical shooter experience to actually be able to win and upset them, at least in my opinion, within this matchup? So is Sora's firepower going to be enough to take down the Nerve, the SFX, and the Huston, and also the Zans of the team of the KVL Mob? But if you're just tuned in, we are still in round 1 of the upper brackets, which means that the map will be still on Ascent. And how this works basically is we're making these tournaments for the MGA USA League here between MSI and also Battlefy to just allow players, casual gamers, professional gamers, whoever, to just sign up and continue to play in these weeklies or just the tournaments that are happening not only in Valorant but in Fortnite, for example, such as other games that are available, and get some prizes from peripherals to money cash prizes, and last but not least, at least loyalty points to be able to exchange with other prizes. So make sure you guys check that out. Give that Google for the MGA USA League. Find out all that information and register for the tournaments that you want to play in. With that though, we are about to move here into the first map. And the only map actually in this best out of 1. It is going to be on Ascent between TN and also KVL Mob.
Yeah, now, if you didn't catch what Vansili was saying, the first round of all these matches, the map is predetermined. This actually goes back for me to like earlier days in the Counter-Strike world when you would play in a LAN tournament and like round 1 was one map, round 2 was one map. It's very similar to that. It's straight bracket play, no groups. So round 1 is going to be Ascent, and then round 2 I think is Split. Round 3 is Bind. Grand Finals will be Haven, and then in the lower bracket, the first round of lower bracket will be Haven, and then I think it just repeats again. So we'll see Haven much later on. For now, we are just about ready to jump into it, although we did have the timer hit 0. So that's a little concerning. Maybe some players weren't actually at the
jitters
ready to go. We'll see if they're actually going to be jumping into game or if we're going back to lobby.
And this is something this is something I do like at the same time, Buck, when we actually do have predetermined maps, you actually have a chance to see multiple strategies from multiple teams when sometimes you're playing these maps and you have these vetoes, and basically you never really see Haven or you never really see Split really much anymore. You're seeing a lot of Bind, you're seeing a lot of Ascent, and that's pretty much it. So they have the opportunity to see the full rotation come across with the 4 maps available in this game. It shows who really wants to be prepared in this matchup.
Here's the thing. We're all waiting for that 5th map to come out. Because once that 5th map comes out, it'll make things so much easier in general when it comes down to picks and bans, best of 1s and best of 5s. That would be ideal territory. I'm also curious, though, in the long run, if we'll have 7 maps, 9 maps, 11 maps, 13. Hell, maybe we'll have like 23 and they'll go with a prime number. I don't really know what their plan is, but I'm curious to see what their long-term plans and strategies are. And that's something like I feel like, you know, in these instances where we've had opportunities to sit down and talk to Riot staff, like you saw on Valoranting this week, they had Cass Richard Fruity on there. I don't recall hearing that question asked, but I'm genuinely curious about the overall plans regarding map pool. Agent pool, obviously, it's interesting, but that one is equally as interesting to me. To kick things off, though, in the pistol, damage dealt to the Jet and the Cypher, both sitting below half HP. Similar compositions from the last game, but a little bit different. You've got a Raze in play, you've got Phoenix, and you've got a Cypher on both sides. No Killjoy. SFX going to kick things off there with the pistol as the Raze. A follow-up nade. The paint shell is going to go past the target. Soars inside the dark cover. Can't quite line up the shot. Backs up into Exalt's hot hands. And it's down to 2 here for the defensive side of TN.
So that's Veer and Teague. They're actually spread up across the map, so that dart is only going to spot one. He gets walled and just jumping across here, up and down. It wasn't a Phoenix that got the kill, but it's Nerve as the Omen that picks up the last one. But Exalt still manages to get a second on the board, including that molly kill that he had. And on top of that, a flawless round for the attackers of KVL Mob. Now, I was just a little bit confused because I'm looking at this roster right now of the defenders for TN, and I see Hooligan. I don't see an Uncle Crab's legs. and I don't see a Mokus. So Mokus seems to be Wick BM, and then they have Veer instead of Uncle Crablegs into this matchup.
I think Wick BM was on the bracket, or was on the actual team, if I remember correctly. Yeah, because I thought, oh, I wonder if there's any correlation to like the BM boys, like Josh BM and Real BM and those guys. But not a great start for TN as KVL Mob comes up big. Yeah, we did have Wick BM on there. Everyone was on here. Everyone that's on this is on there. Uncle Crablegs might be like, you know, the coach, team manager.
So
Uncle
my info
Crablegs.
is wrong. My bad. My bad.
There's the pistol kills to start things off, and with just the ghosts coming in from the first round, they're making quick work of their opposition. Hooligan around the corner, quickly dropped by Xander, and long-range pistol fight goes the way of Nerve, although they did strike him, so I guess you could say they struck a nerve. I don't know.
The thing is here, Buck, is I've always been a little bit, yeah, you know what? I'll say I've been against it. I've been against the fact that you win pistol, and on the second round, you don't really want to go upgrades for Spectres. Most of them, if not all of them, kept their ghosts from that first round. I know because you want to go straight for rifles into the third, knowing that your opponents will have enough money for rifles into the third as well. So I'm not sure. I think at that point you have the Spectres, you have the advantage of getting the round into your favor with better firepower, but they have more confidence in their aim. And so far though, into this round, it's not paying off. Yes, they got the econ to get full rifles into this round, but versus the full rifles of the defenders, it's still going to be a 1-minute advantage for TN.
I've had the chance to talk to players about this from various teams, teams like Renegades, Complexity, TSM, and I've asked them, hey, how do you feel about the way the economy works? And they said it's super snowbally, and post pistol round economy sucks from both sides. It is so uncomfortable to win the pistol and come into that next round. Way more uncomfortable than it should be. It shouldn't be like a potential coin toss round as to whether or not you're going to win that second round, because the way that you end up seeing it spill out of control sometimes is you win the pistol and you save coming into the next one with ghosts and armor, and your opponent forces stingers and you lose that round. It shouldn't be like that.
Or you get Spectres and you're going around the corner and it's a shorty of 200 credits that takes the gun away from you too.
So I think that there is some balancing that needs to be done
30
there.
seconds left.
And you'll hear complaints from players about that. They won't say it out like publicly necessarily, because I don't think they still enjoy the game and they don't want to make it seem like they're finding excuses. But they've definitely expressed their lack of they've expressed their concerns when it comes to that. Their lack of love for the way the money works. Here, though, the attacking side is still able to get the spike plant, but it does cost them greatly. They've lost 3 bodies on the attempted push. They're going to use the Owl drone to try to get some intel, and none will be gathered. They're actually just hovering that sucker over on lane. There's a dart coming out. They don't realize, though, that that target is actually all the way nestled in market, so it won't make too much of a difference. And now the push is really coming through. There's the recon dart to give them away. Xander picks up the first one, going to peek out again. Xander's making great work, but can't quite survive. Hooligan goes nuts on the site. It's a 3K on the round for the Cypher.
Spike defused.
A good retake coming in here for the defender side too. So they're getting that kill for Hooligan and company to make it now their first round in this second half, or in this first half, sorry. As like I said, whenever they had that money to come in with the rifles, they took advantage of playing very aggressively towards the A entrance, and it seems as though KVL Mob was never ready for that, right? They lost 2 players early at that one. Yes, they went back towards that site, and when they have the Cypher of Hooligan playing all of his information towards this A side, they knew that the B side was open for Nerve and his teammate to move inside that side and get the plant. So at least from that plant, it adds money into their bank, allowing them to get a few rifles into this round too. So now you're thinking about it, they have, what, 3 players that died in that previous round for the defense? So you could still move in and catch them off guard, and it's going to be a run it back to get the first kill, but Sora coming in from the other side to trade it off from 2, from the, for 2 from the market side, rather. Now Teague inside that site does have the rifle trying to move forward. He's going to get slightly blinded from the curveball and loses that fight on to Exalt. And 1 more to go with the spike falling down. Exalt is stuck inside this site. He does have a blaze wall to put the heal up, but he doesn't want to give his position away. So he looks for the corner kill, but it's going to be Wick BM waiting for him with the Vandal to tie things up 2-2.
Now looking at the money, it's kind of all over the place. You've got Exalt, who's got some extra cash, but just opts to stay low in the buy, goes for a Sheriff Light Armor. Kind of curious who we're going to see picking up that top on the attacking side of KVL.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? They have no money.
Jet. Yeah. Oh, well, I mean that too, but like looking at them, like you would anticipate, I guess the Sova would be the offer.
Yeah. Yeah. It could be viable, definitely, to have it. But maybe they have that type of composition that just wants to go all out bang with rifles too, right? We've seen a couple of those teams do that in that fashion when you're playing on the attacker side, especially. Because now you have a composition that just says like, hey, we have a Sova drone that's going to find some information, a recon dart that's going to find some information. Then you have curveballs, possibly a run it back, and then raise all of our abilities to actually open up the site and set up for trades. So I think you do have a composition here with the KVL boys to just push very aggressively every time they want to have an execution.
There's the Al drone going in. That'll clear out short, so that'll give them the ability to actually get up and shut the door. Really well played here by the Phoenix and the Sova. Good combo to try to get onto the site, as both targets were in that territory. So they molly off Heaven as well, so the hot hand's going to go down. They're going to leer through the door as they destroy it. Well played on the retake, well communicated by the defense. 33 seconds left, still plenty of time for them to try and get this spike secured. But the fight is already at their doorstep. Both targets coming through from the door. Spike will go down. Flash comes out to blind the drone. Dink shot coming through. So much damage being dealt to Exalt, but he's got the heal down coming in from the Blaze Wall. Desperately needs his teammate to do more, and that's not ending up going their favor. Unfortunately, the round will be their opposition's. I thought for sure with the way they were playing that, they would have a little bit more success, at least bring it down to the 1v1, but it was just really well played by TN, which, by the way, stands for Theory Nation.
Theory Nation, thank you, Bach. And I think at the same time, though, I think what kind of gave that that advantage for TN to get back on that retake was the fact that Exalt was actually dinked through the box at default boxes inside A on that retake from Deer. Why? Because he actually threw a Blaze Wall up to try to heal himself, and the Blaze Wall actually shows up on the top of the boxes, so you're just going for pre-fired shots through that box. He dinks him down to 22. He probably would have had a better chance to stay alive after shooting the Owl drone to just hide corners and then wide swing later than having a Blaze Wall to give his position away.
Aggression coming out from the defense. Despite taking their licks in the pistol in the round that followed, it's been all TN since then, and they're feeling it, getting aggressive. So there's the op buy, and it's in the hands of the old dog, the Boomer. SFX, he's also going to pull out the rockets. The showstopper works out. Veer is able to find a follow-up, though, for the defense and bring it back to a 3-on-3 with the help of Hooligan. But there's Xander catching Hooligan off guard, Teague taken down, and Veer, they know that he's on site. He has the Empress popped, but the B site already been lost, and look at this. The Cypher's right around the corner.
I will see you.
Even with that improved fire rate, it's not going to make too much of a difference.
I find it crazy that it's actually SFX with the operator moving forward, right? Because you have, for example, literally in that example, is that when he has the showstopper and he's trying to jump into the site to get a kill, yes, if he misses, all he has is an operator, and he has to land a shot to get the kill. If not, he gets punished for that. But thankfully, his showstopper connected into that round, and he could still utilize now the operator into this one here to now creep up instead of trying to go for a showstopper kill slash miss, potential miss, with the timing nerf that came in with this operator in the recent patch. With that, though, it is going to be an eco for the defenders. A lot of them dropping towards this mid side from Zanz, moving forward with the Phantom, sorry, and finally Veer is the one that's going to stop him in his tracks. And he looks back towards Sabrosa. It's going to be Huston that stops him with the Vandal, and that's going to be another round coming in for the attackers to make it 4-3, and that's 2 rounds in a row in their favor since that opener of Jasper with the operator.
The spike is still in base.
I mean, Jasper's got to get a kill somehow, right? You know?
Yes, this should do.
Might as well put the op in his hands.
Yeah.
I got to get my digs in while I still can. Hooligan currently really stepping up. for Theory Nation. The rest of the team struggling to match the output of the Cypher. 8 and 5 currently for Hooligan. 4 ults ready on both sides. This round has massive potential to be an absolute brawl. Both teams coming in with full buys. And there's the first ult already being popped. As that's going to be the Hunter's Fury coming in from the attacking side. Boombot goes right around the corner. That'll flush out lane. There's the paint shells as well into the market. Nice dark cover coming in. There's the Lear coming out. Now a defensive Hunter's Fury, and that's going to be a pulse into the belly of Exalt. A follow-up as well, doing additional damage. Deep arrow coming in towards the boathouse, but the site's been lost. We'll see what additional ults get popped. SFX making sure that one less is on the field of play. Huston as well coming in with a kill of their own. It's a 4-on-3 now, and the spike is ticking away.
At least the frisbee from the hat knows where the defenders are coming from, so that's why you do have the last one falling back, but he's caught out in the open, and it's going to be Nerve that sweeps up the kill. And that is all thanks to just some nice entries, some picks towards this mid-market, a split that works out. I mean, it started off with a run it back from Exalt, and also a very nice dark cover from Nerve that didn't allow Veer from getting any type of position deep forward or deeply or forward into the market side to try to prevent any pushes moving forward. So with that, they take over the site. They couldn't stop. They were able to just dance around Xantz's defensive Hunter's Fury with the exception of one kill, or sorry, Teague, with the exception of one kill that Teague got. But for the rest, they didn't have anything else in terms of utilities to try to come back and get this retake here for the defender side. So now KVL Mob is up by 2. It's 5-3, and you do have the defenders back on an eco.
Shadows traveling.
Unpopular opinion potentially, but I feel like Sova's recon dart, if it hits somebody, it should do damage. You can
Like
get
what,
tagged
5
by
damage?
It. Yeah, I'm thinking like 5, nothing crazy. But there should be some reward for actually connecting with that, because the odds of it happening are so incredibly small. Nice shock dart coming out with the follow-up bullets coming out of the Phantom as well. There's the Paranoia and the Lear. Great flash work coming out from the defense, but it's not really resulting in much. Xanders just continues to spam through that smoke. You've got Veer around the corner with the target waiting for him on Catwalk. It's now Teague who's managed to steal the op away from Jasper, who was over towards the B side. It's the only death on the round for the KVL side. Teague probably going to want to get a better position to try and hold on to this.
Silence.
Well, from his position, it's given away, but at least he gets the first kill out of that. Trying to book it back towards his B main, but Huston is close. Thankfully, he's low HP. That shock dart's going to break away at least that trap wire. That allows him to fall away a little bit more, but now that he's fully pinned, now spotted, easy headshot even, as he catches Teague on a reload. They could save the operator for SFX into the next round again, but there's nothing more you could really add into that last round. It was nothing really fancy or flicky or beautiful to watch. It was just them playing against ecos that didn't pay off in the favor of defender side here.
I hate
Zan's at the top of the scoreboard. Strong performance from the Sova, 13 and 5. Kicked things off in that last round as well with the shock dart and the follow-up from the Phantom to open up the A site. Every time I read his name, I think of Dr. Seuss. I think it's 1 fish, 2 fish, red fish, blue fish. I don't remember. Have you a Zans for cans? You should. It's a classic Dr. Seuss line. I have kids. It's hard not to just.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's not up my alley.
I don't know. I
don't know how I read
Dr. Seuss like all the time. I just assumed.
I'm a French kid, so we don't have no Dr. Seuss in French. Maybe we do. Like I said, I'm not. I guess I didn't have a good childhood growing up. But Nerve gets their first kill here on to Wick BM as they're splitting inside this B site, leaving Teague on his own, and he's playing such an open corner. Yes, it surprises for the first kill, but then he can get easily traded off. Finally, he looks for a different angle from that second kill. Curveball to come through. It's thrown on the other side doorway. Surprise from Exalt, and that's traded off now, and they take over the B site. But wait, the spike's not even yet. Finally it is.
I like that flash. I really like the way that flash was thrown. Round the corner it goes, but not exactly where one would anticipate it to be. There's the ult coming in from the Sova. It puts the jet right into the sights of Nerve. Veer is the only one that remains. And now it's hero time. Another flash. These flashes are just so punishing currently coming out from the Phoenix. Jump peeks to bait the shots out.
I love it.
Gotta be careful. The dismiss makes it a little bit easier here. Jasper's gonna be holding the line. Missed shot, no surprise there. LOL Jasper. It's down to a 2-on-1, and the damage is coming out through the wall. They have to be careful. Veer is still very much in a position to try to go for this, but doesn't end up being the case. Jasper has to go down to the sidearm. 7 rounds on the board for the attacking side.
Cover.
At least a nice try there by Veer. I like the way that he uses dismiss on that, what was it, a 4 versus 1 at that point after he got that first kill? Or a 3 versus 1 after he got that first kill. So he uses a dismiss, gets enough information, and you want it to be precise on that jiggle peek to fight against SFX with that operator. But as soon as he misses that shot, you know it's over. I think at that point you could try to fall back and save your weapon. Yes, you've done your best, but try to keep your weapons into the next tier. That could have maybe been a buy, a bigger buy from one of your teammates onto the next. But now a Paranoia, a Lear as well to come in towards this A main, as where it has come into success for the defenders. They are trying again with aggression towards this A main, but unfortunately not this time. A crossfire from Exalt and from Zan, both from the Orb side, Cubby, and from A main. SFX lurking towards the B side, catching off rotations as well. Run it back towards the A side. Everybody's just losing in their fights on both sides of the map for the defenders, with the exception of Wick BM for now. And Hooligan finally takes down SFX. And this might give a chance here to move back and win this round back for the defenders, because this fight has yet to be planted.
Shadows traveling.
2-on-3. Wick BM porting back and forth over in the door. A nice quick shot coming out on the nerve. The spike will go down for a second. Saw an elbow around the corner. Pulse will come out, won't give away position. Fake port coming in from the Omen. But there's a target right around the corner. Not going to make a difference with that fake port. Hooligan trying to play off the blaze wall. As soon as it goes down, it might be an opportunity, but no! Exalt gets caught off guard, as does Zanz. A great retake coming in from the defense of Theory Nation.
You gotta love it. The hat that came out because of that fight from Hooligan that gets the kill onto SFX, right? This was a 4 versus 2. The wall gets broken, or actually even a 5 versus 2 when Wick BM got that kill. And then he throws the hat that got thrown there by Hooligan on the defender side, give the advantage to know where the last 3 players are at. So that gives a chance for Hooligan to just book it back towards the A side, meet up with his teammate, and then it just works simultaneously together to actually win the fights and actually make it a 4th round on to this first half for them. We talked about how Sora was one of those players that were like kind of the highlight reel player of the team, but he's actually pretty silent into this game. He's currently only 3-11 as a jet operator into this game. Hopefully he could turn things around here on the attacker side. But so far, we do have Into the Channels on this mid side looking for some information from the defenders. But he commits to a fold in the shadows and gets picked off by SFX. A little bit of a costly mistake. Maybe not a little bit. This might be the biggest mistake that makes him lose the round. Sora, though, finally retaliates back with an op of his own onto SFX. A Hunter's Fury to come out as well, and Teak is holding it back. Exalt to fall, Sora to go out of position from a dash after he got spotted from a recon dart. But the spike should be going down. Actually, it's already down as Huston is holding back towards his hell side.
Nerve waiting for the push to come through from heaven. There's targets right around the corner. They've got the Cypher as well. Using the cam, can't tell where the position is giving them intel too, but it looks like it's going to be towards heaven. Nerve finds the first. There's the Lear to come out, taken out quickly by Nerve. Nerve still holding the line, but has to focus back in the opposite direction. It's Sora. A great round coming in from KVL Mob as they make it onto the site and hold in the post plan as well. 8 rounds to 4. A fantastic first half for KVL Mob.
Definitely. 8-4. Now they take the defender side. Again, I'm not sure how this is going to work, though, for KVL Mob on the defense. We haven't seen a lot of Raze on Ascent recently, but having SFX right now I think could be good, maybe playing towards tree side, or maybe playing towards any type of close corridors, right? Because the boom bots and the paint shells could do a lot. And maybe the way that they're playing right now with the support of Zanz with recon darts, they could maybe do double trouble a lot towards this B main control onto the second half. But what can it do here on the attackers? I want to see Sora pop off here as a jet operator to get these entries and help the team to come back into this game.
SFX with the nade out. Nice timing on that nade. Just barely gets it around the corner. Through the box, gets the shot onto Sora as well. The pistol has been powerful currently, and he's got another nade ready as well if he wants it. Oh, there's the pin pull. Good luck getting away from that one. You can see the body get blasted into the oblivion, but no, Veer somehow brings it back, finding 3 kills. Got a little scary there, but it ends up working out in the long run. My goodness.
It was bloody. It was bloody, but thankfully we had that flank to come through to help and salvage that round there for the defenders in the end of KVL. It started off well, but then we saw a moment of hope for TN. But finally, they wake up from the dream, and it is going to be back into the nightmare. Them trailing behind by 5. The KVL boys looking to seal the deal after winning both pistols actually into this game. Now they have money to work with, but we're back into that same situation. They win the pistol, they keep the ghosts. No real upgrades to come through, and it's going to be Veer once again that gets the opening frag. Gets a dink onto Exalt as well, forcing him to fall back. So Exalt also with a ghost at this point, forced to re-heal with the Blaze Wall. Zan's moving forward with the shock darts. SFX through the smoke, a first kill, trying to capitalize with a second one with the last bullet. Gets the headshot onto Veer. So Ghost versus Ghosts across the board. 3 more alive here for TN as they're now moving inside the A main.
There's the shots coming down, but again, it all falls onto Sora, the Sova. And from inside Hell, able to at least find one. The damage has been dealt. And Jasper says, I'm not taking any chances here. He wanted the next kill, but he doesn't get it. Exalt will close out the round. Double-digit rounds on the board for KVL Mob. Theory Nation may have had a little bit of a gust of rounds in that first buy round in the first half, followed up by a few more. But since then, it's been 1. And it's been an endless string of rounds coming in for KVL Mob. Here, though, we'll see if, again, they're able to kick things off. This is where they got some traction in the first half. Maybe they can do it again.
So Zanz now has the Odin towards his B side, kind of doing what we saw in that previous matchup. We didn't really see on the first half from Teague, but we do have the operator from Sora. He does have the first point forward. He's down to 67 HP and no armor. A Lear to move forward for them to take control, and SFX still decides to challenge it. So he does get the kill into Sora, and we want to hit him step up, but he did unfortunately into this opener. And now the operator is down. Lear to come back out. Jasper is still pushing forward to try to take control of this B side while his teammate is adding suppressing fire with the Odin, sorry. And despite that, the firepower, the accelerated fire rate that comes out from Arena, he still doesn't get the kill, and he still doesn't get the win versus SFX, who chimes back with a wallbang headshot and a 5-on-3 advantage for the boys.
Jasper stepping up big right now. Here's the push, though, onto the A site. There's 2 that remain, and look at that! It quickly falls apart. Now, the recon dart might give them away. No, the pulse is not going to connect. Zanz was hoping for some intel as Zanz has gone to that standard Odin buy. SFX has to be careful, low on HP. There's a target around the corner trying to do some damage through the wall. It's the Odin in that position. The Odin thought about porting for a second, and if he had, would have been porting right out into Xander's vision. Now, Xander's gets spotted, but this gun shoots a lot more bullets than his.
Oh, no. And that recon dart, they know that they're both towards Hell, so they could close in. It's just going to be Jasper on the defuse. They have to push out, and it's going to be down the side to Odin. The Wick BM gets the kill, and unfortunately for Jasper, Wick BM gets the 4th kill into the round. And it's going to be moment of salvation for the attackers.
Ooh, Wick BM with a little bit of BM as well there towards the tail end. Making sure that crouch key works and just testing it a few times in a row. Jasper, we might want to check and see if Jasper's stream sniping. Not because I think he's using that to get information, but he must have heard me talking trash because all of a sudden he's starting to play well. He heard me talking trash and he's at 17-9. Great performance coming in from Jasper. I love to rustle his jimmies, but he loves seeing the older players come in and just clap cheeks, quite frankly. I mean, he is doing great right now. 17-9, top performer for his team. This round, though, it's going to be another save as, unfortunately, after winning the first 2, not able to find success in that first buy round. That kind of reduces them down to pistols. We'll see what they're able to do as, again, it's going to be the A side that seems to be the point of contention. And with that dark cover going down, they're able to get out on this side easily. Bustin thinks, I'll go through this smoke. They're not going to be prepared for this, and it almost worked. But who other than Jasper to draw first blood?
but
Spike
two of his
planted.
teammates fall. Paranoia is going to be Zan's. SFX gets the headshot onto Sora, moving forward with the Sheriff. It's a 3-on-3 situation, and pushing forward against Zan's. Almost gets the kill onto it, but no HP remaining for SFX, but at least full HP for Exalt, trying to move forward from the heaven side. Goes picked up. One spotted towards Hell. Teague is low on HP. Curveball towards the ground, and it's going to be the home run kill from Exalt. Now a 2 versus 1. That Spike is still ticking down. He's at 36 HP now. He's maybe 1 kill away from a running back, but not useful in this situation, and he's going to look to save his Vandal into the next. Damage has been done enough. 3 kills, and also saving a Vandal out of that. And looking at the attackers, they saved 1 Spectre and a Phantom.
A little bit of a bloody round. We'll see what the money looks like coming into the next one. Take a look at the scoreboard and the credits. So yeah, the cash, it's not fantastic
Spike planted.
for Theory Nation. You've got 2 players sub 1,000. You've got Veer on 500, Sora on 100 after going to the op. Jasper's going to go ahead and grab the op at SFX. 1,300 for Teague as well. But on the opposite side, you can see they're trying to figure out how they're going to stack up the buy, and they have to gun juggle just a bit to make sure that everyone can field an actual rifle. Again, you've got Zans on that Sova, gonna go ahead and send the Odin shots through the wall. A reactionary nade early on. This is just to give SFX space to move up aggressively, and Teague is right around the corner. If Teague peeks this one, SFX will punish.
And SFX has been good pushing towards his B main the past few times with only a Phantom. Imagine him with an Operator landing his shots as the Raze as well. Again, we questioned it, but the questions have been answered, and I believe in it now. The rest, still looking to rotate back all the way towards the A side and only having 1 jump spotting towards mid. And there you go. Teak decides to be antsy, peeks out, and SFX, the one that's patient, gets the frag and falls back into B main. So an early 5-on-4 situation as 3 players of the attackers are still looking to take this mid control, while you do have the Cypher just holding back towards Wine, trying to see if anybody else is going to push aggressively from the A side, but they don't need to.
Veer.
30
Inside
seconds
dark
left.
cover, pushing up in mid. It does look like it's going to be another A hit. They've been going to A time and time again. The camera taking out Nerve with a great paranoia. That allows him to cut this push in half as he took down the threat of the Jet. Now the Lear makes it a little bit more difficult, but with 13 seconds left, getting onto the site is going to be a bit
10
problematic.
seconds
Nice shot coming in from Exalt, and there's the follow-up from Zans with none other than the Odin. A little bit of tactical crouching towards the door to close out the round. 11-6. Great shot coming in from Exalt. But it kicked off with SFX getting aggressive and D-Main, again
10
picking
seconds
off
left.
one of the players early in the round, preventing them from being a part of the rest of the round. Teague was trying to play that one patient, but just wasn't patient enough.
So they're now 2 rounds away, making 1 step closer to seal the deal, actually, because they're going to play against an Eco, speaking about the KVL mob. So you do have a couple of armor for those that could buy. The rest are keeping maybe enough to get an Operator into the next round, and of course the Vandals. He did have a Recon Dart and just random sprays to come through, but it doesn't tag with anybody yet, because as he's spraying, we're trying to push forward from this catwalk side, but Wick, BM, and Veer are both waiting for the B main push as well. So 2 to fall early, and that's going to be the cue for them to push into the site, but they're still pushing into a site where an Odin's at. But at least it pays off in their favor, because you did have a Jet with the Phantom Eyes that gets a kill, and the Frenzy is good enough in that mid-range to make it a 4 versus 1. So I had a Caster's Curse at this point, thinking that it was going to be an easy round for KVL Mob, but they were just too aggressive out of that round, and they got punished for it.
Huston has to be careful here with the knives out from the Jet, and also the artillery that's been picked up. Veer chiming in with a shot from the op. That's a brutal round to lose. It takes it to 7 rounds for Theory Nation, and it's a thrifty round. So if we take a look at their credits now, they should be stacked through the roof with cash. Yeah, with a fully rounded out buy, only 1 player is even below 2,000. Now, on the opposite side, cash is a bit of an issue. So our KVL mob, we're looking poised to potentially close this one out. After winning the pistol in the follow-up, it's been a little bit bumpy and rocky, much more difficult for them on their defensive side.
Yeah, I think at this point now they're starting to learn the lesson that maybe they shouldn't push so much and so aggressively into these rounds. And now that they have these pistols and these submachine guns, maybe they're still going to try to gamble it one more time, and it works off well because Zans does get an opening kill with the Hunter's Fury while the rest of them are pushing towards Gelato. So they break open the Cypher traps and everything as well to fall back inside A, keeping the attackers guessing, but they're still holding better angles now because SFX just around the corner of B main with the shorty. The spike has been dropped there, and if it has been dropped there, I'm sure he should have heard it, which is why he's going to call for his teammates. Don't really over-rotate yet. Maybe towards the later half of the round, they might still make it back towards his mid side.
Moving back towards B main, you've got SFX around the corner, and all he's got is a shorty. No nades, no blast packs, no boombot. Nothing to fall back on other than this tiny little shotgun that can hopefully do some damage to the first target. No, the first shot
30
doesn't even
seconds
take
left.
him sub 75. Hooligan, great shots coming out onto the site. Nerve is still back in the boathouse. Good God. Hooligan is on one right now, feeling it for sure. But it still comes down to a 2-on-2, and oh, look at the timing, 2-on-1. Oh, Huston almost got past it. I thought for sure the timing was going to work out.
Same.
As the player B main was watching for the flank, I thought maybe we could see an isolated 1-on-1 on the site, and then the clock would have been a problem. We were down below 10 seconds at that point.
You just hope that from the positions that they had there for the KVL, sorry, I was going to call it the MBL mob, but the KVL mob actually were going to hit with the angles we had from the shorty and also from the sheriff. The crosshair was there, just they didn't click fast enough, and unfortunately couldn't get those 2 kills, or actually that single kill that would have maybe changed around because it was Hooligan that was able to win that 1-versus-1 fight twice moving into the B site. But this round, as I said, we needed Sora to step up a bit. He starts off early with an early kill into it seems as though towards his mid side, while a running back gave enough information that they know that there's a Cypher there, but the rest are pushing towards his A side. So Huston, inside A, only gets 1 kill out of it, but he's traded off as Hooligan is still lurking towards mid. He's about to come head-to-head versus Zans and wins that one, while the rest are still pushing inside that site. So you are waiting for Exultant here, with the Vandal on the top of Heaven, peeking out, and Sora gets a second kill with the Operator into this round, and this is going to be one step closer to making it 2 rounds until they are able to tie it up here for the attacker side of TN.
Zan's still trying to do some damage here, breaking the window and going towards Heaven. Shock dart coming out, recon dart from the other side. Has to watch out. Counter shock dart. It's a shock dart fight, recon dart battle. Nice shooting from Zans. There's one to his right and one inside pit. Zans doesn't really stand a chance at retaking at this point, so just going to hang around and try and take some out. That looked like a dink shot came through, but Teague is very high on HP for that. But still, everyone dies, so that's huge. That prevents the up from being brought in, which means they have to buy it. So an expensive round there. And when you're this close at 11-9, every dollar counts.
So making everybody die, but thankfully here that they're still on a situation where they're low on economy. For the defenders, we are looking for 4 rounds in a row here of TN. 4 TN, rather. But it's going to be a late smoke, a deep smoke, that doesn't allow to get any information being given away for the defenders here, or being given to their teammates. But Nerve still decides to push through his own through that smoke and get towards that left side position. Aldrone is going to spot him, and he's forced to shadow step back into safety at the market, where they currently have a 3-man stack, actually towards his mid-side market in B main. That's where the action seems to be headed towards the beginning of the round, but as you can see now, TN decides to fall back and group up towards this catwalk side because they still have a Cypher looking forward. So Hooligan has the camera, he's going to retrieve it, looking to clear out the tree side, but it's still passive plays from the defenders. Finally, SFX is going to be the one that's going to try to get aggressive. He does get the dink, tries to go aggressive, but then Wig BM is waiting there. So that's going to be the call for his teammates to rotate. There's one still lurking towards his mid side on the attackers, and that's going to be the Sova, but while the rest are pushing inside B.
Jasper had that 1.6 F nade
30
crack
seconds
angle
left.
Cage triggered.
where you can squeeze the largest of nades through a single pixel.
remaining.
Great work on the site from
Okay.
the Sova to prevent the spike from being planted. Exalt, though, in the 1v2 has to try to cross the stairs. We saw this before. Similar setup. One in B main holding to cross the stairs. One in sight going for the plant. All you got to do is get past the first one. You can isolate the 1v1. Doesn't end up happening. 11 to 10. The full buy comes in from both teams. An impressive bounce back from Theory Nation after losing the first half 8-4. They've turned things around here and actually managed to put up a pretty decent front from the attacking side. And it seems like potentially KVL Mob a little bit lackluster on the defense. Their initial plans worked. They played with that aggression. They got in their faces. But since then, they've had to fall back on their haunches because the opposition was ready for it. They knew that those aggressive plays were coming. You haven't seen those early off peaks in B main because they know that someone's going to be doing it. I feel like now is the time you do it. I feel like now is the time you do it. It's been a while. Now is that time to make that push. And you can see Jasper doing that. SFX actually getting into B main early in the round and trying to scoop up, I think, the ult orb in that area.
But Hooligan had a camera there as well. So
Yes.
now, because of that camera, that forces SFX to fall back, so they're still guessing to where the attack is coming from. That camera is actually going to spot Hooligan, though, just on the top of that smoke, and that should be enough to tell his teammates that we should stack towards his A site because the attack is coming. So there's that paranoia. Cyber Cages to come up to hold it back to start things off. A second Lear to come through, and it's going to be Huston holding towards that hell side. One kill to come through. Hooligan pushing forward, blinded by a curveball, and Exalt gets a kill. Shock darts coming across from T. And now it's a 3 versus 2. 1 minute advantage for the defender side. Zanz is just waiting for the right moment to backstab because he knows the spike is down. Leans back out, gets the kill, and there's only one more remaining. Made that 0 remaining as Zanz gets the last and final kill, making it 12 to 10. So they are at map point, but because off the back of that pistol that they had, what, 5 rounds ago that they won for the attackers of TL? Or TN, they should be good on a buy into this last round, with the exception of one player maybe being on a lower buy. So thanks to that, they still have a moment where they could actually win this round here, Bog, and maybe reset into a lower buy of their opponents into the 24th round.
Yet again, Jasper. Operator over in B main. There's that camera we've seen a couple times before. Boombot as well. We've seen this time and time again. Here's the Hunter's Fury being popped. Pulse is coming out from inside the B site. Zanz does not connect with a single pulse. The nade coming out from SFX gives him some false confidence, and there's the punish. We talked about it. We've seen this aggression before. Last round was like the time to make that play. This round, though, they've got the op holding. Yikes. A little scary there as Zanz watches a shot go through the wall. Around the corner, he's got multiple targets coming in. The recon dart giving away his position, and that's the round over. At this point, the remaining two should not even bother putting an effort towards the site. The rifles in hands are more valuable, and you can already see that call being made.
Spike planted.
Yeah, I mean, it's just become too obvious right now for the KVL mob.
Found you.
Quite a few rounds, we had Jasper pushing forward with the operator or with a rifle. He was winning those fights when they actually had maybe a Reyna holding towards the area or an Omen or whatnot. But this time, they're like, okay, into a gun round, we're probably going to see SFX trying to get an opening kill early into the round again. And let's just actually have the Opper posted at that position instead at the cabin. And it's going to be Sora that's able to get that kill. And that allows them to just easily take out the A side or the B side by splitting into the mid side market and also towards the B main. So both defenders got picked off. A good way to flush them was that they used their recon dart and then just pre-fired the shot when the Sova was actually pinged inside that market. But outside of that, I mean, you're one step closer. The last two players forced to save their weapons, which would be a moment of salvation here for the defenders because they technically didn't have that much money to work with. So being able to save these two weapons allows for bigger buys, full weaponry, and possibly full abilities as well for this team to actually make this 13 to 11. But again, they're being read so easily into this play. So they have to change the strategy now for KVL Mob.
Another close game. Part of me wonders if maybe you want to get that aggressive, you do it across the map. You do it on the A site instead. Maybe you have a little of a position switch. At this point, though, you are way too deep in the game to try and make that switch up. Can't be making changes like that at this vital of a point. 12-11. Going all the way to the final round to see if we're going to be making it into overtime or if we are going to be heading to a 13-11 conclusion in favor of KVL Mob. Yet again, Soars holding the line, waiting for the push to come through from SFX. This time, SFX realizes, hey, you know what? Not a good idea. So decides to hang back just a bit, holds the line. Meanwhile, in mid, it's Zanz spamming that wall up towards Catwalk, but not connecting. And the push is going to be coming over towards this B site. So there's going to be a lot of pressure on SFX here to make this first shot connect. And that's indeed what happens. Nice nade as well on the fallback. That actually cuts the push in half. So that isolates the two players at the front and allows time for a rotate over. Every second counts. Meanwhile, though, they pick off SFX with the Hunter's Fury, and they're starting to back off. So they might actually take this one the opposite direction. That means it's up to Xander to try and spot them on the cross, but the smoke comes through and makes that almost impossible. Huston's on site and has so much coming in that direction. Has to be careful. Zan's able to cut off at least the Reyna. No! Huston, though, at least finds a blind shot on the site. The door is shut, too. So Veer is cut off, and that should be the game going the way of KVL Mob. A bizarre final round to close things out with just 4 seconds left. There's nothing that Veer can do. Down to the wire it goes into the final seconds of the final round in regulation.
So unfortunate there. What a nice try by Tien to bring back into the last round of regulation to finally, unfortunately, get knocked down to the lower brackets. What I thought at this point, though, when they tried to execute into this B site block, I felt like they should have maybe tried to, I'm assuming Wick BM, or Nerve rather, yeah, Wick BM probably still had a paranoia for the team to maybe try to flash towards the B main so that Jasper, knowing that he's always pushing towards the entrance of the B, up to the orb, or at least looking at the front of the B entrance, probably should have been watching that with an operator. So you got to find a way to counter that. And I think from then on, like, as they lose the Omen early, you don't have any smokes to work with to try to take the site right after. Right, a nice play there for the rest of the KVL Mob. They didn't really do anything fancy. They just played a lot more passively and held their angles, and it paid off in their favor.
Well, for teams that are going to be facing off against Exalt later, may I recommend a pair of these. The flashbangs were on point. We're going to go ahead and throw things to a break here for the MSI MGA USA League, powered by Battlefy. When we come back, though, it'll be more of the upper bracket best of ones. Stay tuned. And welcome back, boys and girls, as we continue on with coverage of MGA USA League powered by Battlefy. My name is Bach. Joining me on the broadcast is Van Silly. We've watched 2 games thus far. We've got many more to get through today. And the next one is going to be TFF, which I'm not even going to try to say, versus Dirty Mike and the boys. So it's DMB versus TFF. A lot of abbreviations today.
Yeah, I see like Tatsuya's father figures, but at least one of the players in TFF is maybe a player that we know here, Bach, that also is one of those that's been around for quite a while. That is Jacobson from the 1.6 days, also of Winout fame in 1.6, and also of that Winout.net website, of course. Free plug, but I don't think that website exists anymore, so it doesn't really matter anymore, right?
Hold on.
But
Let's see. Let's check.
Yeah, I think it's just going to be a very interesting one for this matchup here. We don't know too much about these two teams overall as a group, but when it comes down to having them frag out, I think it's going to get very puggy going into this map once again, which is going to be Ascent. So it is going to be a best out of one. Not sure who won the coin flip. If you just tuned in for the MGA USA League, how it works basically is if you actually win the coin toss, you get to choose the side. If you lose the coin toss, you get to choose the server. And it's totally fine to have actually a tournament that's built this way, especially with a lot of BO1s and double elimination, is because right now with what we're doing with the MGA USA League is we're not trying to make it really look like a pro Ignition series or a Pulse series or a Pulse Invitational or whatnot, or even like a Nerd Street Gamers weekly or monthly. We have a lot of these big teams playing in that. We just wanted to make sure with MSI and with Battlefy that we're able to bring a lot of fun games, fun tournaments for the casual gamer to still make some good money, some decent money, because it's still $5,000 in this total prize pool for this event, or to win some peripherals, win some prizes from MSI, and also get some loyalty points where you could actually redeem for prizes or for anything such as Steam points or Steam wallets, and video cards from MSI, a laptop from MSI, and even an SSD card. So some cool stuff that you guys could check out if you guys want to Google up the area. But with that, though, we're hopping into this server on Ascent, and Bach, does the website still exist?
It does not. It's a big old rip. Quickly found out that Winout.net is dead. Now, Winout did have a CSGO team for a little while. They actually had a couple CSGO teams. They had a CSGO team in North America for a while, and then they signed one of the Brazilian teams, which they then ended up selling, I believe, to Luminosity. That became Luminosity's second Brazilian team, not the one that ended up going to SK, becoming MIBR. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure it is the same Jacobson. I've actually spoken to him, played against him a couple times, seen him in other events. It's the good old Doug Jacobson from back in the day.
Mr. Doug.
Now, what's interesting is we have Jacobson playing here, and we had Paulie earlier. Paulie played with that old Winout roster in CSGO for a little while, so.
True.
If I'm not mistaken, I think he was on it for a short period of time. Then he played with teams like Tectonic and a couple of the other rosters at the premier level pre-MDL. And then other members of that roster who have made it big in Valorant, by the way, none other than TSM's Drone. He played with that team a couple seasons in a row. AGM, who's playing for Complexity. Foe, who's playing for Built by Gamers. A lot of names passed through that. Grego was even on that team for a little while, who's played with Lex and Morgos and Ninja and that whole team 100B lifted.
Well, as we're moving out from the chapter of name dropping here of Box Encyclopedia, we're turning into this game as we have this fist around here of DMB here on the attack, on the defense, and TTF on the attack. And let's see what can get things done here. Tatsuya moving forward here with his teammates as they're looking for a push towards this catwalk side, but it's going to be Deimos getting the first kill on the attacker. It's a crossfire setup that started things off here towards that tree, but unfortunately, Hybrid Julian couldn't get any of that push to stop. So Jacobson to move in for the third kill into the A site. Only Bumpa's there to get the first headshot onto Eva, but the spike's going to go down on a 4 versus 2. It's going to be a hard one to retake.
Bumpa coming in now down the stairs in towards tree room. There's a target to the left and to the right. And they don't check the 50-50, and there's the peek as well from Catwalk. Well played from TFF in the pistol round to pick up the win here on the attacking side. Thus far, though, we haven't seen too much sustained success for the teams that have won the pistol rounds. We've seen teams pick up the dub in pistol. They follow it up with the second round win, usually coming in with just ghosts and armor. It's that third round that's proving to be a bit problematic for a lot of the teams that are winning pistol. And then they're also on an eco, so then they're going down again, low on cash. Or maybe they have enough to force final rounds of save, and then they buy up and usually pick up where they left off in that second round with the win again. But they've definitely had their problems coming out of pistol round wins. We'll see if that's going to be the case here for TFF.
Well, you do hear some ghosts being shot early into this round as Hybrid Julian's trying to push forward slowly towards this A main as well. So they're trying to get this information out, and it's pretty much clear, at least in their eyes, that the action should be happening towards B. Great timing for the defenders, but a trapwire is going to give their position away very soon. Unless they could jump over it. No, they can't. So that is going to force the Phoenix to fall back. Maybe the Jet's going to be on his own to push forward, while the rest are still lurking towards his mid side. But as you focus too much towards trying to set this crossfire or preventing any pushes from Gelato, you're leaving that catwalk open a lot. So now they finally break the trapwire, give their positions away, and now they're trying to lurk back and pinch towards mid with the Cypher just on the other side of that archway.
Camera taken down. Aldrone to peer out the backside of this play. They are spending a lot to make sure they're not being
30
flanked.
seconds left.
Double shock dart. Cam gets taken out. Aldrone as well. Pretty much everything they have as utility just to secure the backside of the play. Instead, they're going to be pushing through here. What's interesting is the Cypher has already moved all the way up catwalk, so they're going to know that there's no one going to be sitting in spawn. They can focus their efforts towards
10
site.
seconds left.
There's one sitting in the site. It's Bumpa. Now the remaining two coming through from B main after pushing all the way through that A site. Dink shots coming out. Took quite a few of them with the classic from that distance. Uh-oh. This is that feel you have when you come in with just the classics. You're facing off against some SMGs here, but you're able to do some serious damage.
Sorry, Buck. You just really brought back my childhood memories from that. Uh-oh. I don't know why. It's just like,
Spaghettios?
yeah,
One
pure
player
reflex.
remaining.
But Daimos getting another kill finally. As yes, it started off with 2 good kills from the defenders on that retake towards B main. The rest of them held their grounds, and they have 2 unanswered rounds now for the attackers
10
of
seconds
Jacobson
left.
and company of Tsuyas TF. Oh, like that.
You know, I
One
used
player
to do this
remaining.
thing when I was a kid, when I would eat SpaghettiOs. I used to eat them with Pringles.
Oh, that sounds so good.
What we would do is just regular Pringles. We would scoop the SpaghettiOs with the Pringle like a spoon.
Yeah.
And we'd eat them. And my wife thinks I'm insane.
You know what makes it crazier, and I think the reason why I'm so fat, is because I always wanted SpaghettiOs and like Chef Boyardee's and stuff like that too, but my parents never wanted to buy it for me. But I kept seeing it during the commercials and cartoons, right? But we'll talk about that in a bit. We got some action. The orbs picked up. They're able to fall back as well towards the A side. While they did lose a player pushing aggressively towards this B main to try to get some information. Shock darts to come through. Yes, that's going to push the attackers back just for a bit, but that is enough for the attackers to regain control of this B side. But while right now, the action slows down for a bit with this 3-man stack towards this catwalk side, I get to say now, because I never got to eat all those Chef Boyardee's and SpaghettiOs as a kid, now that I'm adult and I have that money, I spent it all on Chef Boyardee's and I just stuffed myself with that non-good food for you.
I never really liked like the Chef Boyardee raviolis, but I was.
But see, if
definitely-
you're allowed to eat it, then you would know as a kid, right? But now that you're older, it's
Yeah.
like, oh, I get to buy all of them. When you're at the grocery store, it's like 6 for
Yeah.
$8. I'm just going to buy it all in one shot. Now I have to eat it.
But man,
30 seconds
SpaghettiOs.
left.
Now I want some SpaghettiOs. Here comes the push potentially towards the B site. The Phoenix not able to connect. I'm going to call it Dopai. Bumpa spamming through the smoke towards lane.
Spike
They haven't
planted.
actually gotten the spike down. They just now get it down on pay dirt. But it's looking like a promising potential third round win here as it's a 5v3. And they're trying to make their way in. Quanti's shooting at ankles through the wall without realizing it. There's one right around the corner. The Cypher just has to make a move at that point. Jacobson well flushed out by Kwanzi and company as they continue to try to make their push onto the site. Deimos is waiting around the corner.
Player remaining.
Deimos is going to get one more. It's all up to Bumpa. Nice shot coming out as soon as the rifle, the Vandal, was ready to fire. The bullet connects with the dome, but now it's time to get away and try and save the gun.
Yeah, he's under attack too. They know exactly where he's at. He does get the first one, 8 HP remaining. He should fall down by now. No, he doesn't. He's able to save the weapon somehow because technically he was in a reload, but he was still able to reload on time and get the kill. So at least a good way for him to save the weapon into the next round, and also causing 4 players of the attacker's side to rebuy. So there is going to be maybe a lower buy for some of the players, which is going to be Tetsuya here. I think he dropped his rifle for another player, while the one staying alive with the Spectre dropped him the Spectre itself. But I know we're kidding around here at this point, talking about SpaghettiOs and everything, Buck. And the reason why we were is because we had that time. The last 2 rounds right now for the attackers have been played very slowly, right?
Yeah.
For TTF, that second round, the execution came in at 10 seconds remaining into this round. This time here, they still played it super slow, and now in this round, they're playing super passively towards the back of Gelato because they're expecting aggressive pushes every single round right now from the defenders, and it pays off. Another kill towards that B main, couple of guys pushing towards A main, and the guys that push towards A main decide to fall back and regroup and reposition themselves towards that mid side.
Again, early on it was slow play, but they're actually moving a little bit quicker to get into this B site. The Jet has dashed out past them, but so has the Jet on the opposite side.
Oh, man.
Suya able to take down 2, and quickly the round looks like it's falling apart.
Planted.
Potential makings of a fast game as, again, TFF get onto the site with almost no losses. DMB, not to be confused with DNB, as in drum and bass,
I was going to say.
struggling right now and looking at a 4-0 scoreline.
But again, they didn't have that much utility or money to work with. Yes, you do have the Paranoia that's being purchased, but Hybrid Julian is not going to waste that. Nice shot, though, at least onto Tetsuya. But they're just looking for exits, trying to damage as much as they can, save the money and the abilities into the next round. But only 1 kill amasses from Julia at this point. So that spike's going to go off, and it's going to be 4-0, while that Vandal is going to stay here with Bumpa for 2 rounds now. This time here, I think the aggressive pushes is not going to look into their... I don't think they're going to push as aggressively anymore, Bach, because of the last few times that they did it, they got punished early into the round on that B main. Now they have an AWP in their hands as well. They have TMS. TMS is actually setting up here for an A main pick. I could take it. You're going to have a curveball being thrown by Dopai most likely, and then TMS is going to push forward with the operator. If he gets a kill, dashes away. But the thing that he doesn't know is that there's also an operator from the attacker side just waiting on the other side.
I'm being told by the players as well that it's not TMS, but it's actually TM.
Okay.
So you have to say it like that. I'm just kidding.
Oh, I thought it was going to be like a snake. I believe you, man. I always believe chat. I want to make chat happy, you know? Tips with a kill onto Jacobson.
It sounds like,
it's like a bad joke.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. The end of a drum roll.
Oh, man. But at least there, it's going to be the defenders taking an advantage, right? So a 1-minute advantage now for the defenders of Dopai and company. With a high-low stack, actually a 3-man stack towards this tree. So they're really playing super passively here towards the A side. I get it, because it's actually the Jet playing towards the tree to look towards that area. But the thing is, as soon as you have an Omen Dark cover, there we go. Omen Dark cover towards that door, well, the A side's now open.
The Phoenix still holding the line. There's only one target around the corner at this point. It's the Reyna. The Reyna's playing this one super slow. Damage around the corner and potentially damage incoming to the defenders if they try to push into this territory. They're still so pensive about trying to get into this position. Here comes the push and the play. It's going to be off the back of the ult to run it back. Does get stopped, but only for a moment. As the shots come out, it's going to fall onto Evo, and just like that, we see the first round go on the board for DMB as TFF, despite their early efforts getting onto the site, not able to stop that. So the slow, methodical push coming in all at once from DMB pays off in dividends.
You're dead.
Oh, definitely. And now at that point too, I think they wanted to really play that retake on the defender side as well. As I was calling it out, yeah, you have an operator here from TMS looking back towards the A main. DMB is like, okay, well, if you get smoked out, it's not going to work out. But the retake definitely did come into their favor. They waited for the dark cover to actually just dissipate, and they retook it quite well. I mean, you were kind of out of position for the attackers on the post-plant situation. And because of that, you're able to salvage another operator for the defenders. So you're going with a double op setup with not much of an investment into this round. So they have that economy being built up quite well onto their side here for the defense. Well, on the attack, it's going to be very slow and methodical again for TTF, where they're looking for this mid control to start things off.
Suya starting to work in past that dark cover. Had the jump on the Omen for a brief moment. Couldn't quite connect. The hot hands coming down to delay the push into that area. There's the deep cam coming up from the Cypher. That'll guarantee them more control in mid. And it looks like they want to try to flex towards this B site. They're going to use the Owl drone again in mid to continue to keep them at bay. There's the ult being popped. Sup, they find the Sova back site, so they know there's one more here. That's the only target they have to deal with. They're going to start making their way out. The tripwire gives away the position, the pulse from the recon dart as well. Bumba is trying to buy time while his teammates try to work their way back in, but they're not getting in so easily. Evo cuts off the push. Oh, the timing!
Oh!
It's Bumpa now, backside, Paranoia straight to the skull, so not going to be able to see much. That wide flash makes it so easy for the defense, or now the attack turn defense as the spike has been planted. Bumpa, 1v2, looking for shots through the box, not connecting. Recon dart, Cam is down, position's given away of everyone at this point. What is going on? They're playing this one so patiently, waiting for him to get into position. There you go.
I'm just still surprised. Yeah, but I'm still surprised that they were able to still spot both of them, actually, with the recon dart. So you're trying to find a reaction time to shoot it down, but it wasn't fast enough here for the boys here, of Jacobson and company of TTF. But thankfully, at that point, a 2 versus 1, like you said, they're as passively on the attack on a pre-planned situation as they are on a post-plant. Why? They just trust each other with the angles that they cover. As you saw the Omen of Deimos towards that post plant, he literally just looked into one single angle. Why? Because Tetsuya's on the sidewalk that's watching his back. So they trust each other on that. They're not going for the face-to-face crossfire setup. They're just going for the separate 1 versus 1s. That paid off in that situation because their opponent was stuck towards the back of the site. So 5-1 right now for the attackers of TTF. They are pushing up towards his mid once again. Al Drone is going to spot the Cypher to fall back, but this might be the advantage here for the Omen to swing back out. There's that Paranoia, so Dopai is forced to fall back towards his pizza. He does have a bit of backup here, but it's from the spawn side, so he's really stuck now, actually, as the dark cover comes up. Bumpa trying to push them back here with the shock arrows, and they're not going to bite that bullet. They're still falling back onto that one, and finally, Dopai uses the Blaze Wall to fall away, and still, we have a stalemate of a 5 versus 5 with 45 seconds left into the round.
So slow. So far the play is so methodical. It's actually wild to watch. Now the push starts to come through. It's the collapse on the site. The Cypher has to turn back around. There's a Cypher currently in heaven, but it's the Omen who's in hell. And despite that Grim Reaper presence, not able to find much more. Great damage being dealt to some of these targets. Oh no!
Oh no!
The tripwire and the spike being down. Some help is needed. Assistance required.
Oh my god.
What is happening? It's a 3v1, but they didn't have the spike on site. They've lost the round now, potentially, as the Jet is just booking it to get away. What?
Spike planted.
Okay, well, thankfully he's high HP, right? So he's going to win this. There you go. But still, he gave the advantage for Deimos to get the plant and add 300 credits for the team. But that's a huge double TF in caps lock with a question mark and exclamation point on my forehead here, Buck. Because it was a 3 versus 1. The Reyna first was spotted by a trapwire and the door being busted. And somehow TMS, just like he had the op I think about 1 or 2 rounds ago, didn't react fast enough to try to get a kill with all of his shots, but then somehow Hybrid Julian is not able to, Deimos is not able to swing back out to get the kill. And then that allows TMS to get 2 kills on a 1 versus 1, allows his opponent to pick up the spike and get a plant, thinking that his opponent didn't have time to run to pick up the spike and get a plant, and somehow he lets that go. I don't know. It's a question mark. I don't think I could recommend of how you could play this round better. I think just by watching that VOD, you kind of realize your own mistakes on both ends for both teams, and you learn from that one, I guess.
I don't love the way that Deimos played that in the 1v1. You know, you're low on HP, you've got the spike down. To hold that angle,
Yeah.
That to me is
Yeah.
a little bit iffy, but I think part of that is just confidence right now, because Deimos is currently sitting at the top of the scoreboard for TFF. So it's kind of just like, I'm feeling it. Let me do my thing.
Yeah.
I would have loved to see Deimos go back towards short and play off that. There's the push through as they use that tailwind to get into sight, but Kwanzi stomps down the push while the Jet may have made it onto the site with the knives. It's now down to just that Jet. It's Suya. The team may be named after Suya, but it was Kwanzi who did the bulk of the damage. Ooh, I love the thought. I love the thought process there to go for that peek. Now, despite the fact that they get spotted by the tripwire, they back off, and they're going to be heading towards spawn. So it's a complete and utter 180, which is interesting. It's knives versus knives, though. Who will click first? It's the battle of the reaction time. An angle or an arm was seen, and now the shots come out, so they know that there's 2 targets coming in from this territory. There's the first for Suya. Will they find the follow-up? No! It comes down to the rifle, and it's rifle versus pistol. Dash to get away, and now it's the 1v1 with the clock ticking down lower and lower. Suya just needs to find a few bullets into the belly of the other's Jet, but not prepared for the push to come around from the other side, and there's TMS. Unfortunate for Suya, not able to find that final kill to come up with the ace clutch. And there's going to be about a second left as the defuse will come through. 0.79 on the clock.
Jesus, that was so close.
How mad are you right now if you're Suya?
You know what? You are kind of pissed off, but it's more like it became one of those situations where when you actually get a spike down, or you're trying to run away, or you're in the shadows but you have a knife out, when something gets canceled, planner or whatnot, and you're pulling out your knife, so your knife is out, your opponent has his pistol out, he's whiffing his shots, you have the opportunity to pull out the Vandal and try to get a kill, you wallbang him down to 23 HP, and unfortunately you don't win the fight as you got a better positioning after, you got outplayed by a Cloudburst in the end. That is demoralizing at that point, but you got to give him credit for that valiant attempt.
Oh, thought we were going to get it. I really thought we were going to get the ace there.
I felt it.
You know what? You look back at that round, though, and you look back at that plan. Initially, tapping the spike, trying to bait out player positions. It's one of those, we know more than the player knows because of radar and X-ray and all those things. If they had stuck the plant, that's a round win.
Yep.
Because they had already committed to that full rotate around. They were already back in mid. So at that point, you've bought yourself a solid 3 seconds. Easy. So, again, one of those things where it's just, we know what the player doesn't. It's unfortunate that it doesn't work out for them there. We'll see what they're able to do here, as you can see the defense getting aggro. So pushing the issue forward and finding success. Great damage dealt by Jacobson, but unfortunately it's on the Phoenix. So the Phoenix is going to go ahead and self-heal back up. Not sure how much they're going to get out of that. Probably about 80 HP if they use both heals.
So they are creeping through. Bumpa is trying to get a better angle, but a trap wire is going to give one position away, allowing Bumpa to get a wall bang from the back of the site. So his position is given away. TMS is running through to try to support his teammate, but he's running and making so much noise, he gets shot through the smoke. And now there's only 10 seconds left. They're trying to move into the site right now. It's going to be chaotic into the site. The planet is about to come down. It's a trade-off right now. The plant is going to happen. It's going to be Evo on a 2 versus 1. Only has a Spectre and 11 bullets, so he has to come up quick with this kill, but he will not. As Bumpa, yes, given his position away towards the back of the site, still manages to stay alive and get those 2 kills, and allowing Dopeye to get the defuse as well, which maybe, yes, at this point, will give him a run it back too. So that's going to be 2 ultimates carried into the next round, and finally, when we thought that the slow and methodical plays of Jacobson and company here of TTF was working in their favor. Now it's just a play of let's wait for them, and it pays off here for the defenders.
That was kind of interesting the way that all happens.
Yep.
It's the Omen ult coming through that really helps seal the deal. So Omen is able to ult into the back of site, free of charge, and help support from Boathouse. So despite the strong play early on from TFF, DMB has managed to bring things back to this point. There's the ult being popped by Dopai, so the ult to run it back right into their faces. Not really producing the success, but at least giving away some intel, some pulses coming out from the Hunter's Fury. There's trades going back and forth in both directions, but it favors the attacking side of TFF. They'll be down the Omen, which is actually huge. That's been their top performer throughout the game thus far. Jacobson has managed to sneak up catwalk. Surprise! All the way up through the tree room already, and the site has been lost.
Yeah, as they're moving in right now on
Spike
this
planted.
4 versus 2 on a spike plan towards the A side. The last two guys for Hybrid Julian and for Cypher have no choice at this point but to save their weapons. And I like what Kwanzi's doing. He's like, okay, let me fall back, pick up a trap wire, maybe save my money into the next round, but instead throws a cyber cage. So he still lost a bit of money at that point. But that's going to be enough for them to fall back and try to save their weapons into the next. But a nice execution, very aggressive towards the A side. Punishment, again, from... I was saying that they were catching up quite well to not push as aggressively towards the entrance of any of the sites, but this time they decide to maybe come back with a surprise attack, but it didn't pay off in their favor here for the defenders, and that's how here TTF was able to move into the site quite easily, because a person playing towards the back of the generator, the best you could do is maybe 1 kill out of that, and Eva still dies, okay. But the best you could do is get 1 kill maybe when you have a swarm of players pushing at the same time, playing for a trade into the site. So just a great round executed here by the attackers.
It's a close game thus far, but there's still potential for a pull away here at the tail end from TFF. So there's that opportunity to close out with 2 quick rounds, make it 8-4, double up over their opponents. You can see Dymo's 13-6, Jacobson 10-6 just behind. The money on the opposite side is not great, so they're going to buy down to as low as they can to guarantee a buy in the next round. There will be a little bit of firepower brought in. Suya trying to spam through that smoke in mid. They got to be careful. If they time this wrong, it could result in success for the opposition. And look at that, a back and forth volley. That brings us to a 3-on-3. We've seen this time and time again from them. They've gotten aggressive in the past. And you can see the heal coming out as well from the Reyna to at least guarantee a little bit more survivability. It's still been reduced down to 2, though. It's Dopai and the Soba Bumba. Bumba's on a classic. So, not exactly the ideal hardware. Dopai around the corner from the current push. Over behind the door! Spam shots do work out. Brings it down to a 2-on-2. The spike's been dropped. But just as easily as it goes down, it gets picked back up again. Like the Chumbawamba song says. Spike planted, 2-on-2 retake time.
I don't think many people remember that
No,
reference. I actually hated that song.
I think everyone did. I think
Yeah.
that's the irony of songs like that, is no one really liked them.
It just consistently plays, but a Paranoia is going to come out. Oh, unfortunate there. The hot hands wanted to go towards the back of the hell, but it didn't go deep enough. Went towards the middle of the default boxes, which allowed the last 2 players remaining here, Damage and his teammate as the Omen. Daimos getting that crossfire and an aggressive push to capitalize on the last 2 kills. So 1 round away to end the first half. It is still going to be Daimos at 14-6 and 0 assists. Well, you have Jacobson at 11-7-2 being the fraggers here of the team. I mean, they're really leveraging like lurk plays to actually get the opening kills more than maybe Damage moving in with the leer and getting kills as a duelist.
You know, I gotta say this about that Chumbawamba song. I actually encountered it more recently, so
Really?
I took a clip of one of my coworkers. I won't say who. He may have been at our facility, and he may have been holding a couple of milkshakes. And while attempting to jump up onto the stage, he may just have jumped a little too short and slipped and spilled milkshakes all over himself and the stage. And it was caught on camera. So
Oh my
I
God.
naturally took the clip of that and synced it to Chumbawamba as I get knocked down, but I get up again. And then rewound the clip and played it back over and over and over again. So that one is a fun one for me to look back on. That was like a month ago that I made that, so that song's fresh in my memory. Unfortunately, fresher than I'd like it to be. Unfortunately, what's also fresh in the memory right now is the memory of that last round loss coming in for the defensive side. They're currently sitting at 4 rounds, 7 for their opponent. TFF looking strong on the attack after a bit of a flurry of rounds came in from DMB. Dopai does get paranoid in this position, throws down the hot hands, used the curveball as well, but TMS is pushed out of position, sitting on 30 HP, has to be careful, can't really re-peek, needs his team to do more. Look at the way this round is shaping up. There are so many bodies stacked up in this area, and we've seen a play like this in the past before. I think it was early on in the first half when we had Jacobson still playing on Catwalk. This time a bulk of the bodies are actually going to be moving towards Catwalk, and it doesn't work out so well for Dopai. Kwanzi has to come in with the trade. There's the Omen there, and the dismiss comes in just in time to save the Reyna's life. It's all up to Bumpa coming in from heaven, and the knives slicing them into Julian pieces. It will be an 8-4 half when the dust settles.
Switching sides.
So that is going to be unfortunate there when they had a retake play for Bumpa, Kwanzi, TMS, Dopai, and Hybrid Julian. It didn't pay off in their favor this time there. I mean, it was a better take, a better hold from Jacobson and company as they overtook that A side. The dark cover was perfect actually to allow the teammates of TTF to get into the site without having TMS pick him off with the operator too. And just off a post-plant situation, nothing really you could do. The Catwalk wasn't really held on their side either. So just some individual battles that's been lost onto their side here for what now was the defender side of DMB. They're now moving into the pistol, at least on the attacker side, and they want that moment of salvation, right? They have the Phoenix to work with. They have a Jet to work with as well. So they have some heavy firing to move very aggressively to try to take down some sites. And it starts off that way exactly, because you have the Jet right behind the Phoenix and even an Omen as a third flasher, or a second flasher if you really want to move into a site.
Tripwire taken down in mid. They're going to be moving in, but the door's in their way, so they have to blast it open. There's a Cyber Cage down, a Sova towards spawn. Jacobson has to be careful playing towards lane. Now jumping down into the muck, taken down quickly by Dopai. The spam shots through. They're connecting and doing great damage, but not enough. Now, Dopai does not have a hot hands or a flame wall in this round to utilize to go for that self-heal, but it is a 5-on-4 post-plant. And we'll see how methodical TFF can be in the retake. We saw just how methodical they were when it came to their approach. There's going to be one in B main back behind that dark cover. I love the play from Dimos. Oh, the shot's off the mark. Kwanzi was holding and waiting for it. They're trying to get bodies out there, but it's just not working out well at all. The B site was lost, and it proved to be too difficult for them to get back in. The updraft produces no success for Suya, and it will be a 5th round on the board for DMB.
Yeah, just a great way for them to enter the site for DMB, actually. As they had those 3 players creep up right towards that market side, that was Dopai, Hybrid Julian, and also TMS. They actually made it towards the market side where they actually threw hot hands towards the entrance of the defender spawn, which allows them to push into the site and leave Jacobson on his own. So he was being pinched from the sidewalk and from the staircase, and it was just an easy plan for them to take after. You close the door, it's strong on pistol rounds, it gives away a lot of positions for the rotation for the defenders, just allows them to get such an easy round. But this round here, Hybrid Julian winning just around the dark cover as they're pushing aggressively through this smoke, as 5 players are pushing through this mid side. But that's going to be already 2 down, looking for a third. A Paranoid to be thrown, close range is going to be evil, but cannot get the burst classics into the kills. And just like that, they're falling one by one, dropping like flies. Jacobson looking for the angled shot, using Dimos as a bait, so they try to chase after him and can move forward for a kill. But he hears in the shadows, he hears the orb, he breaks the trap wire, and that's it. So a valiant attempt, but to get no kills out of that, only health damage, and it's going to be the round coming in for the attackers.
Spike planted.
Unfortunate that the only thing they get out of that is just a little bit of damage dealt, and it's all falling apart. The damage that was dealt early in the round is just a distant memory at this point, as it's fallen onto Jacobson with a classic in B main. The darts in his belly at this point. There's shots coming in. Well, I mean, I guess there's that. A follow-up at the end of the round from Jacobson with the classic at least means a little bit of money's taken out of play, a small amount, but every penny counts. And you're going to see the money coming in the next round. You're going to see the full buy come out from TFF, but DMB is going to be on the Bulldog, SMG, Bulldog. Maybe TMS decides to buy something here, but it seems like TMS is taking the time thinking about that off presence that they want to have potentially in the round that follows.
Yeah. Even as we got towards the end, I haven't even seen him go for any type of purchase for TMS, so questionable at that point. We'll have to see once we get back into his point of view. But for Make That 5 players are looking for this mid control once again, where it's contested by 2 players, Make That 3, close to the market side and back spawn, but a very passive play on the catwalk. They hear the owl drone, which forces now the Reyna to fall back towards the tree, and it's still going to be TMS. Yeah, so he's not buying. He's going to be the first one to try to get the information away, but that allows here the dismiss to come through from damage after the kill. But they break that window. He spots a second one, and there you go. Finally gets paid off, but Evo is on the crossfire still. A 3 versus 3 inside the site. Spike is now down, and it's a tit for tat with a 2 versus 2. We are going to get the Spike down at least. And what can we do on a retake now for TTF?
Shock dart banked up into heaven. Follow up as well. That does damage to Suya, who's trying to move in quick and catch them off guard. They're both in hell currently. Daimos in position. 1v2. No damage dealt on that initial duel. Has to be careful. Lines up the first and the second. Somehow a misplay coming in from Bumpa and Kwanzi. Daimos just manages to make it work for the side of TFF. You really would love to see that go a different direction because it was well played up until that point. But just not communicating well with how things needed to go. A nice little save from the top fragger for TFF. As again, he bails them out of a sticky situation.
One player remaining.
So I guess they wanted to utilize that third round as really a bonus round for the attackers of DMB. And into this round here, as you were saying here, Bach, they were trying to debate as to if TMS should get an operator or not. But he decides to go for a Phantom instead, so an all-out rifle round for the attackers. And they're looking for something aggressive earlier on towards his B entrance and also towards A. So it's a buddy system now with Dopai. Moving forward to pick up the orb, does have to run it back. This should be good enough as well to maybe sell a fake if they want, right? Because the Spike is all the way down towards this this A side. They could have probably contested towards A, pick up the orb there, and then work towards the A side too. But no, it's not going to be yeah, it's not going to be a fake now. You can see that the Spike is making his way slowly back towards this B main. And this execution is going to happen fairly soon with a split towards this mid-side market to B entrance. And let's see if the defenders could hold it off as Daimos is holding up the angle from the catwalk where he should get blinded from a curveball.
Holding currently. Dark cover going down. Well timed. There's the ult being popped. Paranoia comes through, but it's actually a little bit off the mark. That allows the Phoenix to dive in. Somehow the Omen is still alive. They got to be careful, though. That smoke from the Jet doesn't really give them the cover they need. So they have to fight their way back towards the stairs. And it's actually a weapon upgrade for Suya. They've lost site control. So for the time being, there will be a spike plant coming through. It'll be an interesting fight through that wall.
Crazy.
As bullets pour through it like Swiss cheese. Dopai able to pick off one. Jacobson goes down. The fight's continuing on here. Kwanzi's found 2. Damage and Daimos pick up 2 of their own. They bring us down to a 2-on-2. There's one right on top of the boxes, waiting around the corner, spam into it. All but too familiar spot would result in their demise. They just have to peek this right. Coming around the corner, free kill onto Bumpa. The last one's in Boathouse. Daimos has found 4 on the retake. Double digits on the board for TFF.
What a retake there from Daimos at that point. It was chaotic. How actually, Daimos, I was saying, he should have been blinded at that point on that sidewalk here, Bach. He survives a Phoenix that drops down while he was blinded, and he's the one that picks up 4 kills for his team to actually win that round. That was intense. That was crazy. And that was all due to the fact that they kind of left that B site open after they were initially pushed by that B main. They won that fight on that staircase, so they loop back on a ring around a Rosie, waiting for the teammates to move together as a team on that retake. But it was definitely an expensive round for them to win because Tsuya only has a stinger to work with. While on the other end of the spectrum for the attackers, I saw 2 small armors with submachine guns for one of the players as well. So it could have been a round that could have gone towards anybody, but it is also thanks to just Daimos going on fire on that retake.
It's quiet to kick things off here. 1:15 on the clock. Looks like we'll be seeing play towards the A site. The Owl drone, the first one in. This round of the utmost importance for DMB. Failure to find success here would not produce results you'd want. You'd be down to an eco. There's the ult coming in, the Hunter's Fury, followed up after the Leer that opened up a little bit of an avenue as it flushed out the players from Heaven from being able to peek. Damage being sent through the floor, or ceiling, if you will, depending on which perspective you're in, by the Jet. You've got ourselves at a 5-on-4. The Empress has been popped by the Reyna. Reyna goes down first. Quickly, they flat out from Heaven. Back and forth, the kills go. Tsuya has actually managed to pick one up with the Stinger, looking for a follow-up peek, but it's all up to Daimos. TMS somehow staying alive as the Jet. The round works out for them. They do spend a little bit there by way of the ult to get into the site. But it's a 7th round on the board, and again, we mentioned it, the bunny was a big problem for both teams. That's what we call a swing round, as neither team would have really been in a position to buy, and that swing would have heavily benefited TFF.
And you can see the play style that they have here, Bach, for the attackers this time for DMB. Totally different from what we saw from TFF. These guys are definitely pushing forward and really not slowing down their pace, right? They're pushing very fast towards A main control. If it's going to be mid, it's going to be a fast mid control. And this time for the defenders, though, they're doing the same thing as they did the last round on an eco. But this time it pays off. It starts off with an opening kill onto the Omen towards that back mid. You do have the Phantom Knives coming through, but unfortunately 3 of them die simultaneously towards this mid and catwalk side. The right click didn't pay off, and a round comes in now for the attackers.
That's one of those times when you really need to use that left click. The distance there is just a little too much. You really want to make those knives count, especially even just a tag shot, giving your team the ability to get into a position and just kind of like, it's kind of like the difference between trying to be a hornet and trying to be a gnat. By yourself, a gnat, not all that big of a threat, but when there's lots of them, it's enough to annoy the hell out of you, and you won't want to be anywhere near that. So had they been able to swarm up a bit more using those individual knives to just kind of chip away at the HP a bit while he waited for his team to get into position, maybe it would have spun things back around in their favor. Obviously, that's not the case. Regardless, the buy does come in, and again, you're going to see the Jet playing over towards the A site with the Operator in Heaven. A couple of bodies in B main, very far up. You can see the Phoenix is really far up, and Phoenix does have the ult, so there is the ability to pop that, run it back with the Cypher just behind with the Neural Theft. You've got the Jet as well with the knives ready to go, and the Omen port. 4 ults available, 3 on the defense, the Neural Theft, Hunter's Fury, and of course you've also got the Omen TP on their side as well. And it looks like they're pretty dedicated to this B site. They're going to continue to push the issue there.
Yeah, they could definitely get super aggressive out of this, right? The knives plus the run it back. The run it back almost paid off the last time they got into the site, but they couldn't get that kill. So let's see if the second or third time's a charm. Big curveball that's going to blind Jacobson. He's also gets tagged at the same time. So there's 1 and 2 kills, and it's working off. Evo trying to retaliate with a Hunter's Fury, but does not tag anybody yet. And you do have Tsuya winning, but a Cyber Cage prevents him from seeing back into the site. They're now going to get spotted from that Neural Theft, and that should be the call for the players to fall back on a 5 versus 3 to maybe save their weapons into that next round, unless they can get early kills, but they can't because they continue to have Cloud Bursts being thrown. And that is going to be that sealing deal. So a 9-10, only needing 1 more round to tie things up here for the attackers of DMB. And they're playing this quite well, Buck. The aggression definitely pays off in their favor.
As soon as they lost that site, the round was over.
Yeah,
the Neural Theft kind of makes it even more difficult, but prior to that even being popped, it was done. You know, I was already looking at this like this is a guaranteed save. These weapons are just far too valuable. So despite the fact that we had another one-sided first half, an 8-4 half, we still see ourselves in a position where we have a close game. This has been back-to-back games now on this map where we've seen these close games getting closer and closer towards the tail end when you see that comeback. The first game was 13-10, second game was 13-11. This game looking like it's going to follow in similar fashion, potentially even the first one to take us into overtime. We'll see. They're starting to make their way towards B main with that flash they lead in. It's just a bait flash, and it works out nicely. It baits out a Lear from the other side. No peek to come off the back of that, but it does glue the Cypher in position over there. The Op gonna take down the Owl drone, but not before a dart lands in the belly of Suya. Deimos wants to get aggressive and take the battle to Bumpa, but Bumpa survives with solid HP as well. 27 armor, 89 HP after the fight, and now it's all up to Suya. Yeah, that's not what you want to see. The Op does not really get a chance to do much. And again, it's a 3v5 where I kind of feel like the situation forces you to save.
Yeah.
You cannot afford to throw these guns away.
I think even the curveball that was thrown towards that B main as a bait, I think it baited out
Revealing area.
2 rifle shots too, right?
Found them.
So that allowed the attackers to know, okay, they're actually stacking more towards this B side, should be weaker towards A, and that's how they paid off on it. You're playing passively, or you're trying to play an angle towards that B side. The fake curveball might have forced one of the players to push forwards towards the A side on defense, and they get punished for that. They get into the site. They're now getting hunted down 2 for damage and for the Sova in the back of the site. So inside boathouse, Paranoia is going to come through, but damage is still in an angle where he lines up 2, but does not kill any at all, and unfortunately, so does Eva. No kills come in for him or her either at 6 and 15 as that Sova. It's quite tough for them right now to hold this defensive side. I think Buck at this point, why don't we go with the Recon Dart and Odin? I haven't seen any of that play for a B hold so far, where they've only played it aggressive pushes instead of just doing a lot of movement and noise to just keep the attackers from pushing forward and taking that B control all the time.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. I also think that the play in this round would have been Evo dropping Deimos a rifle, given that, you know, Evo's struggling and Deimos has been doing so well. But it's actually Jacobson with the backup of Deimos who gets aggressive in B main. Damage is there with the 3rd kill on the round for TFF. DMB gets cut to ribbons by the aggressive play coming out. Tsuya peeks towards arches and spots one in A main. That was the Jet. They'll be backing off of the play, but it's great early aggression that finds TFF in an advantageous position.
Yeah. That's definitely another way to play it, to try to keep the attackers from taking that B control. On top of that, they dropped the spike carrier too. And I think that's not only off the back of Jacobson, but I think they had a Paranoia that was thrown at the same time that allowed him to push out to get those kills, right? So very well done at that point. That's forcing now TMS and Bumpa to move forward, and is trying to go for that 180 KZ jump. And that results in both of them dying with only 1 kill resulting out of that. So yes, they had to play some drop weapons here and there, or they had to go for the big play. They went with a super big play towards B main that paid off.
That's an awkward one to try to do that kind of jump on. So
yeah,
because of the angle from the opposition, how close they are, you can't stay close to the wall and strafe to the left, because that'll put you'll just land right in their vision. You can't start on the left and strafe to the right because, again, you're starting in their vision. So not really the place to go for one of those KZ jump peaks, a strafe peak. But it all started with that Paranoia. You called it. Here's the same play, except over on the A site now. We've seen this lineup before, tossing the Paranoia down from Tree Room. And early on, it's a 1-for-1. Both Jets taken out of play. So take your pick. Who would you prefer to have in play? Both players out. Kind of feels like both teams are hurting, losing that player with that extreme mobility. But look at this play from Jacobson all the way up in spawn. The problem is they have no mid presence. So there's nothing to stop them from going up mid and trying to exploit a push towards mid or catwalk. That puts everything onto Deimos here as the Omen.
Yep. The only thing that was really holding it back, if they really wanted to play passively towards into A site and turtle in, was a trap wire to get that position away. But then Jacobson decides to walk back. He might be able to catch one off guard here. And just the timing comes into both of the players' favor. Jacobson allowing him to take more map control towards his mid side and even hide up towards Link. I don't know what Sova. Ava should rotate by now towards the A side because they have so much control
30
towards his
seconds
mid.
left.
And yet, you still have Dimos pushing forward. I really don't get what's going on. You already have so much back control from where Jacobson's at, and thankfully, through the smoke, you're just going to get kills. Okay, that's going to work as well. Why not? You get lucky from that one, too? I'll take it, you know? I was going to say, and unfortunately, be a little bit critical in that one here, Buck, to say you already have one player pushed all the way up. Just gamble towards the other side of the site.
Looking iffy right now as TFF have managed to put themselves back in the driver's seat. They lost control for a little bit. It certainly was not looking pretty as DMB managed to fight their way back into it. But the buy comes in from both teams and neither one will have an off. And to be perfectly honest, I feel like that favors TFF. In general, I don't feel like their op play has been all that stellar. And kind of feels like the rifle work has been more of their bread and butter. Jacobson, right around the corner, waiting for this push to come through in mid, does have a tripwire down. Please let us see tripwires and more than just the mini-map. That would make things so much easier. The disappearing tripwires, you used to be able to see them in the beta stages. Here comes the push, though, through towards Market. The Omen was actually ready to pop the ult to try to get into a different position. Doesn't have to. Dimos sneaking inside the smoke. Has to be careful, though. There's so many targets around the corner. The play ends up costing him his life and the team's site control. So he kind of isolated his teammate and left him alone, playing more in the 1-on-X moment than in the 2-on-X moment. And now the site's been lost and it's looking problematic.
Yeah, and you see from the places that they've died, out in the open, cornered, right? The second one was just around the pillar corner of the spawn side. But Testuya, he's trying to relive the moment right now. Moment of salvation for the defenders. Gets a first kill, creeping up towards the sidewalk as his teammates coming in from this mid side as well. As they clear towards B main and a blaze wall comes up, now you do have a lot of information right now, but a dark cover is going to make this and turn this into a bloodbath. A 1 versus 1, a 1 versus 0, as Bumpa is able to save his team, keep them alive, and looking to push this into overtime.
22 and 16 from Kwanzi, 23 and 14 and 7 from Dimos. You know, I feel like Kwanzi's name isn't one we've spent too much time focusing on and has slowly snuck up into position just behind Dimos on the scoreboard. Bumpa 17 and 12, Jacobson. The KD may not look as healthy when you look at the ratio, but 18 total kills on the board for the Cypher. And now the double up look comes out from the defense. Again, I mentioned it before, I was not a huge fan of that op presence. It didn't feel like it really produced great success or results for TFF. But they fall back into that comfortable territory, and hopefully it doesn't backfire.
They do have a run it back now with Dopai. They're going to use the Owl Drone maybe to break the trap wires and the run it back to just start the push into the A main. So as they clear out Wine, they spot Testuya, forces him to fall back, and there you go. But they're not following with him. So he's going to die, and they go after that. Okay, interesting. I think they use a run it back to just try to close the door. Okay, I like it. I like the idea. It's a 4 versus 4 right now. Now they're going to reopen it for some odd reason.
He
but the
didn't
spike,
realize.
Yeah, I don't know anymore. Now they're just dying 1 by 1. It's a 4 versus 2. Bach, I'm going to let you take this, bro.
It's down to 2. I don't think he realized that the door actually did shut in all of the chaos and commotion on the site. The Phoenix makes a blunder, tries to cover it up with the blaze wall. Doesn't really do the same thing as the damage is not stopped by the flames. There's the smoke going down inside the door to give them some time to try and get the spike down. They've got 2 ults available, so they can pull those knives out for the Jet. They've also got the TP. Nice curveball coming in. So many be caught off guard, and they tried to double peek off that, but it backfires. It is another 13-11 game as TFF picks up the win over DMB, and will be moving on in the upper bracket.
That's right. Unfortunate there. Another heartbreaking loss for the team that gets knocked down to the lower brackets. This time, DMB losing 13-11. A great comeback, but again, chaotic last round at that point. I don't know at that point if it was actually Dopai himself as I run it back that closed the door or not, but I'm surprised as they clear out. Okay, so what happened is they clear out wine with the Owl Drone. They tag the Opper of Tatsuya on the top of the rafters, and then you're throwing to run it back. So you know where their opponent's at. You know he's fallen back, but nobody's moving in with him as you throw maybe a dart cover towards the doorway side. But they waited for the running back to actually die and then push after as a team. I don't know what happened there, but unfortunate. They should have moved in. I think we would have seen overtime at that point. But Buck, it is going to be Jacobson and company still moving forward.
Now, we've still got one more game in this first round of matches, so one more go-round on Ascent. It's going to be Phoenix1.GG versus DGen Flow State, but we will be jumping into that game just after the break. Stay And play continues on here for the MGA USA League powered by Battlefy. My name is Bach. Joining me on the broadcast is Vansili. We've watched quite a few games today, all on the same map thus far as we're working our way through the first round where it's pre-decided map. So it will be Ascent one more time as we have one final match on the map. And I'm going to look at the teams again. It's Phoenix1.gg versus DGen Flow State. Great names coming in from both teams, might I add. We'll see who of these teams is going to be able to mop up with their opposition and force a fight against TFF, who is waiting in that semifinal. And the other semifinal will be Elysium versus KVL Mob. We watched both of those teams win earlier today. Vansili, it seems like you stepped away for a minute to get some yummy eats. What did you get?
I got some SpaghettiOs.
Did you really?
No.
Don't bait me like that.
Yeah, I know, right? I really wanted to make you jealous, but I didn't, unfortunately. The grocery store, although is still a minute away as a drive, I still have to get through the shelves, through the cash, and come back. I know I don't have enough time. So I got some hot dogs. I'm eating some hot dogs right now. Just going with the junk food, continuing with that. So much for being vegan for a bit, right?
Yeah, I know. You were vegan. What happened?
I like meat too, man. I mean, there's no better excuse or a better answer that I could give. I mean, I try to do as best as I can to go like vegetarian/vegan and then have meat like once or twice a week. So right now it's like my third a week, so I kind of cheated today into this one. I know it's kind of tough when you're going to broadcasting days. You just want to be quick and get some fast food, but that's literally fast food.
The amount of times I've done a show and they're like, "Oh, dinner tonight is lasagna," and I'm like, "Who has time to sit down and eat a lasagna?" Like, I'm working on a show and I'm wearing a white button-up, and you thought lasagna was an ideal thing for us to have from the catering. I'm like, do we have like sandwiches, like peanut butter and jelly, or like pizza or something where I can literally just eat it with one hand and like shove it into my mouth?
Yeah, but
like
peanut butter and jelly, you'll have jelly on your shirt too.
Unless it's light on the jelly, yeah. But like pizza, I just like funnel it into my mouth like a caveman. Like I don't even chew it; I just shove it down my throat because I just want to eat it as fast as possible so I can get back on camera and not be like distracted or get headaches. Because there's definitely been my fair share of broadcasts where my diet consists of potato chips, because usually they have bags of those backstage, candy bars, and coffee.
And white monsters.
Oh, see, I don't touch that stuff. I've never drank that stuff backstage, but it's always coffee, and I drink it black. And then I'll usually have like potato chips. Sometimes they'll be like granola bars or something. I remember one event, I think it was actually DreamHack Anaheim, on the open stage, we had Kind bars, and they were like perfect. Bars. I'm like, you've never had a Kind bar?
Oh, yes. They're like those nuts.
It's like nuts and chocolate. It's like a protein bar, but it's not. Oh, that was perfect. I must have eaten like 40 of those because one, they're like $3 at a grocery store, and part of me was thinking like I gotta make up for it. I'm never gonna buy these back home. And the other part of me was like, this is like the best healthy snack that we have available to us.
I have now a feeling that you're one of those people, Bach, that when you're actually on a flight, let's say like American Airlines, and they give you like a metal spoon to stir your coffee, you like put it in a napkin and you ask your wife to put it in her purse so you could bring it home to add to your collection of utensils.
Let's be real. They never give us that on a plane anyway. And what they serve on an airplane is not really coffee. I'm pretty sure that's just runoff from the runway that they just scooped into a bucket and then ran some water through. But it looks like we're ready to jump into our next matchup here, as it is going to be DMB. No, that's not correct. It's the other team. What's the other team's name? DGen Flow State. Yeah. And then UQF4. They made their name very solid. I'm confused on the names. I don't know which one's which. We'll figure that out.
So we're gonna have Phoenix1.gg, I think, as the other team, right? At this point.
Go.
So we're gonna move forward into that one. We are gonna have Stealthy and company of DGen Flow State starting off here on the attacker side once again. The last time that we're gonna see Ascent, at least for today, as we are seeing the fourth matchup in these quarterfinals upper bracket, and it is now going to be a pretty decent composition. And again, as I mentioned to you before, Bach, and we looked at the last game too, we didn't see much of Breach, right, being utilized for today since the meta came out and everybody was using Breach for like a week or two, and it seems to finally has quieted down in terms of the pick rate of this agent for a couple of these teams.
Remember in beta, it was like the first week of beta, everyone said Breach is trash, like terrible agent, who would use Breach?
Yeah.
And then like 3 days later, everyone was running Breach. Breach was part of the hardcore 5 meta early on in the game. So that hardcore 5 would have been Cypher, Breach, Sova kind of, but Sage for sure, and then Brimstone. And that was like the hardcore 5. Like everyone ran that. No one played Omen, no one played Raze, no one played Jet. And then people started to realize, like,
30
hey,
seconds
some of
left.
these agents aren't half bad. Speaking of Sova in the backside of sight, it's Derek to pick up 2 before being
Spike
taken
planted.
down. Now, it will be a 3-on-3 post-plant scenario. And they're going to be trying to make their way in. Trick tosses the paint shells back. Sight
One
does end up
player
closing
remaining.
out on the kill, but it puts everything
One
onto
player
Menace as the
remaining.
team dies. Flying shot coming in from the Jet, and a follow-up as well. A pistol round going the way of the defense.
You always gotta love those, right? It's little mechanical things, because sometimes, or when you're a different agent and you're jumping down towards that site, you're gonna make the thump noise onto the ground, and they know you've landed,
30
and you go for the
seconds
wide
remaining.
swing. But this time you float towards the air, you get them guessing for that split second, and you take that advantage to catch them off guard. So mid-air, he gets a classic burst shot in the back of the site, leaving it a 1 versus 1 close range for the other person that finally hears a thump on the ground and goes for the wide swing and thinking he could go for the trade. And it was just a great play on that side here for the defenders, for that retake from that Jet. And it's Phoenix GG taking that first round of this game.
Do you ever suffer from hardcore word association? Like the second you hear a word, you can't help but think of like a movie or a song or a line.
Listen, it happened so far since you said uh-oh.
Yeah, this is true. So menace, as soon as I hear that word,
Dennis?
I just think, don't be a menace in South Central while drinking your juice in the hood. Do you remember that movie, that old Wayans Brothers movies from back in the 90s?
No,
It's super obscure. It was not exactly a popular movie.
that's
But
why.
I remember
90s, I was
it.
watching like Naked Gun and Ninja Turtles.
Well, so it kind of was like that style of movie, like Naked Gun. Like it was kind of like goofy as a comedy. It was
Okay.
shtick. But I remember it mostly because of the cover in the grocery store when they used to sell DVDs and VHS tapes in the grocery store. Anyway, shot comes through from Menace, and that's the first kill on the round as the Jet capitalizes. I love this, the blast pack aggression. Trick's tired of waiting for you to come towards him. Trick's going to
That's it.
line up another one as well with the SMG, but the Omen has traded positions inside the smoke, and that thing
30
is going to make it
seconds
hard to get away. It wouldn't have mattered. The paint shells were detonating right by his side. Menace finds his second on the round. A flawless follow-up round. 2 quick ones as well. The pistol round and that fast round is coming out so far.
And you see the difference of gameplay, right? When you were looking at Jacobson, or should I say, it was the KVL mob that was playing with Ghosts into the second round. And you're looking into this team right here
30 seconds
for Phoenix 1 GG. Into the second round, they buy a bunch of submachine guns. They are playing it super aggressively because they have that confidence playing against the maybe upgraded Ghosts for a couple of the players, or mainly on classics. Not being afraid of the shorties. They still have positions to go for setup for trades. But into this round, this is where we had that discussion before, where it gets a little bit iffy. The aggressive play by that Jet before saw Stealthy now holding on the other end as that Jet himself from Degen Flow State at the entrance of Gelato. So as he flies towards the air, he gets the advantage from having an AR versus an SMG, and already 1 falls here for the defender side as they're moving into this quote-unquote bonus round.
So I like the setup and the attempt and the movement. They were going to use the paranoia to blind down onto A main. They were just too far back. I would love to see that play again, though, when the Jet has the ult, because the movement was solid. And with the Jet ult, you'd be able to use the tailwind and the updraft to get a good line of sight back towards spawn and potentially pick a player off early, even if they're holding with an op. So I like the idea, but the execution leaves a little bit to be desired. Now they're stuck behind a tripwire currently in mid. Derek is on site with an Ares, so Derek's going to have to make some seriously crazy shots connect with this LMG. It seems all but unlikely. Derek does
seconds
actually
left.
find 1 kill, but the site's been lost and the spike will be planted momentarily.
Spike planted.
Retake is still attempted now, but at least for the last 3 remaining members of the defensive side, as Phoenix, like I said, they are on this sort of an eco bonus round, but they still want to try to figure out if they want to save the Spectres into the next. Because of the dark cover that came through, they are slowly falling back. The Cypher finally decides to move forward. That's going to be Lear with that Marshall. Trick still around the corner. He's crosshairs at the right spot, but because of that, that gives an advantage for Valen to peek out after a recon dart has been popped out. So now Lear is going to pick up a Spectre of his own. Bang is waiting for the exit kills. Here's a lot of footsteps right now. There's that first kill, but it gets immediately traded off. And that's the second one, looking for the third, but will not pay off. But at least, again, the damage has been done. I think they play that quite well on a post-plant situation for the defender's side, despite them losing the round.
Yeah, the Cypher Acula survives the round, but an expensive one for the attacking side as it comes down to just the 1v1 between the Cyphers. See here by the replay how things kind of shaped up throughout the round. Bang was in a really good position to maybe find two if they had looked the other direction. Decides to peer back towards sidewalk, gets taken down by the stairs push. But still, at the end of the day, Acula ends up in that 1v1. Acula, of course, a vampire who has yet to go to medical school.
Okay.
Did you just get it now?
Yep.
Nice.
Nice.
Dad jokes.
Well, Lear as a cameraman, looking back towards this tree side, you could see how passively it's being played, actually. Because he could come back and support towards this spawn side if he needs to, and he does need to, because we have 3 players make that 4 players that push down towards that spawn side of Pizza. So it's traded off on a 2-2. A Paranoid to come across. They're just spraying with the Odin from the back of the site into the shed, but cannot connect with any of the shots. Reach forcing Trick to fall back into his location, but Trick still manages to win that fight versus Simple, so it makes it a 2 versus 1 with Complex coming back into the site, looking to get this plant. 45 seconds left on the clock. He still has plenty of time to work with, and as he went for the fake plant, Trick still does not bite on that bullet, and it says, silly. Those are for kids. Gets that frag, and it's going to be a 3-2-1 scoreline for Phoenix 1GG.
Ironic that we have someone named Lear in the game, but there's not a Reyna in sight. Cypher's on both sides, Omen's on both sides, Jet's on both sides. The only thing that's different is the Breach versus the Raze, which means that on the attacking side, they're going to be a little bit light when it comes to their flash work. They're going to be relying heavily on Paranoia, which could be interesting. There's the fault line going down, Paranoia in response. Jet being popped here by Stealthy. Goes up on the top rope, but decides to hop down, and a dark cover coming in.
That dark cover prevents them from getting anything done through the smoke, but somehow Acula still gets a shot here from that tree side and gets an entry. Now that puts Bang in a tough situation, but it's still dancing back and forth while he does have support from Lear on the top of the catwalk, and that allows both of those players to sweep up all of the kills into this round to make it 3. Is that 3 unanswered so far? No, that's 2 unanswered so far, but still a 4-1 scoreline in the lead by 3.
Again, Derek operating on the airs, not the Odin. The Diet LMG. Actually, it's more like the RC Cola of LMGs. Can be satisfying given the right moment.
This is a nice. That goes there.
Calling it the
This goes here.
diet of the diet soda. That's insulting to diet sodas. Shots missed in mid as Menace and the Jet on the opposite side do not connect. Both players get a new lease on life. It's Trick who's over in the cubby on the B site, trying to play defense right now. There's the shots coming out through the wall, the LMG bullets, trying to trace out the targets. Uh-oh! That's what you hate to see. You don't want to be in that position because you know as soon as those hits start to come through, it gets hard to get away. But somehow, able to survive with 88 HP, but loses a chunk of the armor.
As long as he's still alive at this point. You have the Hunter's Fury coming out from Derek into the site, but a Rolling Thunder, that's going to put him out of position. And at the same time, he's looking to get tagged while he's decommissioned here. But it's still going to be Valen getting the opening into the site. A 3 versus 3, but an off shot to ring back from Menace from the spawn side. And a knife onto Simple. He's doing all the work right now, leaving the Omen, the last man standing, just looking to survive at least right now to calm things down, sorry. We are jumping towards the air, pushing forward is going to be Menace, and he's just going to be on lock so far as that Jet. A defuse is going to come through. And so far at this rate, and I don't want to jinx it here, Bach, but we might finally see a fast map on Ascent.
I love that move from Menace, the updraft and the tailwind up over top of the switch. You've seen it time and time again in the past. You can see the take initially here was all off of this, but this is Menace with the first shot, quick flick onto the Sova, and then initially flies up and picks off one in the boathouse, then dashes up over and finds the final kill on the round. Ridiculous stuff coming out from Menace.
Here, stay safe.
Now 8 kills on the board for the Jet on the defensive side of Phoenix 1. It looks like they're going to be heading over towards A, potentially 3 players built up outside A long. Nice deep nade going in towards mid. Does it do damage? No, but it does cut apart the push. It puts Valen alone. Valen tries to go up towards Cat, dinks the Jet, but in the process of trying to chase, gets taken down by an aggressive op play. Here on site, though, that's Lyra and Bang going down to pistols. Menace is on 2 HP. How did they lose so much to so little?
Oof. And he was so close to getting caught by that aftershock from the breach at the bottom. But they're still waiting for their teammate who rotated all the way from B, and he gets a wall bang, actually. Simple's down to 29 HP. And now he gets wall bang because of that of Dare with the Odin, who still continues to spray towards that ground, looking for that Cypher. But as that clock is still ticking down, things are looking very good here for the attackers on the pulse plant. Op shot coming in from Trick. It's a quick scope coming through. A trade-off with a 2 versus 1. Complex now at the generator, but Trick stops him again. Rotated all the way from B to A. An op kill and a defuse to come across, and they will make it now 6-1.
A little sketchy there as Trick actually went for the bank nade into Hell to kind of flush out that position, and the Jet was inside Hell at that point. So that was a little sketchy to say the least, but it works out for them. And if anything, the paint shells didn't go deep enough and kind of created like an artificial screen, almost like a smoke through the paint to make it difficult for that final player on site to line up a shot onto Trick. Trick, though, the MVP of the round by far, with great shots coming out from the op multiple times. First, it was in mid, going through the smoke to take down Valen, preventing his teammate from dying. And then it was on the retake there. Menace now taking the op and getting aggressive over in B main. Inside the Cyber Cage, decides to dive through and put a pulse down on that one. And look at this, you've got a player in Wine Cellar. We didn't see too many Wine Cellar plays in that first couple of matches, but here we've got Bang playing in it with the Paranoia ready for the peak. There's the flash going out. I love the combo.
Definitely works out super well at this point now. But things have finally calmed down as that Cyber Cage that popped up towards that A main, and on top of that, a dark cover. It just split off the aggression from the attacker side, and that focus is going to happen towards this catwalk now. Trick still not missing his shots onto the catwalk, and it will be an op versus op, and Stealthy had the upper hand. Better angle, better position, and they're still trying to pinch towards this A side. And actually, let's check that out. It's actually not going to be a cover anymore, or a pinch anymore. All 3 of them are moving towards the A main. Make that only 2 remaining as 1 has fallen, being the hands of Simple as that breach. Valen trades it off against Bang. It's going to be a fake plant now just to try to flush them out from that catwalk
30
area.
seconds left.
And Stealthy's like, look, I got the angle. Just
Spike
plant right
planted.
now. And finally it does.
One enemy remaining.
I know exactly where
It comes down to just Stealthy, and yeah, it's looking like it's time to get out. There is no way that that is going to be stopped. So Stealthy's running back to spawn. They've got the op in hand, and that's about all they've got as the round is lost yet again here. Menace wants to get vertical potentially and take this fight. Oh, around the corner goes Menace. That's an op taken out of play for the defense, but they're not going to feel the sting of that too much because they've got so much money to fall back on.
Exactly. They're so rich. I mean, they've won 5 rounds in a row. When I thought, was it 3? It wasn't, but this time it's 5. They're just dominating this defensive side, and this is what we see a little bit more common right now, that when it comes down to not having any type of real elaborate strats on a map playing like Ascent on the attacker side, things could get very, very difficult for you. Especially now that you have Stealthy moving forward, as Menace, again, with that confidence says, hey, I want to use it to my advantage. Well, this time he pays the price, and it might be a round coming in for the attackers. But what I'm trying to say is, they're using your breach. Yes, they have some rolling thunders coming through, but at the same time, I don't think they're really executing with the back of breach with the flash points for them to enter into the site. So now they grew up as a team. This could be good because they have the smokes now for spawn and for market. They have a recon dart into the site, and now they have the flashes and fault line to sweep out Derek from the back of the site too. So I think this is going to be a positive outcome right now for the attackers.
Derek with that Odin backside, trying to spray away, doing some damage here as they push in. Tricks around the corner, quick shots coming out from the op. Just like that, it's starting to fall apart. There's the pulses as well from the Sova's Hunter's Fury. Now Valorant's going to be able to at least potentially trace out the position of that Sova, but the spike is down. It is recoverable here. The Odin's picked it back up, missed shot coming in, and now you can see it, the Odin, or the Omen, excuse me, realizing it's time to get out of here. Running all the way over towards this A site. There is time, dark cover to guarantee safety while escaping through spawn. It's not ideal once you go up the ramp, but it doesn't matter. No one was in that position. It's going to be an awkward play for the retake as they have to go all the way across the map to try and fight against Valen.
Wow, he's actually going back up on a catwalk. So he's going to play the tighter angle to try to cover up from the spawn side, but he could be halfway, well, maybe exposed a bit from the glass. Yes, maybe it's not broken, but as soon as it's broken and it pushed through, that's where he could get caught off guard. Because he still has to do a big 180 on that, but he's going to give his position away. At least he kills the first one, makes it a 1 versus 1. It's him versus Trick. And Valen doesn't fight on the first fake. Op shot miss, and Valen gets the kill. What a clutch on a 2 versus 1. To make it now a second round on the board finally here for the attacker side of DGen Flow State.
That was very well played, but very poorly played at the same point in time. It felt like that round should have been a whole lot easier for the side of DGen Flow State. Phoenix 1 has very much controlled this game. Now, Derek going down is what made that round that much more difficult because Raze was so low on HP. Those shots through the wall didn't really need to do much to take down the remaining health. 7-4, but there's still a chance for a comeback. It's not too far gone. We've seen 8-4 halves multiple times now, 2 maps in a row that have turned back the other way. Nice flash coming out from the breach. But an even better blind dash away from the Jet. Well played to escape the damage that was coming that direction.
And because they've fallen back and have turtled back to Jet to try to move forward on this mid-side take. Aftershock being shot as well. That leaves Cypher back into the back spawn side from Cyber Cages coming up. But Derek, he's spamming all the way from the back of the site into the shed, into the market, gets a kill, and finally Stealthy moves forward to take him down. But it's a 4 versus 3. The spike is going to go down behind the default boxes, or behind the green boxes in the middle of the site. I wouldn't really necessarily call that default spot. But Menace now is looking for a couple of kills on this retake through the smoke. Al Drone will come out as well to try to spot the mound, and that is just going to be enough. As they're not able to get any kills immediately as soon as the spike got planted, they decide to cower back into their respective areas, save their weapons into the next, because finally, as we were saying that the money situation wasn't really affecting them, it finally does after losing 2 in a row.
So the defense tuck their tails and run to try and save the weapons. And they shouldn't have any issues doing that. The attack is just too far away. So DGen Flow State find their 3rd round again. Not over yet. Now, interesting that Bang decides to go aggressive with just a classic there, and the Phoenix is right around the corner with the op. It was a really weird setup in general. You would have thought, like, maybe you have Bang go out and, like, jump peek the corner with the op, or with the pistol, and follow it up with a hold from Menace on the op, but that's not what they decide to do. Rifle's going to be coming out for everyone. Everyone, of course, other than Derek, who's playing the Odin. Again, no surprise there, over on the B site. Going to start the round by scanning the wall. And already doing some damage. You can see the Cypher already down below 100 HP.
Yeah, thankfully it wasn't that much damage. A recon dart is going to spawn one too. But it's going to be Menace because of that, knowing that the action is happening towards that B main, decides to go for that high-risk play again. But it connects this time, and he dashes away back into safety in an early 5-on-4 situation here for the defenders of Phoenix 1 GG. Smoke's coming through. The rest of the attackers of Flow State are deciding to move forward towards this catwalk side where a trapwire is going to give away their position.
They found my wall.
But thankfully, their turtle didn't back the site here for the defenders. So they have a chance right now to at least still get in, get a plant. But they're going to have to face off against a 5-man retake.
Spike planted.
Stealthy making it a 1 though. Still holding their ground to make it a 4 versus 4. As they have great positioning so far with Aquila looking just at the bottom of the staircase, and he's just not connecting the shots, unfortunately. And just like that, 4 of them simultaneously fall. And it's going to be the defuse coming through here for the defenders, and I'm not sure how that worked out in that favor. Because they had a great position, they had a couple of guys watching towards that heaven side as well to see how many were coming through. But as they dropped down, somehow the shots just didn't connect.
I'm not sure why Aquila looked away. Aquila watched them fall.
Yeah,
And I don't know what the point of confusion was. Aquila just didn't shoot, looked the other direction, and it's just like a brain fart moment coming in from the Cypher. Regardless, 8-3 is the current score in favor of Phoenix 1. Lear at 8-5 despite having 100+ ping this entire game. That's actually quite impressive. 116 ping currently. We're now in the last round of the first half, and Menace gets aggressive and gets caught out.
I know exactly.
So they're going to try and push into B main. They're going to try and take advantage of that early kill. Can they get past Derek, who's rocking this corner? The tight angle with the Odin is a little too tight for
with
him
no
to
hat.
work with.
It's a Cypher with no hat, Bach. It's just impossible to hit.
You can never hit them. Oh, no. Bang. Goes into position. You can see Complex still trying to line up their shots. Somehow, though, Trick whiffs on the shots. What is this? Trick, who's been an all-star performer throughout the half, struggles to get that kill through. I think it was Panic there coming in from Trick, just not quite connecting. So 14-8-8 performer flubbing that 1v1 duel, but regardless, the round was likely over anyway, as it was down to Trick alone. 8-4, the current score. Stealthy and Valen, 25 kills between the two, 12 for the rest of the team.
Yeah, Simple at 1-10, but again, he's a breach, right? We can't really harp on him on the way he's playing his character. As that agent, you're just trying to do as many openings as you can and give that chance for your duelist and your Valen as the Omen to move in to try to get a couple of kills. And it works out in their favor, right? They managed to do the best that they can to limit the bleeding. But now, as Menace has been so strong and fast in the past few rounds of the first half, he's already inside the B site, and it's open. They're playing super retake right now on the B, and I don't know if it's going to pay off in their favor.
Spike planted.
Nade's going to flush out the defense as well, forcing Aquila back further. They're bringing it back, though. Stealthy and Aquila both combined for kills. They've got this shotty right around the corner. It's Menace with the shorty, and there's the jump shot coming in for Menace. There's one more over towards lane. Menace is going to change positions, finding a new angle. Don't really love that, as now they're too far away to really support with the shotgun that puts the pressure on Bang back sight with the Ghost. 9 rounds on the board for Phoenix 1. DGen Flow State unable to find success in the pistol round.
Dude, Menace was fearless into that round. He actually just ran into the B main, dashed not... Usually you see Jet like dash towards that cabin and play towards that switch to make sure that the market people and the spawn side people are just focusing on him at that point, so his teammates could come back and go for a trade or a revenge kill if Menace dies. But instead he goes straight, dashing into the site, hopping in the air, and clearing it out with a buggy. Or, sorry, a shorty into the site. But I'm not sure how you play that so passively here for the defender side. I did see that they pushed aggressively towards that mid side, so they gambled towards an A side take and retake towards B. I guess that's why nobody was playing towards that B side. But it does not pay in their favor when Menace is playing that so well.
Right now, the B site completely vacant. They lose that Cypher early on, and you see the pull back towards A. Not exactly going to work out well for them. They're trying to put resources into the market. But The desire to find kills over on A may have gotten the best of them. Stealthy goes in first with the pistol. Down goes Derek. So at least there's that. But that was on the flank of the play, the back end of the play, over towards B main. They're going to try and retake. It's a 4-on-4, but with Classics only and full site control currently held by the attacking side, it seems all but likely. Stealthy goes up on top of the roof, skates his way down. Menace connecting with shot after shot out of the Marshall. That's 4 for the Jet, putting their team on double-digit rounds.
They're continuing the aggression at this point here, but now the gun round is going to come through, and the advantage at least is that since nobody died here from the attacker side, Mark, they are pretty much quote-unquote stuck with the Spectres into this round, and are actually even giving the Marshall away to Derek. So I think the idea at this point here is that they're going to contest for this orb so that Menace could get the Blade Storm and leverage that and the weapons that they have saved from the past few rounds just to try to hurt the economy of the defenders at this point. And it starts off with the yacht from Stealthy. Trick is the first one to die when he's the top fragger for the team. But at least the orb has been picked up and the Blade Storm is ready.
There's
now
Blades.
up in the air. So close.
Should have worked out a little bit better for them. The defense holds. They stay stalwart on the A site. That did not go the way that Phoenix1.gg would have liked it to. But with the cash they've got lying in the reserve, they've got more than enough to go back to it. That missed knife from Menace wasn't the only problem on the round. There were more problems than that. But again, the buy does come in full. Derek, despite being on attack now, still wants to rock the Odin. So feeling it with the LMG. Menace actually had the op initially, decides to go with the Judge. Instantly swapping out from the op to the Judge. Kind of curious to see how they're going to use this one. Oh, it's the flyover into the site. It works out quite well, actually. Unfortunately, Simple was still in position, but it's a nice trade back. The door will be shut, and the site will be lost. Well played on the entry from the Jet.
Spike planted.
Now with the 3-on-4 in favor of the attackers. Once again, you're going to have to try to get a kill early into the round. If not, you're going to fall back and save your weapons because that clock is ticking down and you don't have the ground positioning on the map retake. They're just doing a good job from keeping the smokes up from both extremities here from the post-plant situation of the attackers. That Valiant is still cannot get anything done. Another smoke to pop forward, and you can already see one of his teammates falling back towards that B main just to make sure that nobody's flanking first. But with that, it's time to play the exits. Balin gets the first kill onto Trick, and that is going to be the defenders trying to save their weapons. They come out of it with 2 kills so far, all 3 weapons alive. But what is most important is that Bang and company are just 2 rounds away from moving forward.
Potential to be the most lopsided game of the day. Despite the round win, money is not pretty. Losing a couple of bodies towards the tail end of the round, one of them you just saw, results in an awkward scenario where gun juggling and lesser buys are required for the side of Phoenix. You can see the buy finally comes in late in the round for Trick, deciding to go down to light armor eventually, realizing that the money just wasn't going to be there to get everything they wanted in play. Early on, though, look at the aggressive fight coming in from Trick. Trick just runs up Catwalk and takes that battle with Valen. They're going to, again, just fly into the site. The spike's already being planted. Akula gets spammed through the wall as well by the Odin. Frustrated right now is the Cypher on the defense for DGen Flow State.
Yeah, they're playing those initial fights just running through smokes too, so it was who's going to be faster on the trigger, and it definitely was in this case the attackers at this point. But Stealthy and Complex are saying we're not out of this yet. Evening things up in a 2 versus 2. Shock dart that jumps towards the air, so it doesn't really hit him. Back to a 1v1. Stealthy trying to move forward. The Silva has no HP remaining as he's trying to move up with the Classic. He calls it, and there you go. He gets a 3K into that one. The kill and the defuse will come across. And the defenders of Stealthy and company right now of DGen Flow State stay alive.
A couple of dunks there towards the end as well. The money, though, again, is like in this weird state
Spike planted.
it's like kind of fragile for both sides. Both teams vulnerable to a reset, so you can see they're able to round out the buy. Menace is favoring a armor pistol because the ult is available. So expect to see something fast with Menace's ult to try to open things up. They drop the rifle over to Trick so that the buy would be fully fleshed out. There will be nothing top mid for this Jet to deal with. There's the ult being popped already. Dark cover going down towards spawn. Recon Dart potentially going to give away their positions as they move into B main, but they're not scared of that too much. There's the nade coming out towards the market as well. That nade might do damage to Stealthy, but Stealthy connects. There's the knives going into sight. Uh-oh! That did not work out well for this Jet. They thought that maybe they could find success, but they missed on the knives. It's now down to a 2-on-3. The site's in their control, but they can't really do much with it. They're afraid of what's going to come next. There's the ult being popped. The Hunter's Fury sending out pulses of damage, but not landing. 7 rounds now on the board for the likes of DGen Flow State.
Yeah, they're finally starting to find their footing finally here, at least, Buck. At that point, the amount of times that they've made it into this B site, but still, it's tough, actually. Because the amount of times that they're able to get a plant into the site, you see them saving. But if they're able to hold it, they hold it quite well and preventing the plant at the beginning as well. So I think they have the best bet right now for the attackers of Trick and company to continue to play aggressively towards B, but to decide to go towards A, probably because they are on an equal at this point, sorry. Thankfully, though, for the defense, they have also all 5 ultimates available into the shadows to try to get some information here on the attackers, but I'm not sure it was the right moment to use it. Yes, you know where they are, but you're just with pistol sheriffs and a shorty to try to take control of the A side, and that gives the advantage now of a Hunter's Fury to connect onto a kill. But for the rest, it should be easy pickings now that you see them on an eco.
Bang moving up short with the Sheriff. The rest of the team just behind. Again, that high standard cam position for the Cypher on the A site. The Recon Dart goes in, clears out grass. They know there's no one in that area, so they can move past archers a little more freely. Dark cover's still going to go down just in case, and they're going to start to move their way into that area. So they're actually going to be fighting against Omen, who's just behind that dark cover. The rifle, though, runs out of ammo. The pistol comes out and somehow still able to capitalize. Only 1 kill on the round for the attacking side as another close score sort of sneaks up on us towards the tail end of the game.
We cast a cursed Buck. We said it was probably going to be the game that was the most lopsided in this round number 1 of the MGA USA League, but little were we right, as it seems as though these teams, both of these teams, are very, very comfortable playing on this defender side. So now you can see from these marks that are being called here from these dots, what can we expect right now from the attackers at this point? Probably with a paranoia being thrown with that line from the composition that they have. So I think as they throw it, they want to try to take control of the A side right after, but Menace peeking out, getting the first kill onto Stealthy, as Stealthy was expecting somebody on the boxes, and he was right actually, but they went for that double peek. Now as the Neural Theft comes out, they spot the defense and sees that it's weak towards that B and mid side. So everybody falls back now from the attacker side to move back here inside this B on a split. So Trick leading the charge with the boom bot, but the Sova has rotated on the other side as well.
Revealing area.
There's the ult coming out, the Rolling Thunder. That's going to slow things down as they try to push out on the site. Complex got hit by Simple's ult too, but doesn't matter. It's the rifle against the pistol around the corner. They've still got to deal with 3 over towards lane. The flash blinds both players, so both the Sova and the Sova coming in from the attacking site blinded. Bang finds 1 kill as they try to make their way in. That breach charge does keep them back. Shots start pouring through. The 2 remaining players are on site with spike control. 30 seconds on the clock. Shock darts going down in both directions. They're trying to do damage to take down these targets. The recon bolt does give away positions, and it's down to a 2-on-2. The breach is so low on HP. 15 seconds left on the clock. They have to make their way onto the site. Bang has to be the one to lead them in. Right around the corner is that low breach. There's the quick trade. 12 rounds on the board. Does the spike plant come through to add extra money? No, he cancels. All right, never mind. But for the op instead, I get it.
Yeah, but that would have added 300 credits for all of the players, which would have put 2 or 3 other players at 3,800 credits. So yeah, you get an operator, you could drop a Vandal for one of your teammates. Maybe one's going to be on a Bulldog at this point. I don't even know what's going on with their buy anymore. So you canceled the plan. And everybody's going small armor with Sheris, keeping the operator in the hands of the Jet. I kind of get it now, but it could have been totally different if that spike went down instead. You would have went rifles versus rifles, but they know that they have 4 rounds in hand. So playing with pistols is okay, despite them losing the winning the round. So they could go back and use the economy into their favor into the next round. So it's going to have to come up big for Menace. If Menace could actually get a couple of kills at the entry, which is why they're going to focus on him more to try to lurk down towards his mid side, then it's definitely going to be an expensive round for the defenders onto the next round. And there you go. There's that first kill with that bait from Trick with the satchel charge. D-Complex coming back towards his pizza. That's 1-2 kills, looking for the third, but does not pay off. So that's 3 kills so far here for the attackers. Derek's low on HP. There's only Omen left. And they spot him right now, bang inside the market of the B side. But like I said, this is actually really, really good here for Bang and company moving into the next round for Phoenix 1 GG.
30 seconds left.
I like the fake port, trying to bait them out. Smoke starts to fade. Now there's a crossfire. The opportunity to strike is lost. But still, you mentioned it. That's great damage coming in. They were kind of stacking cash to a certain degree. So now the buy's going to come in, and they're going to do what we've seen them do before. They're going to lead the charge with Menace, probably towards the B site with Menace on the shotgun, rather than going to the rifle. We've seen it work well on the B site, but I think they're getting tired of that, so they're actually heading over towards A, where they're going to have to contend with an op. So Stealthy's going to have that op over towards Catwalk, and then you're going to have Valen, and you're going to have Acula here as well with the support. I don't know, part of me would like to see them go back towards the B site with this setup. This shotgun play has worked well for them in the past. You do have the ult available for Menace, and now the ult is also available for the Sova. Now they're starting to back off from this, so it was just there to guarantee that pickup. And we should see that similar setup yet again with the Jet flying in and the shotgun to try to open up the defense.
Thing is, Complex is playing super passively this time towards the back of the staircase, and Simple towards the back of the site, so they have a good crossfire if Menace decides to jump up towards the air. But the Hunter's Fury is going to come out, that's going to attack and maybe kill, but you have that Jet coming through, and he gets caught on his 3rd arrow! So Menace actually manages to get both kills because of that. Oh no!
That timing is so frustrating. You can see the tail end of that play. There was a player back in spawn. That's the Sova who actually dies. The Sova who, by the way, unlocked the ult over on the A site early. It comes down to this. Will they be able to get back into this site in the 4-on-3? We'll see if they're able to find their way in.
It's like it's so grim here, Bach. That spike has been planted. They had the great angles, but somehow nobody's covering Menace's back. And at least he gets traded out. Akinda falls. And that is going to be all of them dropping finally. It is going to be a great hold on a pulse plant situation here for Bang and company of Phoenix 1 GG. And they will move forward to what we thought was going to be a one-sided game here, Bach. Still came out to be a fairly decent matchup.
The attempt to hit that pulse onto the Jet as well, you can see it, and it was just like, oh, please, please! And it just stops just a little bit short, doesn't work out so well for them. At the end of the day, Stealthy, despite the performance, 24 and 15, 293 ACS, not enough to find the win. So our first round of matches are complete. We'll take a look at our bracket here. At least I will. We'll probably be able to pull it up on stream as well. But I want to see what we've got. So we've got Elysium versus KVL Mob, and now we've got TFF versus Phoenix 1 GG. That one should be a good game. So should the other. I'm excited to see what these next couple of matches are going to look like.
Definitely a good one, right? If you're just tuned in now, Elysium had the upset win versus Noble on that very first BO1 map of Ascent earlier on in the day. So they're going to be the ones that are going to be that dark horse into this matchup and looking, or in this tournament, looking to move forward all the way towards the end, where we think Noble was probably going to be that team that's going to make it into the winner's bracket first. But with that, let's take a break. And when we return, we'll have Elysium and KVL Mob here for the MGA USA League presented by MSI and Battlefly.
And thank you for being patient with us as we return from the break. Welcome back to the MGA USA League, powered by Battle5. My name is Bach. Joining me on the broadcast is Vansili. We've watched a couple of games play out thus far. We've got a few more before we can call things a day. And one of them is going to be this match we've got coming up. It's Elysium versus KVL Mob in the upper semifinals. And I'm excited about that one because these are a lot of names that we recognize, and we watch both teams play in their early matches, and they look fantastic.
Yeah, and actually even more excited for me because Elysium actually did have that upset win versus Noble earlier on this afternoon. Actually, we started at 3 o'clock on our first match. Now we've gone through 4 matches in BO1s in round 1 in the past 4 hours rather, and we're about to have 3 more to go to end day number 1. So if you just tuned in now, the format of how all of this starts is a best out of 1 double elimination. So it's going to be preset maps throughout each of the rounds, which means that going into the second round, we will be playing for split. And the rules, how it works, is that one team will have a coin toss, and the one that wins will be able to choose the side that they want, and the losing team gets to choose the server where they want to play. And the reason why it's BO1, best out of BO1 and double elimination all the way towards the end, even in the grand finals, is because we just want to have some fun competition, give some content for the community, and make some tournaments available for 1, winning some prizes, 2, winning some money, or 3, getting some loyalty tokens in order to redeem for products from MSI or even Steam Wallet. So with that, that is for a big shout out to MSI and to Battle5 to partner together to be able to give all these events so far for you guys to play at, and you guys can all see it as you Google it for the MSI and Battle5 tournament, because we have some stuff for Valorant, we have some stuff for Fortnite, amongst other games as well. So this is all for fun. This is all to support the community as well, and this is all for the casual gamers too. We're not looking to be the pros right now. We're looking to build the grassroots of where you might find your interest into your next big game.
Yeah, I mean, I love MSI stuff, and I'm not just saying that
Mhm.
because I'm on broadcast. I actually do have an MSI graphics card in my PC. It's a 1080 Ti. It's starting to age itself, so I'm probably going to have to upgrade to a 3090 in the near future. If anyone from MSI is watching and just happens to have one in their pocket, cool. But I have an MSI motherboard, and I've built PCs for years. I think my wife's PC is an MSI board. I've been using them since back when they didn't call themselves MSI, since back when they were MicroStar International back in the early days. Always been a fan of their products. Never really had too many issues, and the laptops they've been making in recent years are absolutely insane. Here we go, though. We're ready to jump into the action. It's going to be on split, like we said. KVL Mob starting on the defense. That's a little bit scary because this is still just as one-sided as it ever was. Now, what's interesting here is we've got the Viper coming out. We don't get to see a whole lot of Viper, but if we were going to see it, it would usually be on split.
Yeah. With the exception of maybe Mamba Mode Gaming's We Did, that plays a lot of Viper on Bind and on Ascent as well. Haven is the only map where they don't continuously run a Viper with We Did. He really wants to put Viper on the map, so it's nice to see that he's creating that trend where Som tried to do it towards that beginning. But here's that round for the defense. SFX continues to be aggressive like he did on that last matchup on Ascent and is clearing out the spawn side while Kairos is still holding towards the sewers. The rest of them are trying to work up towards this B heaven from the male side for the attackers as Huston is waiting inside B for his teammates to rotate.
That nade is right on the money. Yikes, can't get away from it. Tries to sneak away into the corner, hoping that maybe there's some safety there. But not going to be the case. The attacking side has control of this B site, but they don't have the spike currently, as there are threats currently waiting up in heaven. That said, one of the threats goes down. That's Nerve falling. Exalt has to pick up the pieces of what was left behind, trying to take this long-range duel, somehow coming out on top of the exchange. Drops now off of heaven, finds one around the corner. It's a quick trade for Xander, but there's JP2 to end the round with the final execution. A back-and-forth volley, but an important pistol round win coming in for the attacking side.
And that makes it that important round coming in for this team that's defeating KVL Mob on the attacking side. And I did like the idea of what they tried to do there with SFX, right? They tried to push aggressively. They knew the attack was coming in towards that B side. They had the perfect stack, but just somehow they couldn't capitalize on a hold, despite them actually getting that spiker killed early into the round. as they were trying to execute into this game. So Elysium getting that pistol, continuing to move forward, and it starts off now with an owl drone that spots Exalt, who's just gonna, you know, bob and weave for a bit and use that flash and not move out of his position at all. So I like it, because he threw the curveball. He might think that they rotated it out, but he's still holding in a tight angle. But unfortunately, one to fall here on the defensive side for the KVL mob. An early 5-on-4 as his mid control was taken early by Elysium, but they're walking back towards the A side where they might walk into this site uncontested for now.
Sands in mid. Just a stinger in hand. The force up here from the defense might work out well for them. You can see they're starting to pull the resources off of this B site as they know that they've gotten onto A. The spike now being planted. The Viper wall is down that toxic screen. The nade does come out. There's damage dealt currently to the Omen. Very low on HP. There's the flanking kill coming in from Zanz. That's going to be the breach now finding an avenue of attack. SFX trying to find a way to get back in. Eventually cleans up. But it's a quick trade out, and it looks like right now it's going to be the advantage coming in for the defense, or the attack, excuse me. Kairos, who played the Killjoy in the earlier game on the Viper, finding the last two on the round. 2 rounds in a row, and now a full save should be coming out for the defense.
That's right. And even on top of that, Kairos was able to get 2 kills with a Ghost. So them, again, winning a pistol round, they're playing pretty much a similar strategy here as KVL Mob would do. They win the pistol round, and they don't upgrade as much. Right? Not everybody upgraded, some of them kept towards pistols, and still it works out somehow in their favor versus the force buy coming in for KVL. And that puts them in an eco and in a position where they could actually just go right now for, again, SMGs versus pistols, with the gun advantage coming in for the attacker side. SFX just looking to get the showstopper, or getting closer to the showstopper by contesting towards this orb, but it's still going to be the action towards the A side as Kairos is able to drop 2, pushing aggressively through the dark cover by the orb, and he himself is making sure that his opponents are not taking up that orb. So that A site is now open for business. The spike is down towards the sewers because we're still trying to take control of the mid side of the map, trying to figure out what the last 3 players are. But as SFX falls back here towards the sewers, sorry. Not SFX, sorry. They're going to fall back towards the sewers, pick that up, and then we're going to have Elysium move towards the A side.
Exalt just sitting in spawn, watching for anyone that might be pushing through from the A site. SFX up in heaven with the pistol. It's the classic.
Spike planted.
But Spike's been planted over on the A site, and if they're wise, they won't extend beyond their current regions. Now, what will be interesting is Elysium on defense without a Cypher. People have played it before, and we've seen it played well. TSM is a team that comes to mind that plays a Cypherless B side, or a Cypherless defense on split now, putting the Omen on the B side anchor. That, of course, being Cutler, who has to play that role. Exalt going to be falling back after taking a damage, a shot while trying to heal. Taking a lick of damage down to 89. SFX, long-range fight, but it was Exalt across the map who actually picked off Polly with the Sheriff. So that's an SMG down, should Exalt decide to grab it, but not exactly much value in that. I'll take it anyway.
Just in case, you know?
You know what?
We got to figure out what the real... Yeah.
So, like, maybe you pop run it back with the Spectre and make it work.
Yeah, right? I think that's a good idea, actually. Because you do a little bit of damage as much as you can. There's really no healers coming in anymore. Nope, he's just going to go for the Vandal instead. And that's even better. Why just do a little bit of damage where you can just try to get frags with the Vandal at the same time, too? And he's the one that's putting up the number so far for the defense. We're still looking for something for Nerve and for Huston, where unfortunately with the Force Buy and the situations that they've had on defense, they weren't able to capitalize on any holds towards the A side. And unfortunate, it was so close. SFX almost getting an early entry frag into the B entrance of the garage, but it's still going to be Kairos and his own teammate, Justin Mascorian, that are going to try to work together into this B side.
SFX missed the first shot, looking for a follow-up. Not going to get it today. Uh-oh! Kairos tries to pop the ult. It's the worst possible time. Gets caught in the tripwire. There's no weapon out to try and take out the trip. Needed some help from his teammate. Doesn't get it. that is a problem. The whole plan was to play off that Viper ult to get access to B to go for the
Joke's
plant.
over.
Now,
You're dead.
they have to come up with a more creative solution. You can see Exalt is also popping, running back, going to challenge them in mailroom, charging toward. That's the spike going down in B main, and damage dealt to the players in mailroom. This round is falling apart right now for Elysium.
Even at that point, after
30
they
seconds
lost a Viper from Kairos at the entrance of B, Justin's just stuck in the corner, right? He can't really go anywhere. He could satchel charge away. Maybe that could have been the better play, so he meets up with his teammates, but he didn't know. Like, SFX didn't know where he was playing at, so he maybe wanted to use that as an element of surprise. But now you had the
10
showstopper
seconds
that you
left.
heard it ring towards the entrance of the B side, but it's going to be opening up for a round. The first one coming in for the defender side as KVL Mob puts the first on the scoreboard, and 3 weapons will be saved for Elysium.
I mean, this is it right here. The ult popped as soon as hitting that tripwire. In fact, his teammate didn't even have a chance. Just underscore and just didn't have an opportunity to really go in and take it out. So unfortunate for them that they tried to play off that ult, and also they lose that ult. So Kairos had the ult available, now back down to 0 points. Frustrating to say the least for the Viper on the attacking side. Still, though, 3 rounds on the board and an opportunity to add more to the tally. There's dueling boom bots over in B main. And it would be wise not to peek back into this one. Great damage coming out through the wall, but follow-up damage to the other Raze is actually better. 43 HP for the other Raze. Huston goes up on top of the ropes. Exalts around the corner to try and support Curveball to at least slow them down. But they've managed to scoop up control of Heaven and Nailroom.
Weak.
Yeah, and even open up, at least for the defender side, though, of KVL, that prevents any pushes or any flanks from coming in as the rest of Elysium are trying to split into this B site. But yes, they've taken that Heaven control, but look how we've readjusted, for the defense. Huston's just playing towards that pillar. That paranoia is going to be enough, but he's never going to see that coming. Just flying across the screen was just underscoring. Gets that execution, but at least traded off by SFX from the front of the garage. Spike will get planted, so really what we want to do right now is just have the teammates rotate. So SFX is waiting for the last 2 to come across as one of them has fallen, but as he's moving a little bit too quickly, Get Greedy is the one that gets greedy and gets the kill. And with that, a 2 versus 1 Nerve with only 33 HP. And that is going to be Greedy with the second kill into this round. Unfortunate there. As I gotta say, they adjusted really well, but I guess a satchel charge is enough to fly off of your peripheral.
Yeah, that was actually wild. So from his perspective, you could kind of see it, but you could hear it if anything.
Yeah.
And just didn't react to it. Wasn't really sure what to expect from that. I understand it. If I was in that situation, I would have played it even worse. So,
oh man,
who am I to
it's
really
the same as
judge?
having a jet jumping across, right? He flies in the air and he updrafts. You think it's going to be behind you, and suddenly it's just above your head. It's just,
Yeah.
it's so hard to try to get those splits when it's pulse like that.
Again, we see those dueling boom bots over in B main. This time, though, Jasper playing back further, doesn't have the op. A satchel comes out from just underscore, and it feels like we're going to have that consistent duel all half. It's going to be the 2 Razes dueling over in B main.
Well, it's still going to be Exalt looking to make a lot of noise here towards this Heaven side. And looking at how KVL is playing this so far, Bach, is just, hey, let's just stack B as many times as we can and just have maybe just a breach sometimes, maybe just an Omen watching it at times. But that means that they leave the rope side actually quite open, which is why you see so many of these splits happen. But they over-rotate. Because of that and leaving mid open so many times, they play under that unknown certainty as are they eventually going to split towards the A side, or are they actually going towards B? And with that, this is a conclusion where you're seeing a lot of plans happening towards this B side. From the attackers, a Rolling Thunder come out on top of that for the retake. Is it going to be enough, though?
One enemy remaining.
There's quick trades coming out. It's all up to the Viper inside their own smoke. Kairos somehow stays alive. The Toxin is low on that Toxic Orb, 6 HP. Has to go back around the pillar. Well played from the Viper, who again struggled as the Killjoy at times in their first match earlier before switching over to the other side and turning on the Jets. You've got a 10-3 performance coming out right now from the Viper, putting on a clinic on how to play the character, which is not something we get to see all that often, to be quite honest. But I love the way they're getting control of this B site. What I don't love is how many times Huston's been caught in the back site with a nade. That time he got caught by shots through the smoke, and then the nade did the finisher. But in the past, it was also just flat out nade damage. Ult orb picked up. Jasper moving up with an aggressive position with the pistol.
Yeah, and they're so close right now, Elise, for the attackers, as they're playing close towards the orb. And as the poison cloud dissipates, it's just going to be a trade-off, at least to get a kill out of that. But you have one guy watching that rotation, watching that flank, and you know it's coming. It's going to be Exalt pushing forward with two of his teammates, including SFX, and it's Pauly at the bottom of the ramp. Shock dart to come forward, but Huston still manages to get the kill after the wall bang. A fault line is going to daze Exalt, and they're going to try to make sure that they don't save these weapons. It looks like they will let them have at least the Vandal for now. But at the end of the line, as we have no commitment for the defensive side, it is going to be the round coming in for the attackers to make it 6-1 here for Elysium.
Now, there is a weapon down just inside. Or actually just outside, I guess I should say, of A main. You can see it, the red X sitting in that territory. There's bodies down all over the place. There's a potential to pick up a rifle, but they decide to just kind of hold their ground. So.
Yeah, you know, again, as we mentioned it before, what's important is you get the point in the end of the day, right? The way that they're playing so far here for the attackers, because that mid side is so out in the open, left out in the open for the defenders, they don't really care to lose like a weapon or two. They're still getting a couple of kills. They're still getting the entries. They're still getting the plants. And every time you win the round, well, if you only lose one player or two, but the rest of the team always wins 3K, you're good to drop for your teammates for now, right? So they, I get it. They have that confidence on their side. And finally, here for KVL, Bach, you see that readjustment coming in for the defensive side. You have SFX playing towards the rope this time. They have a crossfire set up from Male 2, and they're leaving B a little bit more passively finally. Oof. Unfortunate. Pauly gets the kill with the Hunter's Fury from sewers all the way towards heaven, and at the same time, you lose Zans on the top of the A ramp. So that's going to be a weakened A side, but Nerve is doing all of the best that he can to actually hold down this site. That includes a spike cure for now, but just underscoring, comes in from the elbow and picks him off with the headshot. SFX on the top of A heaven, while his teammates are coming in towards screen. Bullets are ricocheting just past Huston, but they still have advantage of the map, but no advantage on the spike, and Pauly lurks up for the kill onto SFX, unfortunately, and this is looking for another round in favor of the attackers of Elysium, as Huston is stuck on a 3 versus 1 with the fault line coming through, but really, with this confidence, look how many times they jiggle peek right now, and there you go, Pauly doesn't care. Jiggle peeks again, gets a kill instead of playing the angle, and it's going to be now 7-1.
I'm just kind of blown away by how well Elysium is playing on the attacking side of this map. Even if this turns and becomes a 7-5 at this point, it wouldn't matter. I mean, this is still a very defensive-heavy map. But anything can happen. We've seen a couple of comebacks today. We've seen a couple of surprising performances after one-sided halves. This one, though,
Oh, yeah.
rough start.
I'm not going to say anything.
KVL Mob. Yeah, I know.
I'm just going to let it roll, you know?
Nice boom bot move coming in mid from SFX. JP2 was trying to dodge so much and was not prepared. This round is looking fantastic as it stacks up in favor of the defense. Just underscoring would be ill-advised to go through this as there's a target just behind. That would be SFX. It's all up to Kairos again to save the day. Now they know there's one in sewers. They can hear the footsteps splashing around. Can they cross here without being spotted? No. So Zans is around the corner, waiting, and that is a huge thrifty round coming out for the defense. Maybe I did jinx it.
Definitely much needed. I didn't jinx it this time. I didn't say anything, Buck. I said I'm not going to say anything, you know? Yeah, true. true.
Player remaining.
And now, with that though, despite them getting that thrifty round and a lot of guns salvaged into this round here, and the economy actually looking a lot better than it used to be now for the KVL mob, you still have a gun round coming in for Elysium, and eventually a second buy if they lose this one here, because you lose the second round, that's 2,400 credits for across the board. You still have plenty to go onto another buy to even reset your opponents again. So let's see what's going to happen. 2 more rounds to go in this first half. They should be good to buy at least for the next 2 on the attackers should they lose this next one here. But again, they found a lot of success towards the mid side and then also working up towards B. But with the timing of that smoke dissipating, Zanz gets the upper hand and a surprise kill. And now you have Greedy getting 2 kills of his own, and it's on a 3 versus 3. We heard the showstopper at the same time too, but SFX dies. Paulie pushing through as Zanz pulls out the flashpoint. And now you have a 3 versus 2, but a very much weakened A side site. And even B at that point. So all 3 of them grouped up together on the attacker side and looking to capitalize on this kill.
I love this camp as a custom, but has to go out and fight against Paulie, who's got the hot hand right now. Paulie, big kill on the breach inside ropes to make this rotate to a possible. What started out as a promising round has quickly dissipated and become a 1v3. Damage dealt to Paulie, sure, but the other 2 sitting on full HP. Exalt now coming through from screens. Exalt trying to get into position. Gonna have to move towards elbow. There's one jiggle peeking, and yikes! Execution from distance by Kairos. Great shot coming out from the Viper. And again, the money should not be so good. No, it's actually not bad. Because of the thrifty round win, they're able to fall back on that cash.
Exactly. So that'll be 1,900 plus the amount of money that they had before on that thrifty win, which is 3K. They're going to be okay into this one here. Our Guardian, though, to come out for Nerve. Even though we had a slight buff coming into the last patch, we haven't seen much use of it. So we'll have to find out if Nerve could actually get something done here, playing on the B side this time and putting all the camera and utilities of the Cypher on A. So really, the strategy, how much it's changed, is going with the Omen by himself with timing on the smokes, all the utilities of Cypher towards A instead of B, and 3 players playing towards mid. And with that, it's just going to be an all-out push towards the A side, A main, and it's going to be just 4 players dying simultaneously from GP2 and just underscoring. And yes, at least he dies after getting the kill, but he's done his job.
He died, I think, falling from the ult off of heaven.
Yep.
So that's awkward. It's down to SFX. The shot not where it needs to be, as SFX struggles to line that one up. The Omen somehow pulls out a quick move to dodge it, and SFX is trying to escape. Good luck.
Yeah, so much noise. Paulie waiting, and there you go. Op is down, not salvage at the same time. Paulie, I guess his spacebar is broken for the crouch, but at least he wants to make sure that his gun is not jammed, and indeed it isn't.
9-2. Just absurd first half work coming out from the attacking side of Elysium. Got a nice dart lineup for Paulie. We'll see where that one lands. It should just drop right inside the site. Probably back towards elbow.
Revealing area.
And where does it go? Yep, right on top of the sign. Oh, that's unfortunate. Huston's blinded, stuck in the backside of sight, trying to take out the dart. Just couldn't do much. So there's the Rolling Thunder coming in, but there's the ult being popped by the Viper. And that is going to be so difficult for them to get back into. Nice nade kill coming out from SFX onto Greedy. But again, they've got sight control right now. They're trying to work their way back in. There's the shotgun point blank range against Kairos. Can't end up coming out on top. 10-2. Ridiculous.
Yeah, you didn't even need a plant at that point there for the attackers too. You're just playing within the poisoned jello of the Viper, but at the same time, I do like the idea of what they were trying to do on the defensive side, because all of the cloud was deploying from the Viper pit. They wanted to take the upper hand and just push through themselves, because UTK going into the Viper pit as the opponents, where your teammates don't. So while they're still trying to spread out across this smoke, you want to try to catch them off guard. So they went double into the smoke, try to go for a trade, but unfortunately both of them die to Kairos playing that Viper very well on that last round. So 10-2, yes, they have a great upper hand now moving into the second half here for Elysium, and they take the defensive side on top of that. And with the composition that they have, it's pretty basic right now. You can play a very passive mid side as well still. And with the Viper Pit, you're using it on mid, while the rest here of KVL Mob are looking to push up and split towards this B side to start.
Right off the bat, it's going to be Elysium to pick up the kill. It's Paulie dropping his boomer counterpart in SFX. The two old dogs going at it right now. It's Paulie's team that's been coming out on top of the exchange. There's the nade going out. They've got that backside flank, though, coming in from Nerve. Nerve drops the paranoia, trying to chase the Omen around the corner. How does that happen? Greedy able to dodge it long enough so that the nearsightedness goes away and vision returns. 11 rounds. I mean, that is the worst possible thing that could happen.
Definitely. And now they have the upper hand with the weapons. I think at this point, I'd be comfortable, too, to just upgrade to submachine guns. Like I said, a lot of these players, they don't really want to upgrade and go for the Ghost, especially for KVL Mob. And there you go. A force buy from both sides. Stingers for 3 players, a Spectre and a Ghost. I'm expecting something very fast right now for KVL Mob to try to get into the site, and it seems as though it's going to be towards the A side. And Paulie was still debating between the Spectre and the Phantom. He's going to opt for the Spectre in the end, but I think the Phantom would have been key to watch against this push towards the A side.
Flash is coming out on site. As they try to make their way up, it's again a bloodbath in favor of the defense of Elysium. It's all down to one. It's Zans, and Zans taken down quite easily by Kairos. So a 12-2. Like, this is just crazy. This is not what we expected at all.
And probably even over at this point, right? You could upgrade if you want to the Phantoms just to try to seal the deal. You're going to try to give them a little bit of a chance right now for Elysium because you could still have enough money to go for a buy into the next. And if you do enough econ damage into this round and you still lose the round, it's still going to be a broken buy for the KVL Mob. So they're looking good in their position right now, especially with 10 rounds of a cushion to work with. And it starts off well with them pushing forward at least for a trade. But the counter comes back here from Elysium.
I like the flash work coming out from the Breach. The Breach has to be careful, though, as it's actually backup fire coming in from Greedy. As it was Huston who got Greedy, though, trying to push past that dark cover, get the trade, and it will all fall down onto 2. Zans and Exalt are all that remains for KVL Mob and their chances at trying to take this series. The toxic venom from the Viper comes down on the ground. That's the snake bite. Buys them some more time. Xander's here with the Sheriff, trying to use what little they have to scoop that spike back up.
Just sucks that Huston actually went for the kill or chased after the kill with the spike on his back. He really wanted it, right? Because they're on this force buy, they want to try to play the aggressive and bring that surprise forward. But now it seems as though it's going to be their opponents that it's actually being a little bit too antsy. So Exalt gets 3 kills. He has to run it back. It's a 1 versus 1. There's 30 seconds left, and he's booking it here towards the A side. I would hot hands towards the ground here as I get a plant, so I'm at 100 HP. But he's looking good so far for this 1 versus 1. Unfortunately, though, he didn't pick up any other upgraded weapons, so he's still stuck with the Stinger. While we do have Kairos looking to rotate back towards the male side, but he only has a Spectre work with himself.
Poison's off.
I like that toxic wall, though. That's going to work out well, as it does kind of cut off B main. The problem is a lot of time's been lost. Now, what you'll likely see here is that tap on the spike and maybe the run it back call. There it is, going right in. So all they have to do is try and put that hot hands down. That's exactly what you want to see. Now Kairos, wanting to get aggressive, runs right at him. Is there time? I think there is.
I think there is.
They've absolutely got this one. It's going to be so close. No, they don't have it.
Oh, man.
Really well played from both parties. Like, I think both players played that exactly as you should. The hot hand save is what wins that round. That Molly coming down Means that he can't really get the spike from halfway, so that makes it more difficult.
Yeah, and I think where it was a little bit iffy though for Exalt was his position of the run it back. I think could have been a little bit more in towards the garage side, because for example, as close as he was, if he died that early, you saw how it took so long for him to get back from his from reviving from the ashes, pretty much, and he got killed because of that. I think if he positioned a little bit more deeper into the garage, maybe that would have helped him into the timing to be able to try to win that fight and actually make it a little bit less stressful for the team. Nonetheless, though, they do get the round. It's going to be 3-12 to survive, but it's going to be a 4 versus 4 early in this round as kills fall towards mid and A main. Spike, though, is still up towards the A side by himself, so we really need to make a big flank and a big play for the attackers on mid, and it starts off super well. Exalt gets the kill onto Pauly, forces a rotation out, but the thing is, the Spike is also making his way back from spawn side into B. So eventually, we're going to split mid to B, but Kairos is still going to work. That's almost a second kill. But actually, he whiffed all of his shots on that second player. It looked on him at that point, but after I looked back at the overall, I'm like, wait, he's still at 100 HP.
Yeah, he did not connect on a single one of those shots, wasn't prepared. An aggressive play coming out from them. Now, Get Greedy is looking for the breach, but look how far back Zanz is playing this one. Xander has gone all the way into this corner, and the hard clear. All right, that's going to work.
Oh my god. Yeah. Even a crosshair placement was off too from the angle that he was at, so Got Greedy played that super well. It's a 2 versus 2. Flashes to come through now from the breach side on this retake attempt. Husson spots him from that pillar. A paranoia as well. It's a trade-off, and now it's going to be the flash moving forward. They know exactly where the last one's at. He's going to have to force on that plant, or on the fuse rather. It's halfway, running through the smoke, looking for the no.
The knife out.
Yeah, you just hate it. You actually release it, and the knife comes out instead. When you wish you had a weapon out, and it doesn't pay off in his favor.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. We talked about that earlier.
Yeah.
It's the same thing with the ults. If you come off out of an ult, it just returns you to whatever you had beforehand. If you come off the spike, it returns you to whatever you had beforehand. So he had a knife out to try and make that move, and that's why ultimately the knife comes out in that 1v1. So unfortunate there. Could have been GG, but instead the game continues. The buy will still come out from both teams. You didn't really get a chance to see too much of what the defensive side had, but it should be not a full buy, excuse me, like a save coming in. You see the shotgun was already picked up. The money is a little bit tight.
We jinxed it again, Buck. This is going overtime.
Nonsense.
But at least now we take this control early of this mid side for the attackers, knowing now that the defense are cowered and cornered, playing super passively and playing the angles on our end. We do have Pauly opening kill onto SFX. Zanz though training with 2, make that 3 of his own towards the rope side. And as they clear it out, it's going to be an easy take towards the B side, of course. As they close in now onto Pauly. Nerve to fall, and 5 on the board now for the KVL mob on the attacker side. They have 4 ults to work with here, Bach. They have a chance to still continue forward to make it 12-6.
Opportunity for sure, but when you're looking at the scoreboard right now, you know what's going to happen. Eventually, they're going to find that 13th round. Eventually, they're going to come up with the magic solution necessary to close out this game and find round number 13. There's the owl drone going out first. You can hear the rocket being popped here from Jasper. That's SFX over on the B site. It's a great way to open up the site as they try to now gain control of it. Exalt executes Kairos despite the great game we've seen played thus far. And, oh, Zanz on the lurk. Does Zanz get something? Yes. Xander's actually going to find both. This has fallen apart. The round completely out of the hands of Elysium and in favor of KVL mob. Pauly has somehow snuck past. Did they spot him? Yeah, they did. They saw either the cape or the leg. Something had given away the position.
And yeah, you saw those exits coming down. It's just them going for a straight train wreck from that mid side once again up towards heaven. So despite whichever team is playing right now on the attacker side, both of them are finding a lot of success on this mid take. And I think if it isn't broken, don't fix it. But at this point, okay, I thought they were trying to go towards the A side, but finally, two of them make it back towards the sewers. And they're going to try to go for this double peek into this mid side to take control again. So it's going to be Zen and Exalt. Flash to come out. But at least the sound is heard so that you don't have any stacks coming in from the defender side. So they're still keeping 2 towards mid, 2 at A, and 1 at B for Elysium as SFX is moving forward to try to clear it out with some paint shells towards the A side.
Just underscoring here with the shotty right around the corner. Patience is the name of the game right now. Might be able to get one. Unlikely to get much more. Yeah. Just can't quite get that trigger timing down. And there's the neural theft as well. It's going to give away the positions of both of these players. JP2 hits one shot. There's the paranoia. It's right on the money for the raise, but Xander somehow dodges that one. Confused as to how that's a thing. It looked like that was right on the money. Kairos with the stinger has one around the corner up on top of the box. Won't be able to see the transition over towards window. They're baiting out movement right now with the ropes. And it's all down to one. It's Paulie with a ghost. Later.
Paulie with a ghost. Paulie is a ghost. So 12-7 now. And it's going to be a full gun round for both of these teams. This could be the swinging round now for either of these teams, right? Of course, the John Madden style is if it's going to be Paulie and company winning this one, it's game over. But then again, if they win the next one here for the attackers of KVL, it's going to be a broken buy for the defenders. They have a chance to bring it 12-9, but they still have the economy continuing to build up very high, so they can continue to drop for their teammates and continue this aggression towards this wherever side they want to go. It seems to pay off super well for them, but lots of big success here towards this mid. And there you go, a rolling thunder to counteract back towards the heaven side. GP2 says that's enough. It's our turn to retake control of the mid, and they have 4 players actually on the defender side playing this mid control. Meanwhile, though, SFX did win that fight versus Kairos towards B main, so he forced it out of rotation to come back towards mid, but they have lurks from the A side. So that's Huston going to work, but GP2 comes back to avenge his teammate. And that's Nerd to fall. A side is still open, but despite that, the spike is walking back towards mid.
Yeah, that is a terrible position to be in if you're JP2. Now, the big thing right now is that Sova's got the flank. If Sova can get there in time, if Paulie can time this well, there's possibilities, but unfortunately, they've already made their way into heaven, so the point is moot. Paulie's going to be going back towards B main, and there's 2 targets waiting for him around the corner. There was one back sight. The recon dart goes out, but they spot that player back sight, and they know they're low on HP. The damage coming through doesn't exactly connect. There's the ult pop, but no! They have to be careful. There's one in hell! Oh, no! It's falling apart again.
You had a Hunter's Fury too. You cleared the area with the recon dart, but you still just want to spray with the bullets instead of going with the Hunter's Fury and almost guarantee that kill, because that area is so tight there, Mark. It would have been pretty much impossible for SFX to try to dance around and get away with it unless it Sato charges. But if he Sato charges away into the site, at least that gives an advantage for just underscoring to come in from heaven and get the kill. Yes, maybe he would have gotten killed after from the guy from the hell, but at least it gives the position away so that that 1 versus 1 comes back for Paulie to maybe try to win it back in their favor. But now into this round, like I said, it's a turning point right now. Should be a broken buy for the defenders. Forgot to look at the scoreboard, but yeah, you already see here a Spectre for Paulie, and the rest of the guys are just kind of split out right now across the map. Playing aggressive towards the mid side did pay off for a bit, but not well enough.
Nice damage being dealt here. That shock dart will finish off Xander. So Xander's going to go down. Zan's dead and out. But again, how many times have we seen this where this A site's been lost and they're still fighting in mid? Again, that's what happens here. It will be a 3-on-4. Damage dealt to that Omen. Recon dart, a little sketchy on the timing. There's the ult being popped, the Hunter's Fury, trying to stop that plant or at least slow it down. Nerve with low HP from Hell able to make things work. And the Bulldog takes some time there for Kairos. It's down to this one last player, though, as the Viper. 12-9, so much for the blowout, as it seems like this map is just going to play attack-sided from here on out.
Well, here's the thing, and I haven't talked about it a lot, and we haven't talked about it a lot here, Bach, in terms of compositions throughout this whole game for all these matches so far. When you're looking at the composition here that Elysium has, it's very hard, actually, with what they have for defense. Because you don't have a Cypher, and you don't have a Killjoy that's actually going to put some traps and get information towards the extremities at the A side or B side. Which means if you're focusing a lot on mid control like they are right now, you're leaving a lot of weak points or forcing players to anchor towards a site where they could eventually lose it because you have to face check instead of playing with Sentinel utilities that could actually give positions away instead. And on top of that, a Sova is not somebody that gets used a lot on this map, and I think maybe switching out a Sova to a Cypher or Killjoy maybe could have made the cause a little bit easier for them on this defensive hold for Elysium.
I actually love the way they're playing this over on the B site. The way that you see the Viper playing this ult, just kind of sitting in that corner, allowing SFX pass, that's huge. Now, the big issue is they rotated way too much utility over here. Why? Great question. Considering that they have that Viper ult down, they don't need the backup. They needed these players to kind of hold their ground because the Viper could just chill and do what the Viper does best and just section off this part of the map, make it almost impossible for them to take. Now, they still look like they want to go back towards the B site, but they're going to be executing on more of a split level coming through from mid. And I like this too. There's, the Toxic Orb inside B main. Nerve is going to try and look in different directions, going to get spotted out by Kairos. That's the spike going down. The attempt to push in now might get cut off as well by the Phrase, excuse me, and now it's all down to Xander. Xan's able to pick up the first one, but that's going to be it. 13-9, another close game after it looked like it was going to be a bloodbath. KVL Mob do end up dropping in the end.
30
to
seconds
Elysium.
left.
Yeah, and that's all was needed pretty much on the defensive side here for Elysium. They just needed to have the right moment, to have the Viper's Pit being popped by Kairos to be able to hold that B side. Again, because of the fact that they left, or they're forced to anchor players into the site with players that have to face check. This time, you're forcing your opponents to play into the unknown because you're actually going into the site where you can't really see anything. It's basically a fog of war going into the Viper's Pit. And well done there for Kairos and company of Elysium to be able to win that round and move to the upper bracket finals. So, Bach, it's time to think about the next matchup coming up. But before that, we're going to take a break, and when we come back, it's going to be the MGA USA League, presented by MSI and also Battlefy.
And we are back and ready to jump into another game here as the MSI MGA USA League powered by Battlefy continues on. My name is Bach. Joining me on the broadcast is none other than Mr. Van Silly himself,
Hello.
the legend, as we continue to soldier on through this first day. And we just watched what could have been one of our only blowouts on the day. But somehow, man, these teams just have so much fight in them to come back. That was
We're
a
not seeing any of that.
ridiculous first half. That was a 10-2 on
Oh,
split.
yeah.
Attack side.
We're gonna see none of that, Buck, for this whole tournament. Actually, for this type of tournament to be like a fun tournament, allowing casual players to come out and have a good time, play with their teams, and then even win some money on top of that. I think that's the key word. Yes, we're having some fun, but we could win some money here. It's $5,000 on the line pretty much in this prize pool, and we're moving into a 2-day tournament in a BO1, so it's super fast played throughout this whole weekend, and you still have a chance to make good money.
I think my point is not necessarily that I want a blowout. It's more just crazy that
Oh,
these
yeah.
teams
I know,
are
for sure,
constantly
for
keeping themselves in the game. Like, you go
Mhm.
down 10-2 on the defensive side of split. Your thoughts going into the second half are basically like, well, there's tomorrow. Like I know I have played with you in the past, and I know your thoughts after we go down 2-0 on the defensive side of split. So I can't imagine what they would be like when we go down 10-2 on the defensive side of split. It would not be pretty. So
What do you mean? Like, we lose pistol, then we lose eco, and I'm like, Buck, why can't you hold B? Yeah. I
yeah,
know
you're
those-
like
I know
all of a
those
sudden
days.
you're force buying a judge every round, and you're telling everyone that you're taking your headset off and you're
Listen,
listening
we
to
haven't had a
music, you're
chance
done.
of doing that yet with Valorant, right? Let's call it at least like I'll force into a small armor M4 or Deagle armor every single round for the rest of the game, of course. But this was like years ago, Buck. I've now grown into a mature man.
We'll see. We do have to play. We haven't. I don't think we've actually. Have we even gotten a chance to play together? If we have, it was
Once.
a while ago. I think yeah. It was,
Once
I remember.
with Ali, I think.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
this was prior to my rise to the top. You know.
When you made it to Diamond 1?
Hey, I hit Immortal 1. All right. I
Did
was
you?
Immortal.
Nice.
Yes, I hit Immortal, and I lost it in like 2 days. But I was Immortal. Truth is, man, I as much as I love the game, I've almost barely touched it in the last couple of weeks. Just been
Yeah.
so busy with
Real life,
with work and broadcasts
Mhm.
and all this other stuff. And there, you know, some other games have stolen me away, and because it's a
What,
more
Among
casual
Us?
thing. No, actually, I played that like one night, but Spellbreak has been a lot of fun.
Oh, okay.
That's been fun for like, hey, I got 15 minutes to kill. There is
Mhm.
not a single mode in Valorant that I think I can go through. It may be
Spike
Spike
Rush.
Rush, but I don't
Mhm.
really like that. To be honest, it's not for me. I want that true traditional competitive experience, and
Like the
that's an
deathmatch?
hour. No, like yeah, right. Like unrated, where I play
Yep.
agents I've never actually played before. Looking at this setup this time around, we're gonna have Phoenix 1 rocking Derek on the Killjoy. They've got Ray's Breach, and then they've got the Jet and the Omen on the opposite side. I'm pretty sure that's the same setup we saw from them on the last map. Actually, no. Wasn't Jacobson on the Cypher? Suya was definitely on the Jet. Deimos was on... no, there's
Omen,
the
that
whole
was
big...
right. Yeah.
They have Evo on the stage. Evo was playing
Yeah.
as the Sova before. So a bit of an
Yeah.
interesting role juggle on TFF.
Yeah, I don't think they read the notes that Sage has been kind of nerfed.
Yeah,
So
like 3 patches in a row.
I guess so.
And
But
we
but
made
at
Sage
the end,
bad,
you
but
know,
she's not bad enough. Let's make her
exactly,
worse.
exactly. But then again, you know, like David P still played her for fun in the last Ignition series that they had for Blast, and they did pretty decent with her, maybe for like a map. But then he went back to play her Breach instead for G2. But let's see how this plays off now that they do have the Sage. Maybe they'll prove me wrong because, you know, me being a Sage main myself, I'd like to see the resurgence following the patches that followed on the nerfs of Sage to still see her on top.
You can say David P did anything, but Jesus walked on water, and you know, as soon as I step on it, my fat ass sinks. So there's no way I can use David P as a justification for an action. Here we've got the defense down to 2. It's Menace and the Breach. Sounds like a band name. It's Lear who's operating on high ping, trying to get back into the site. Spike's been planted and it's ticking away. I love the post-plant positioning. They are playing so far off this spike. It's
One player
ridiculous.
remaining.
They
Oof.
tap it, updraft. I like the move, but Lear's trying to trace heads, and it's not going to work out so well for them. 1-0 the start as Jacobson and company from TFF pick up the pistol round win.
We're just gonna keep seeing this, Buck. It's just never gonna end. Mid control, mid control, mid control. A split from B main, B heaven. The initial kills came in from B heaven as well. I know that even if Evo, I said Evo earlier on. Sorry about that. It's Evo, not as my eyes have been corrected. But even though he threw an orb towards the entrance of the B main, he fell back with his teammates and still got an entry towards that B side heaven. So they are trying to play a lot of rotations right now for the attacker side and really trying to keep their opponents guessing at this point. It'll be interesting to see their gun rounds if they're going to try to do that same type of style. But it's going to change a lot with trying to go for these mid to B splits when you now have someone like a Killjoy that can really help in terms of getting information, just like you have a Cypher on the other side. Well, Trick is going to try to move forward, try to shoot through the smoke, but there you go. Finally, at least the Boombot is going to get the position away from Jacobson, who decides to fall back with the rest of his teammates. But then again, they're walking it. So nobody's going to hear anything, and it might be a surprise attack onto the A side still here.
So I'm kind of curious where Lear is playing from. That 120 ping is a thing. It's either like northern Canada or like Hawaii, South America, or Europe. Like there's no way that Lear is in the continental United States with that ping. And if he is, get rid of the
Greenland?
DSL dog. It's time to upgrade. Yeah, right. Maybe. They try to make their
30
push
seconds
through.
left.
Menace is up in heaven with just a shorty. And unfortunately, in this instance, shorty is
Spike
like a
planted.
melody in my head. Because that's all you're going to get out of me is a song when it comes to the shorty. The shorty gets taken out quickly. Lear is there with the trade. The cyber cage is way off the mark, so it doesn't land in heaven. The second follow-up might have been in position, and it is.
With the clock still ticking down. 4-man plus plan situation. Had a nice little polygon shape, but it's still going to be Bang that goes bang, bang with the shorty, and then it's still able to take one down. Still with the wall up, Evo going close range, gets the ghost kill, but his teammate has fallen from Lear with that stinger. Relay, they're just setting up right now just to try to hurt them on the exits, and it works out. Bang also building up his ultimate points by getting that frag onto damage. Now close range, they force the kill onto Evo. So yes, they won the round, but all of them have died where the economy comes in now for the defenders.
Yeah, but at the same point in time, there should be a stable-ish buy. They should be able to be, yeah, they got plenty. So they're going to be able to buy up full. I think the only one who's light on cash is actually Evo. So if Evo had survived, maybe there would have been something more coming out of the Sage. But that's just the nature of playing Sage. Unfortunately, Sage's kit is expensive and so much more useless than it once was. It's a frustrating agent to play. Sometimes it's like playing other agents like Cypher, where it feels like you're constantly just replenishing your utility because you lay down the tripwire every round. You have to, and you're going to lay down your tripwires, and sometimes a raise is going to come through and satchel and blow up both of them. You're like, oh, cool. Well, that's more money I have to spend next round. Awesome. I don't know. Did you know this? I found this out playing in a game. And actually, I don't know if you guys saw this when we were playing in that corporate league that you casted.
Yeah.
I took out a Cypher's tripwire with my camera. I put my camera on the tripwire accidentally, and it took out the tripwire.
Nice.
You learn something new every day.
I thought you could like mark the trap wire with the camera and breaks it.
No, like I literally just put the camera in the tripwire and it like got tripped. Like it hit the tripwire. It's weird. First kill comes out for the attack as they try to make their way onto the site. Derek and Trick on site, making quick work of the attackers. My goodness. Decimation on the B site.
Oh, definitely. That was them being patient throughout the whole round, pretty much, right? All the way to when it came down to the execution. Everybody just jumped down and they just played angles. They didn't even want to try to show each other, show themselves from the positioning of where they were at on the defender side. So really, they're just letting them drop into the site and boom, everybody dies simultaneously because also from the position where they're at, they had each other's backs on a crossfire set up too. So a beautiful hold there on their side. And because, like you said, Buck, before should have been like a decent buy for the attackers, but now they're definitely going to be on a save right now for Jacobson and company to try to work back towards this mid. So they do have 3 players lurking up towards that male side and 1 towards B main. They're looking for the split into the B once again with a lurk as the Omen on the A side. But Trick is waiting for it. That's 1 and 2, including a spike. Does have the Phantom looking for the hat trick. He makes it successful, but unfortunately dies from a post-mortem kill of Jacobson with the paint shells.
Now it's damage with the Sheriff. Damage is the one thing that hasn't really been done so much. Outside of that nade, which again, like you said, post-mortem. And there's the follow-up there at the end by Lear. Lear's high ping doesn't seem to be inhibiting his performance thus far. Currently sitting at the top of the scoreboard, 6-1-1 for the breach. So we're back at a tie score. The pistol round win and the follow-up neutralized by the first full buy round going the way of the defense. And we're on much more stable ground and standard score lines for a map like Split. Theoretically, should be round after round coming in for the defense. And not the way that it went last time. Lear's trying to call something out to his teammate, not really sure what he was doing. There's the op position in mid. Later, nerd! Taken down by Tsuya, who just peeks out with the Vandal. So much for the op being OP.
I think I just brain died, Buck, because I have a feeling that I've been calling them KBL mob for the longest time.
Honestly, I haven't been paying attention. I'm just kidding. I didn't hear you say KBL mob, but maybe
Okay.
maybe I'm just wrong.
Maybe it's been a long day. I don't know, but we'll get it right this time. But Tsuya now moving forward. It is a gun round coming through, and Bang is the first one to get that frag. And it's coming back and forth, though. All this towards mid and also towards an A lurk. Meaning right now that what they have left is actually a res. So yes, there is still an advantage to have a Sage in your composition. So you bring back up your Jet, and you already have Jacobson lurking inside B. He could be in a great position right now, but Derek has a better even angle. So that's such a passive way to play the B site that works out in their favor. And Derek makes it an even 3-on-3 situation again.
So there's an alarm bot at the bottom of ropes. That's why the alarm bot went off. It went off when the Omen tripped it. That actually initiates a push out of the B site, so they surrender B site even further than they already had. And that's what allows the spike to come through. So the spike will be planted here. The Omen is really far away from the play on the attacker side. So there's an opportunity to take this fight 2v3 on the site. Lear wants to go ahead and pop that ult. And there it is. Does it catch them? Only one of them. So the Sage gets caught, but Tsuya does not. Tsuya goes up on the box. And they're going to try and go for the double up. But it's Evo who got hit by the ult. And now down to the 1v1. Sketchy to say the least, but the attackers pick up the round win.
So now Tsuya's father figure is making it now a 3-on-2. Back in the lead in this game. As soon as the gun round came in here for Phoenix GG, they were catching up into this matchup. But finally, somehow, even if a Rolling Thunder from Lear connected with 2, Evo, I think, was probably towards the end of being dazed from that Rolling Thunder, so probably was good enough for that lineup for 2 kills. But actually utilizing that high-low stack, making sure that their opponents have to aim on different areas on crosshair placements, making it the chances a lot better for them to survive, it pays off in their favor. So a great post-plant positioning played by them. Yes, it was a passive play, as you mentioned before, Bach, although we were able to get a kill from Kairos into... from Derek as the Killjoy into the back of the site towards that spawn side. It was still not enough because they let 2 other players lurk into the site and get that post plant as well. So you had to fight it back at some point, but they did not. They wanted to play the retake instead, but it gave too much of a better positioning from a missed Rolling Thunder, unfortunately, there on that retake attempt.
The knives are out for Tsuya as they're trying to, again, exploit control of mid. They've made it up into the mailroom, and they've got a special delivery here. There's the nade coming in as well, airmailed over to Bang, who's back by the bulletin board. And if he's unable to find this hold, Might be using that bulletin board to find a new job. There's the rocket coming out, the showstopper. Uh-oh, Jacobson's got to get out of there. Takes a ton of damage, down to 12 HP. The counter ult coming out, or the ult coming in, excuse me, did not work out so well, but they've managed to go back towards this A site, and they've got site control. Again, they're so slow in general in their execution, but they managed to make it work time and time again. TFF get the spike plant, and now it's time for the retake coming in from Phoenix 1.
Yeah, so somehow they still have to fall back, but thankfully it's because they also have a Killjoy available with the lockdown. And you can see from the positioning from the stage, though, he's not going to be affected here from the ult being thrown down, so he's in a great position to try to surprise some people. So Zero detained, but he gets spotted as soon as the lockdown dissipated. But Suya trying to push forward. The Blade Storm does not connect onto a frag. Daimos getting 2 kills of his own. It's back to a 1 versus 1. We're dancing through the Cyber Cage, and Daimos gets the classic burst into the body of Derek and makes it a 3K into the round. And we talked about Daimos before in a previous matchup being like a top fragger for the team, and he's looking finally woken up into this matchup here. And when you're looking at them overall on the attacker side of TFF, they're looking mad strong right now on the attacker side. It's an even frag distribution for 4 of the players out of 5. Actually, same thing too, right? If you're looking at Phoenix 1 GG.
Yeah, there's that one player who's struggling. Right now it's damage on the side of TFF. Didn't get a chance to see who it was on Phoenix 1, but the buy coming in from them isn't exactly stellar. You can see some SMGs brought out right off the bat. Jacobson dodges that boom bot. It drives right past him somehow. Was that his own? That was his own, excuse me. Right?
You're good.
There's no Raze. Yeah, Raze was over in mid. Excuse me. So my brain broke for a second.
It's okay. I called them the wrong team, I think. So
Yeah.
we're both good.
But so you can see that alarm bot down in the bottom of ropes. That's what I was talking about. The play coming in from the Killjoy. The difference is they've actually got someone playing on it this time. So the Jet has to be careful. They'll take out the alarm bot because they played it a couple times. They know what's coming. Very similar to the Cypher tripwire you'll see in that position.
A lot of footsteps here, Frost Orb, and even a flash, a Cloud Burst, preventing Bang from getting anything done on a spray towards Heaven, so a weakened B site, but Derek does as much as he can, takes one down with him. Trick already on the flank with a Spectre kill, a damage, then retaliating back onto Bang on the top of the B side. So 3 more remaining here on the defenders. They're going to have to try to play a retake, but they're just waiting for their teammates to get a little bit closer. Now Daimos getting 2 more kills, rather, make that 3 more onto the board to make it 4 total. That evens it up at what now? 7 kills in 2 rounds? So that's good enough for him to go to work right now on the attacker side for Suya's father figures.
Yeah, prior to that round, wasn't actually doing all that great. The last round and now this one as well. That was nice work. 2 rounds in a row from Daimos, who, again, was the top performer for them in their last game. 5-2 now for the attacking side. TFF has their opponents back down to pistols. So it's going to be Sheriffs and light armor, plus a shotgun in the mix. That's Menace with the shorty. What do they decide to do? They play empty A-side defense. Now, the dash in mid should give away the fact that they're playing aggressive, which means this is more than likely a mid stack. The call's already been made. You can see them react. Off the intel that Jacobson got, they ran their way into that A-site, realized there is no defense whatsoever, which means they can plant completely open. So now the spike is planted for Heaven, it's planted for main, and it's planted for screens and elbow, basically. Everything you can play and get to the spike within a reasonable quick peek. However, they do pick off 1, and that at least nets them a weapon upgrade for Lear.
Yeah, I know there's one on a big flank here from Spawn as well, but now they have great pulse plant positioning for the attacker side of TTF. And you still have Bang trying to get some shots here just above the Sage wall, but can't really connect with anything.
Ooh.
Oh my god, Trick and Lear going to work though. 3 simultaneous kills. They know their one's back in the sight, but then it's damage. That's 2 kills, looking for the 3rd, and he will clutch it right now. It came down so close to the wire, and almost a super nice retake from the defenders, but the spike will go off. It's going to kill everybody into the server, but man, oh man, it came down to 2 golden players into, or 1 golden player for each of the players for each team, rather.
That recoil transfer was ridiculous.
Yeah.
Well played from Trick. Unfortunate in the end. Damage, we mentioned it. Not exactly having the most fantastic first half, but that's sort of the nature of playing an attack side Cypher, especially on a map like Split. So Damage comes alive there in the 1v3 and makes it work. Well played to bring things to that point. So
Yeah.
solid work from Damage to 3K on the round. 6-2 was your scoreline, with TFF controlling the majority of these rounds. Again, we're going to see the buy come in, though, as that round wasn't exactly a heavy investment coming out from the defense. And the rifles are proving to be a little bit stronger for them as the attacking side is reduced. Now down to just 2. It's going to be the Omen and the Cypher, and that's going to make things a whole lot harder.
Guard cover out. That's 1, and that's it. They're going to be able to get this defused. It's going to be 6-3, but just to add a little bit what you were talking about when you were mentioning Cypher and Damage, right? Playing as the attacker Cypher. Yes, I think really the only thing, or one of the main things you see Cypher do where he's successful when he's on the attacker side is definitely playing that lurk role. And Damage, I think a few times is trying to do that with his team. He's trying to lurk down to try to get a couple of frags towards the A side when the team's on the opposite side of the map. But he's not winning those fights and he's not getting the entries. But when it comes down to actually all-out fragging, just like the last 2 rounds, the last 2 rounds ago he got the 3K, as you mentioned, Bach, and a clutch. The last round he came in and helped to do an entry with the team into the site. So he's able to frag out, but if you're trying to go towards that lurk role, which is also intended to do as that type of agent, sometimes it's also difficult. You just need a couple of rounds to get used to where your opponent is playing when you're always on these 1 versus 1 situations.
Early fights in mid, and you can see they're backing off that one. Previously, it was Derek and the rest of his teammates on Phoenix 1 who were close to closing out a round working with just pistols. Now, it's TFF who is going to have to try to do the same thing. Lear gets the first pick off onto Suya. That'll make things a little bit harder. Lear's going to find another one onto Evo as well. Again, we mentioned this. Lear currently on 120 ping. Does not seem to be slowing Lear down whatsoever. Damage will at least get 1 for the attacking side with the Bulldog, but has to back off and gets chipped down to 21 HP in exchange.
Should have threw his neural theft at that point just to try to know where the opponents are. That would have definitely helped on his 4 versus 3. But Jacobson with the reaction time on to Bang, but as he tries to run back into the site, Menace was waiting for him with the operator. Now they're rolling Thunder. Nicely done here for the attack to waste it away from the breach, at least, on the defenders, but there's only 17 seconds left. You have to come up big. The turret's going to get spotted, but you have to commit at this point towards the A side. Damage has no time. At least there's a smoke there. He has no HP as well. A fault line to come through. Derek gets the kill, but that's going to be it. As soon as he drops down, Lear was already there on the crossfire back. He realized he didn't have enough time to go for a plant, so he just tried to do as much damage as he could. A little bit of miscommunication there on how to time management. As well for the attackers on that round. And we're back to a composed game here, Bob. It was 2-0-2-2. It was a 6-2. Now it's a 6-4 with the potential of a very close ending of a first half.
Yeah, this is still a really good half for TFF, regardless of what happens, though. I
Yep.
mean, again, this is still a very defense-sided map. I don't care what anyone says about how Sage nerf has changed the way the map plays. It has, but it's not necessarily like it just instantly turns
you were
it
doing
into
good
an
on the attacker
attack-sided
side.
map. Yeah, we were. And then on defense, we flubbed away so many rounds.
There
What
you
was that
go.
all about? Yeah.
Maybe it's attacker side.
No, nonsense. It's just me-sided. No, I'm just kidding. Nice shot coming in from Menace to take down Jacobson. The heal's going to come out on Suya. That's going to be an audible clue, and you can see Trick wanted to take advantage of that, but decides, probably not worth it, and he'd be right. There was players waiting on the other side. It would have been a fool's errand to go in after them.
Well, Derek playing a good angle in this corner, but I think the jiggle peak's a little bit too much. Yeah, there you go. I think just playing hidden in the corner is a great spot to play because you can catch your opponents off guard. You see them before they see you if you don't jiggle peek. But I understand if you want to try to give the information away and let your teammates know if there's somebody lurking towards the A ramp. But you are a sentinel. Use something else that's going to actually do the alarm bot and spot him instead of having yourself peek out for the angle. So he dies, his teammate dies. We have
Spike
a
planted.
4-on-3 situation and a plant towards the B side. An attempt at a retake as action is about to happen towards the top of B heaven. That's Lear spraying towards the B main, but Deimos is just under, and it's going to be a crossfire with Jacobson to win that fight. Bang outside the spawn. Deimos still under health. The wide swing coming through as Bang goes bang bang. That's 2 kills for him. Going for the defuse on halfway. His teammate to watch his back. He's going to stick it actually on a 1 versus 1, and he's going to get it.
Yeah, that plant position didn't really work well with one player in B main.
Round in the half.
You know, losing some of the players they did on that hold meant that the player in B main was effectively useless. You had Jacobson with the ult as well, the showstopper, but was just too far away to make use of it. So, unfortunate. They needed more from Deimos there. Honestly, they needed more from multiple players. They need more from Deimos, and they need more from Evo. So you can see the Omen just sticks it the whole time. Despite the fact that Jacobson does great damage, at that point the round's over. There was a time when that retake would have been easier, when that box was spammable, but there was an update, I think it was like in beta actually, it was like pre 1.0, where they converted that box into a steel box, no longer spammable. Makes it a whole lot harder. That cuts both ways.
Yep.
I mean, it was like, oh, now the attackers won't have to worry about getting shot through the box of heaven, but yeah, now they can't play heaven, and like they have to worry about trying to stop the defuse.
Well, we saw 2 op shots that were nice from Menace, and Derek does the same thing as well on the opposite end of the map. So we're going with a double op setup here for the last round, and they're looking very good to tie things up on a 6-6 for Phoenix 1 GG. TFF, sorry, only having 2 more players remaining into this round, make that 1. So that's 2 op kills each for both operators in this lineup for the defensive side, leaving Evo only with a Bulldog, so far away from a res as well. So things are looking super grim for him in this last round of the first half. So he's actually going to pull out the knife, make a lot of noise to run back towards B, but there's still an Omen on the other side. He's never moved. He's going to hear him coming from a mile away. We'll call the rotation as even a Jet should hear him fairly soon. And it's going to be 18 seconds left. The wall comes up just around the corner on the other end. And there you go. Bang with the headshot. 6-6 to end the half.
Go ahead.
Switching sides.
I was just going to say, I was just going to say, you know what's funny is I don't think I've actually seen Sage played since they added in the reinforcement. So like I'm watching the wall go down, and then I see it come in. I'm like, oh yeah, right. I forgot they did
It's got to charge up. Yeah.
Yeah. It's got to like spool up to a certain degree. You know, I will say, great return from Phoenix 1 there. After struggling early on in that first half, they managed to keep it close and make it 6-6. But here's where we'll see the rubber meet the road, whether or not they're able to do just as well on the defense as or on the attack as well as they did on the defense, which really wasn't stellar. And again, there's that wall coming out early, and it's reinforced. So they're going to have to deal a little bit more damage to chip through that ice.
That's right. So I think when it first gets charged up, it's only 400 HP. And when it actually goes back to full, it's literally what it used to be at 800 HP. Of course, the original wall was, I think, at 1200.
1200, yeah.
Yeah, so it got brought down to 800 at that point, but it still stays at 800 when it charges up now. But with that said, we're pushing into B for the attackers. It's a 4 versus 4 with the spike plant down. Jacobson's on his own right now towards the bottom of hell, and he's looking for some opponents to push forward towards the back of the site into the spawn side. But all he's doing now is focusing on through the double boxes because he saw the Jet Cloudburst coming through, but the Jet is not moving at all. Satchel Charge to try to push him out, but that needs to have a second one being thrown, and that's enough now finally with the spray to get the kill. Now he gets a second one onto Lear. His teammates is moving in from the spawn side too, but that's Deimos dying, but it's traded off. One more to go towards the front of the site. We are going for the white swing to come through, and that is going to be very well played by Derek. He saw that coming from a mile away. He said, look, I know one of them is going to try to stick it, while the other one's going to try to hold the defuse. Sorry, one's going to stick it while the other's going to watch his back. So I'm going to try to make it as fast as I can on a 1 versus 1 situation, because the other one possibly will be too preoccupied to at least bring it to halfway because it wasted so much time on that retake into the site.
So this is the nade that actually ends up costing them in the round to a certain extent. So he went for the nade into B main, but Derek was already too far out. So as a result, was able to dodge the nade damage. He double pumped the nade. He initially meant to spend it back towards the backside of site, and then they were just going to direct fight, but then his teammate got the kill on the player backside. In that time, the killjoy comes up to the top side of B main, and the nade is just too far up, or too far back, excuse me. So if that nade had gone down basically around the corner on pillar, things might have gone differently. Menace, despite being low on ammunition, manages to find the second kill with the judge. But spike's been planted, and it's down to now one player. It's Jacobson, who's up in heaven with just a ghost, has a nade to fall back on. Might be able to do a little bit of extra damage with that one. The nade goes a little too deep, sails past Trick. 8 rounds on the board for Phoenix 1.
Yeah, how the tides have turned, right? At this point, Bach?
How the turntables.
That's right. How the crumbles cookie.
What is that from? How the turntables? Why can't I remember? Oh, I think it's from The Office, I want to say.
Yes, I think so. That
I
has
think
to
that's
be.
a Michael Scott. That
definitely has to be a Michael Scott kind of thing. But now I feel it's like an EDM kind of like DJ thing.
I wouldn't know. I'm not an EDM guy. I've never really gotten into like dance music or anything like that.
Good, man. It's a good festival today, or a good event from. Well, how can I say it was good? I didn't watch it. I was casting this. I'm gonna watch the replays later. But that being said, 8-6 right now for the attackers of Phoenix 1 GG. Trying to take control of this male side. A dash up from the Jet. Menace pushing forward. A pre-fired shot, so he's trying to play close range with the judge, but it's going to be Tsuya waiting with Evo, but it's traded off right away. Off shot, then missed. As we're still trying to push down, and Trick doesn't want to give up, and Tsuya finally connects onto the shot. Yes, he's down to 50 HP, but at least it's a 3 versus 3, and nobody play inside this B site.
Spike planted.
Bang, up on the rafters. In a good position to take down the Jet. Peak is perfectly timed. Nice paranoia coming in, but it still comes down to one. It's Deimos. Again, in that champion position, has to be the hero, has to save the day. And bang, bang! Bang up on top of the rafters, makes quick work of them. It will be 9 rounds on the board. It's not for TFF, it's Phoenix 1. Despite the strong start for TFF, they kind of stalled out in that first half, and Phoenix 1 has come alive as well in the second.
So once Phoenix 1 wins this map here, Bach, are you finally going to tell me that it's attacker-sided?
No.
You're still convinced this is defense, right?
I'm still convinced it's defense-sided.
Okay. Okay.
You'd have to show me significant evidence otherwise. I will say this. You're starting to see a separation from Tier 1. Oh, look, we got a 1 second pause, by the way. You're starting to see a separation from Tier 1 map statistics to Tier 2 and Tier 3 map statistics. So you're starting to see how the game differs between those two levels. So at a pro level, maps will play out differently than they will at even a semi-pro level. And we saw this happen in CS as well. At a pro level, some maps might be CT-sided in Counter-Strike, whereas at a semi-pro level, they're T-sided. And I've called this out before, and it's just the way that the teams prepare for the maps and generally how shallow their map pools are.
Yeah,
that
it's how to
results in
convert
that being a
tables.
thing. Yeah, exactly.
And it turns with 2 frags, 1 on each side, a 4 versus 4, and we aren't stopping inside this B side for the attackers. But Jacobson does have the Bucky again in the same spot towards this hell. His teammate falls down just above him, as Menace does get that kill rather towards the back of the site. So Phoenix 1 GG, 1 minute advantage with the spike down once again at a default spot. And Evo's trying to move forward on this retake. Enemy now spotted. Stinger long range does not connect onto Menace. Actually didn't even do much damage at all. Deimos finally connects. Menace making it 3 kills onto the board, and another round to be capitalized by Phoenix 1. And they are 3 rounds away from moving into the upper bracket finals.
Getting closer and closer to closing things out. The buy coming in from TFF. It's going to be
player remaining.
dual op. Now, we talked about this when we watched them play on Ascent earlier. The dual op for them didn't really feel that great. It felt kind of clumsy in general. And right now, Suya is actually struggling as well in general. So it's an understandable position for a Jet to find themselves in, to kind of pull the ripcord and go for the op buy. We'll see if it works out better for them here than it did when they played on Ascent earlier. Even though they did eventually pick up the win, a large part of that was just due to the rifle work. That's when they felt stronger.
Well, he was trying to ring some shots, and the third one as well does not miss. So 2 went through the smoke. A third one, fourth one finally connects and also wastes the ult. So they battled for the orb, they picked it up, they came in for a showstopper, and he still wins that fight. You love to see that at least. But unfortunately, meanwhile, his teammate has fallen across the map, and we have taken control of the A side for the attackers of Phoenix. And we'll see this time if TFF could have a retake on the A site.
There's the ult being popped as well in the back corner. That'll keep them at bay a little while longer. Are they going to use the rocket to try and take it out? No, it doesn't get fired. That makes things awkward because now they're trying to get back out. The plan was to use the rocket to destroy the ult of the Killjoy. But instead, what ends up happening is mid-air taken out. This is exactly what happened on the other side of the map. Lear
One player remaining.
trying to do what they can, but it's all falling apart here. It's the attacking side
Player remaining.
taking another one. Lear goes down in the end, so Lear and team able to get onto the site and prevent the retake, largely in part due to kills that took place on the raises. The whole round pivots on those raise kills.
Definitely, and in both cases, I guess with the, I don't even think it was the delay of the showstopper being pulled out. It's just them not shooting the shot. Because that battle between what?
Always
it
shoot
was
your shot. Always
Yeah, right?
shoot your shot.
always.
Go ahead.
The fight between Trick when he tried to come into the site. Oh, what a shot there from Dimos to start things off. But when Trick came into the site, he was able to satchel charge one angle to the other, pull out the showstopper, and just not shoot because he just wanted to make sure it landed on the ground. Second one, when it was, I think it was Jacobson, right? The other raise that's trying to jump into the site on the defender side, and he's trying to retake the site. Yes, maybe it was for the ultimate, but at the same time, try to clear corners while you do your 50s. If you see an opponent instead, kill the opponent. You still have like 6 seconds to move into the site to destroy the lockdown before it gets deployed.
They are very committed to this B site. The problem is, Suya is actually gotten into the back lines. Now, we have seen the shotgun fail in the past. Oh, that's awkward! They actually dash at each other. Oh, man, he hit him with the knives, didn't get the kill. The shotguns didn't get the fatal blow either. So now they're rotating over to the A site, but the defense is starting to move in that direction. The Jet's going to be the first one in. There's a Cypher already up towards screens. Nice shooting from Damage with the Guardian, a gun that we don't get to see a whole lot of. And they're going to be greeted as well from one up in heaven as that smoke starts to fade. No, it's actually Derek with the quick shot. It now comes down to Damage, trying to come back around. Not well read at all. And in the end, it will be Derek to find the finishing kill, but my goodness, back and forth to the very end.
And it comes down to a match point, and yet a round to be won here from TFF on the defensive side. Again, when all else fails, try it one more time, because the last time you tried it kind of didn't work either, to have a double op setup here of Dimos and Suya. So Suya this time is going to hold up towards mid. Dimos is with the op towards B. They have nothing on the A side. And even the Cypher is putting all of his stuff towards the B, and then we'll run back towards A. But there's so much time wasted already. Okay, I see it. Suya, instead of watching towards mid first, he's going to make sure to watch that nobody pushes towards A main first. And as the Cypher makes it bad, maybe he'll move towards mid to support.
Just one round away from taking the series and moving on into the upper finals, where they'll be facing off against Elysium, who played so incredibly well against KVL. Again, couldn't manage to pick up a big win in that one. Still won, but that lopsided first half, the 10-2, quickly disappeared as we saw the comeback nearly come together. Now the Killjoy does go ahead and pop the ult. Is the port going to get them out of it? Yes, just in the nick of time. No one will be caught inside it. Surprise! There's an Omen backside, and it's another kill coming in from Deimos, who's on the op. It's Evo chiming in as well. Great work coming in from the defensive side as the double op setup. I mean, it works out here. The ops chiming in, but it was all because of Deimos' fancy footwork. The triple op, excuse me, coming into the next round.
Yeah, since a double op worked into the previous round, let's go for a triple. And on top of that, you have a res as well. So Jacobson, the way that I see it, he's going to try to go for an early pick. If he dies, Eva could put a wall up and go for a res. They can even go for a double peek if they wanted to, but instead Jet is going to go aggressively towards the A ramp. But this is going to be a bloodbath towards the A side. He's so close to Jet. Both of the Jets off, actually, back into the site. But A heaven is now open.
Oh man, Deimos has been so good with the op right here. 3 kills coming out from the Omen. If at first you don't succeed, up again. And then if you succeed there, up again. And maybe they'll do up. Eventually it's just going to be ops across the board. 12-8.
This whole time I was just thinking about Jet Li and Aaliyah, but then you said too many ops and then the song just disappeared.
I don't know the song, to be perfectly honest. I remember Jet Li, and
if at first you don't succeed, dust yourself off and try again. You can dust it off and die. Yeah, Romeo Must Die. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. As Romeo Must Die was the movie.
Yeah. But it was Aaliyah playing in that movie.
Jet Li? Yeah, no, I remember that. Whatever happened to Jet Li?
Let's see. I used to be a big Jet Li fan. He'd done like what? Green Hornet was like his American movie. I think he's still doing Hong Kong movies, right?
Let's find out. You go ahead and cast. I'll look up Jet Li.
All right. If not, you got to look into Donnie Yen. He's like my new Jet Li. Nonetheless, though, it is going to be an eco round now for the attackers. And as Bach mentioned before, like these guys, no matter what, they always have fight.
I know exactly.
Despite them being close to elimination, they're always going to fight and move forward. They're not going to let anybody escape that easily. And that includes Deimos once again, who connects with a beautiful shot of the operator. A closer one catches, and a third onto Derek as Menace came out with a knife in his hands, making it now a 5-on-1 situation with Alir saying, well, you know what, guys? I'm just going to fall back and try to see what I could do. Just a fun fault line here and there, but it is going to be impossible for him to win this round. Hopefully, he's going to be able to get a kill or two, pick up a gun, or at least try to hurt the economy of his opponents. That's the best you could do with the situation that you have now. And as you peek out, he does get the first headshot there onto Suya. A nice shot of his own. Picks up the operator, but damage was right there waiting for him. And we have a 12-9 scoreline with the ops, man. The triple op, it's paying off.
So, just to recap you on things that Jet Li has been doing. He was actually in the Expendables franchise. I didn't even know that.
True.
I haven't seen a single one of those movies. So
yeah,
he was in all 3 of them. And he was also in The Mummy, Tomb of the Dragon Emperor. More recently, though, he played the Emperor in the live-action one. That I didn't even connect the dots on. I didn't pay attention to that one either.
30
So,
because that one is like stream on Disney Plus where you have to pay $30. Like,
yeah,
the hell is that?
Exactly. I ain't got no time for that.
You know what really grinds my gears?
Yeah, but you know what? At the same point in time,
what?
Here.
imagine you have a big living room and a nice-sized TV. You get a couple of friends to come over and give you $2 each, and all of a sudden, it doesn't cost you anything.
Yeah,
Run your own
season,
movie
I'd
theater.
rather stay home.
Yeah, right.
I'd rather not have
Also
friends
true.
over during COVID season.
Also
you know?
true. Now, for
so
me,
you're putting
my
streaming
martial artist...
services. Wait, sorry. You're putting like streaming services to help people to stay home, and avoid COVID and avoid the spread. Yet you're still making me pay an extra $30. No thanks. I'm Canadian. It's gonna cost me like $150 for Disney Plus or whatever it is.
So, for me,
Stealing sight.
Kung Fu master of choice, Tony Jaa. I don't know if you've ever seen any of his movies. Monk, The Protector. Look at that fly-in from Trick, but look at the shot coming out from Deimos. That is ridiculous. Sure, trade it out immediately, but the fact that the shot even connects is ridiculous.
That was beautiful. Spike is planted, though, at least. They're looking to still win this one as Menace is still alive with the op. Still a Menace himself. A 3 versus 3. 2 now at the pillar. Now it's going to be a body peek. Easy shot for Menace. That's a 3K of his own. looking for the fourth, and he will, and that is going to be it. Another one where you're fighting close, but as you're getting to 9 to 10, it's all over there. Nothing goes into overtime, but it is going to be Phoenix winning this matchup and moving into the upper bracket finals here, Buck.
Yeah, we've still got one more to go, but a
Yeah.
crazy series again. Looking a little bit lopsided at times, but it ends up being close. Regardless of what sides they're on or what maps they're on, it's always going to be a close game. It seems 13 to 9. Impressive performance from Deimos despite the fact, but unfortunately, look at the middle chunk on that scoreboard. Derek, Bang, Lear, Trick, Menace, all right next to each other. Then you've got Jacobson. That's an illustration of the problem. A separation of crazy numbers. Look at that. 130 roughly combat score between Deimos and the nearest person. That is crazy. That's insane.
Deimos tried, man. He did whatever he could. But with that, we now have our final set. Elise in the upper bracket finals. It's going to be Phoenix 1 GG versus Elysium. But before we get into that, we're going to take a break here. And we're going to take a break and give a shout out to MSI and to Battlefy for putting this together for the MGA USA League. So with Bach and Vansili, watch these commercials, come back, and watch one more map of Valorant.
And we are back and ready to jump into our final series of the day. It's one more match, and we're moving on the maps as well. This is the MGA USA League, powered by Battlefy. My name is Bach. Joining me on the broadcast is Vansili. We've waited to see who our two teams were going to be to face off against each other, and it's going to be Phoenix 1 against Elysium. Both teams fighting their way through the bracket to get to this point, and now we're moving on over to Bind. But we're talking about the bracket. We might as well look at the bracket. We'll go ahead and take a peek at the bracket so you can see how things shaped up thus far. Alex, walk me through what we watched today.
Sure. Starting off at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time today, which was about 5 hours and a half ago, we had basically the top 8 teams moving into this final bracket because we had qualifiers on the last weekend on the 19th and 20th of September. So Elysium, Noble, TN, KVL Mob, those were all teams that we thought that were going to do very well for Noble and KVL Mob. KVL Mob getting the win over TN, but Noble actually getting upset by Elysium, at least in my books at this point. Suyo's Father's Figures versus Dirty Mike and the Bees. Well, it's going to be TFF that moves forward, and Phoenix 1 GG versus DGen Flow State. There are all matches basically that should have been one-sided at this point here, Bach, but towards the end, they always had some grit for the team that unfortunately fell in the end. I think we saw like some 13-11s, some 13-9s, and 13-8, but it was like a 12-8, a 12-2, a 12-5 at some point, and they were still battling and making it close. That being said, though, we move down to the upper bracket finals, where we now have Elysium versus Phoenix 1 GG. That is going to be our last map for today, and then tomorrow we'll be moving forward throughout the whole lower brackets until we make it to the grand finals tomorrow as well.
Thank you for that recap. It's been an interesting day, to say the least. A lot of these games, like you said, way closer than maybe they should have been at times. The final score does not reflect the action that we watched, as it felt like often it was kind of like a last desperate push that saw them get a few rounds before eventually kind of being taken down, as is often the case. You see that happen in a lot of games where you're against the ropes and you try to put up a fight, and you do, but ultimately you succumb to reality and end up falling in the end. But I respect the teams for trying and putting that effort forward, even though we haven't gotten to overtime. We got really close a couple of times, 13-11 games. So there was opportunities there. They just couldn't quite close it out in the end. And now we move into a game that I'm kind of interested to see what's going to happen, because coming into this, we knew some of the players on the one side, looking at Elysium. We understand where these players come from. But on the other side, honestly, a lot of these guys were people I didn't recognize. Apparently, Derek is a former higher tier Overwatch player pre-OWL, so not during the OWL era, so playing pro-level Overwatch pre-OWL, which is the case for a lot of players that you'll see playing in Valorant. You look at players like AZK, obviously he was a former Counter-Strike pro, but he was also a Tier 1 pro player playing for Team Liquid, was well known for his McCree play when he played for Team Liquid, but then didn't translate over to OWL, and there's other players like that as well.
Arena FPS player too, right? So he was popular playing Reflex, Quake, and stuff like that for AZK. But even if it's unknown for us for this lineup going into this matchup for Lear, Trick, Menace, Bang, and Derek, the thing is they're actually they've impressed me. They actually have firing power. They're looking good into this matchup, and Phoenix as a whole is one of those teams that I wouldn't have expected to see them into the upper bracket finals, but here we are. And now, based on the 2 matches that we've casted them so far, I could see them going the distance.
Yeah, I mean, there's certainly a possibility here that this one could go 13-10, 13-11, go to overtime.
I'm gonna see an overtime here.
I wanna say that, but at the same point in time, I don't know. I maybe this is just me trusting the name brands on the one side and just kind of stacking my eggs in that basket and making false assumptions for what we're going to expect to see from them. And maybe that'll be the caster's curse. Maybe Phoenix 1 is really ready to just kind of frag out. I feel like Elysium is a stronger opponent than any team they've played today. So I feel like they're kind of running into a brick wall to a certain extent. Sure, they've been able to. It's like the 3 Little Pigs, and they blew down the house of straw, and they blew it on the next house, and now they're hitting the brick house. It's like, okay, are they really going to be able to blow this one down?
Oh, for sure. And I think when we're looking at the rules and how everything's going so far, I know some people are asking about what happened with the servers and stuff like that too. Basically, what's happening is that every single round that we have in this matchup has a predetermined map, which means to try to make it as fair as we can, we have a coin flip. For the team that wins the coin flip gets to choose the side that they want to play, while the losing team that loses the coin flip will get to choose the server that they want to play in. That being said, though, this is one of the first ones here that MSI and Battlefire are putting together for the MGA USA League, and they're listening to the feedback to continue to improve for the next. Now it's just going to be for some fun as well. I mean, there's some prizes you can win. There's some money that you can win. In this case, it's going to be some money for this tournament. But also, if you get wrecked every single tournament, you still have a chance to receive loyalty points that you could exchange for graphics cards or for laptops or whatnot. And with that, though, we are moving into the upper bracket finals. And like I said, as I mentioned that too, they're looking to improve. This is going to be one of the first one, but it'll continue on, right? So we'll listen to the feedback and we'll make it better every single time. Now we do have a breach charge and a flash coming through. It's going to be Lear with a jumping classic. Jumping classic retaliated by Justin_in. So that is now going to be a 4-on-3 situation. Trick trying to come across the corner, going for that second kill if he can, but cannot as GP2 stops him in his tracks, leaving now Paulie on his own as a Sova. Tap onto the spike. No kills coming through with the Ghost, and a pistol will come in for Derek and company of Team Phoenix.
Now, I gotta say,
It is over.
you mentioned that rule about the team that loses the coin flip getting to pick the server. I respect the fact that Paulie's team could have just as easily put this on a California server. This is not a California server because Paulie is in California, and we saw in the past that Paulie on those low ping on that server would have had like 19 ping. They opt to go for a server somewhere in the middle, splitting the difference. So I respect them for that, because even though well within the rules they could have selected whatever server they wanted, they decide to go with a server that's kind of even for both teams. And in fact, Lear has the lowest ping he's had all day, playing at around 100 instead of 120. I think this is a Chicago, if I had to guess.
Well, now let's see how the action moves forward as we have taken control of U-shaped hallway, and GP2 opens it up with an aftershock to take down Trick. And that seems to be towards the A heaven side. Now as a spike gets planted, they have perfect post-plant positioning to just hold towards you and even watch flanks. Derek made all the way back towards the showers in case somebody's going to try to rotate across. But this is just going to be better in their favor. But it's going to be a trade-off for both sides. Bang and Derek going to work themselves. It's a 2 versus 1 to summarize things again, leaving Paulie one more time on his own. Now he's going to get spotted by a recon dart. Unfortunate for that, because he had that surprise factor until the recon dart came out. And that is going to make it 2 unanswered rounds here for the defenders of Derek and company again of Team Phoenix. But at least that's what, 2 spike plants and a couple of frags coming through. That's economy hurt, but they did go for, I think they went for a force on that last round, didn't they?
Mm-hmm. They spend a little bit of money, and as a result, they don't have a lot of money to fall back on. So, close round in the pistol, plus the plant, meant they felt comfortable forcing. I get it. I understand the desire to force in that scenario. But you find yourselves in this position where it's like, well, shoot, this is not a BO3. This is a BO1. Every round counts. So they have to go back down to pistols. To be fair, too, we've seen some pistol round wins in the past. We've seen teams pick up big dubs with just some sheriffs and ghosts, and even close rounds where they almost managed to find the win but didn't. Early re-smoke coming out from the Omen, despite the fact that the previous smoke wasn't fully faded. There's the Owl drone going up over top of that dark cover. Gonna get taken down by Menace. Now this position is known and understood. There's the shock dart coming through. But it's JP2 who's moving up in towards Hookah, who will lead the charge. They've got the spike moving into that area as well. They're jump peeking from the back of the tin can. They have to be careful. Do not want to lose the spike in this area. Fast rotate comes through from the backside as they come in through the port, but it's actually the nade from Trick that is the finishing blow for one more. Now the spike again is dropped and kind of left out in the middle of nowhere. I like the move from Menace, updrafting twice to try and dodge, and then floating as well to dodge that Molly, the nano swarm that was put down by the Killjoy. Doesn't matter
30
in the end. The
seconds
headshot from Paulie is right on the money.
Nice shot there. A 2 versus 3. Make that a 0 versus 3 as Bang still holds his angle from the elbow side. So, yes, it was a mixed buy coming in now for the attacker side, buying whatever they could so they could have a healthy gun round going into this round here. And even on top of
30
that, they
seconds.
could go for an operator low armor if they want to. But it looks like they're deciding to go for 4 Vandals and a Phantom instead for the attackers here. While though, for the defenders, with the exception of the op in the hands of Menace, everybody else is pretty much at the submachine gun level, with maybe Trick still trying to debate what he wants to do. So he's even going to go for a small armor and Sheriff, so that they could actually use this as a quote-unquote bonus round if it could salvage a gun, get a kill, or even salvage the op again. And if should they lose the round here, he'll have enough money to buy an op for his teammate onto the next round, and he himself get a rifle.
That was so sketchy. The Jet tries to dash away. The Tailwind drives him straight into the Omen. Potential there for a double as both players were fumbling to get around each other. But in the end, the Jet does get away off the early aggression, the attempt to take a shot. What I don't love here is this misread. You've got 4 players playing towards B currently. Cypher is solo playing. It's a full retake at this point. They are just playing retake and surrendering site control. So that is a lot of confidence. Now, I do like the fact that they're playing this when the Rolling Thunder is available, so it's less of a threat. Lear's on an SMG. So there's the spike going down, the dart cover, at least doing a little bit. The double shock dart lands and does great damage to the breach, delays the plant, and now they're stuck still kind of hanging out over towards U-Haul.
They didn't know that just underscore in was on the top of the boxes, though.
30 seconds left.
Just on that ledge as he drops down. The off shot misses, though, from Menace. Now a showstopper from Trick moving forward. So him with only a Sheriff still manages to do his work for the team, making it a 1-minute advantage now for the defenders on this on this hold, rather, because the spike has yet to get planted. It's going through the teleporter towards the B side. A teleport comes
10
in from the
seconds
back
left.
to watch the spawn, but it gets canceled out. So the spike's going to come down. They're hunting him down at the same time, too. There's the headshot. Bang does his job. And that is them off the back of, just like I said, an operator was probably the biggest investment that they had with a Vandal. The rest of them had 2 Spectres and a Stinger, and they still win a round versus a full buy of their opponents. This is looking very, very good for Phoenix now.
That was a big mistake from Greedy. Greedy goes for that port into the backside of elbow. Would have been better off on the other side of the wall inside the site. Had Greedy gone for the ult into the site, into that corner, there's no way he's going to die in that position and still has the ability to hold the spawn push. Just sit in that corner and wait. It's unfortunate, and it was probably just a quick click movement that resulted in that play. Because honestly, I don't get porting into that position outside of trying to get that intel, but even if you get that intel, you're dead. Like, they're going to cancel your ult and your teammate's alone. So what are you going to do? Tell him that he's about to die? He has to stick the plant. There wasn't enough time left. So I think just one of those plays where in the moment, you don't realize it until after it's done. Regardless, there's the ult being popped by the Sova. Nice pulse into the belly of JP2. A couple more as well. That's a double coming in for Derek off the ult. Solid defense yet again here from Phoenix 1. Elysium stalling out on the attacking side.
Yeah, this gets a little bit more tough, right? When you're looking at those default plants and the default execution towards the A side, it's very common that used to be very good when you had a Sage still in your lineup and you want to put the wall up for the cross. But now that you have like smokes instead, yes, it's going to cover the vision, but at the same time, there's a lot of spraying through the smokes when you're going to plant in obvious positions. Most of the people are still running all the way up to the truck and hugging themselves against it because they're afraid of getting off from heaven if the smokes aren't good enough. So now you hug towards that truck. If anybody plays from that triple box and sprays through the smoke, they could get kills. If you actually go a little bit far out, yes, maybe you can survive, but you still might die running away after you get the spike planted because you have no wall to protect. So they have to change that a little bit here for the attacker side because now it's starting to become kind of like a one-trick pony when they're trying to execute towards the short A side. Thankfully, though, this round, from the confidence being played from the defenders, Phoenix 1 GG gets caught by pushing aggressively inside the hookah, where it gives now a 1-minute advantage for Elysium, where, again, it's going to be the same execution, though, towards short. Can it get it done this time?
I like this leap up onto the box, using the blast packs to get into that position. Now, Derek goes down. Trick falls as well. This is a promising push coming out from the attacking side of Elysium. one of the more promising pushes we've seen to date. And at this point, the Cypher is just picking up hardware. It's a cancel. They're just going to try and save the weapons they brought into it. So solid work from them, pushing up quick on short. They use the blast packs to get up top. They kind of funnel them into U-Haul, and at that point, they just pick apart what's left of that defense on the A site. And the guys on B couldn't get there in time to really do much about it, do much to help.
And this time they even got the plant without even throwing the smokes. So when I said, yeah, Sage Wall helps, well, now they get a plant without getting any smokes at all because of how aggressively they got into the site. The recon dart spotted the opponent towards the front of the showers. Yes, the Raze made it his way trick on the top of the APC, but at the same time, as he threw paint shells to flush out his opponent and pushing him back into the showers, you saw that aftershock being pushed there to counter it back from GP2, and he jumped forward and forced GP2 into the U-shaped hallway. GP2 helped his teammate to push his opponent into the hallway. So it was greatly done there for the attack play. And now it's going to be the first round finally coming in for the attacker side. And sorry, I meant Justin, not Trick there, as that Raze that was on the attacker side. So now it's a 5 versus 5. It's going to be them moving forward with the Owl drone to try to clear out towards showers. But it's going to be a very slow play, methodical this time for the attackers, knowing that the money is back and still healthy for the defenders. They have an AWP in their hand as well for Menace, so they really just want to play the pickoff game.
Oh, this Jet. One pixel sliver of a box, separating Menace from spotting out the Killjoy and finding an early kill on the round. You can see the targets building up around the corner. Menace is about to be tested in just a moment. Does the blast pack come in yet again? Yes, but this time it's not going to be popped in time. And now Menace moving into a really awkward position. There's the Molly coming in as well, the Nano Swarm. That makes it difficult to get away to a certain degree. That ult is still ticking down here. They have to try to escape it. Does the Jet get away? It was close. Yep, the Jet got hit.
Seconds left.
Yeah.
So that might actually create a push towards the backside of this, but it looks like they're just going to allow the Jet to recover.
So 3 guys alive now. As the plant has been put down, you have the Jet coming back of Menace. He does get the long range there. Right click somehow still connects it onto Polly and finally gets backstabbed from the showers. It's 2 versus 2. Get greedy, traded out by Lear. Now with the hat being thrown out, GP2's positions cover is now blown. The tap. Lear, the elbow peeks out from the breach. Now they're trying to sprint through the wall, and GP2 times out the swing and gets the headshot to win that clutch. And it's going to be a round once again coming in for the attacker side to make it 2 in a row for Team Elysium.
Here's the thing with that position, that wall bang. I mean, these are great shots coming in from Menace. Ultimately, Menace takes himself out of the play because they try to get further away from him. Thought for sure Menace was going to just wander into this dark cover and take the shot with the knives, but the thing with that wall, you think you can spam it a whole lot easier than you really can. It doesn't do as much damage as you might anticipate spamming through that wall. It's one of those traps that a lot of players end up falling into. Now the Boombot goes around the corner. Oh, this is awkward. I think both players saw each other's barrels. Bang finds 2 quick kills while Menace picks off 1 in hookah. It was aggression inside showers that resulted in that early kill, by the way. All 3 players on the A site decided to push into the showers, and it's down to now just 2. It's the Killjoy and the Omen trying to recover on the round.
On a 5 versus 2, it's going to be a very tough feat to do here for these last 2 players. Kairos moving forward and deciding to fall back. And you know, with 50 seconds left on the clock, this could be a call right now for the defenders. Again, when I said that they were winning so many rounds in a row, they had the confidence to push forward. But now in the 5 versus 2, they're still holding their ground. They're still staying so far back and just turtling inside the site. So they might even leave these last 2 players being able to save their weapons, and Get Greedy decides to fall back at the same time, all the way back towards the attacker spawn. So when you see from where the X's were, the aggressive pushes did work into their favor right now for the defenders, but they don't want to continue to press forward to make sure that all of their opponents have died. So At least you're going to be able to keep 2 Vandals into the next round or 2 Rifles into the next round.
10 seconds
And
left.
let's see if they could turn it over into the next here for the attackers of Elysium.
Bot coming.
All 5 players survived. Massive money stacking moment for the defense. If we take a look at the scoreboard, you can see that cheddar starting to pile up. The attacking side actually not looking all that bad, all things considered. Get Greedy on 8,500. Has plenty of bank to drop the raise. Now, I'm waiting for that money to come out of the bank account here because the raise is still sitting on a pistol. Yeah, there you go. So the buy does come through. Could have actually bought 2 players
Let's
at that
fly.
and kept JP2 or Pauly's. Deep smoke to kick things off here. The Cloudburst comes in from Menace, and it's spam from Trick, just hoping to do some damage to the other side.
And Menace, the way that he's playing this is always around, like, I know he's played it maybe 1 or 2 rounds towards the hookah window, but holding towards his U-Haul is a great position. He keeps him guessing. Sometimes he's on the right side just like he is now. Sometimes he's on the truck. But while he's getting tagged, he's still getting he's still having his teammates getting picked off towards the A side. So now Justin's moving in with the showstopper, and he's trying to clear out the site, and he will. So this should give an easier plant right now for his teammates. But no, it's actually going to be a fake being thrown towards the A side while we're moving into B for a plant. So we go through the teleporter. There's only 1 playing towards the B side. It's going to be Bang. He gets the headshot onto GP2, but gets traded off here by Kairos. So that Spike now planted at a default spot. 3 players rotating back through the spawn. Little did they know, though, they're about to get flanked by a Sova themselves inside the defender spawn. So 2 towards the elbow, 1 inside the site. Pauly's that flanker right now as he's slowly inching in. And I like it because look at how the other players are playing. Like, let Pauly go for the flank. We're actually going to try to play as far back as we can. So he's definitely going to get this kill onto the Jet. The second one there onto the Cypher. And there you go. That is going to be the round coming through. That is pure display of patience and trusting your teammates that just helped the attackers win that round super easily there for Elysium.
Really well played. I mean,
Yeah.
you mentioned it. Just so patient. Great communication coming out. That's important. Communication is so pivotal in a game like Valorant or any tactical shooter for that matter. So I love the fact that they're willing to hang back, and Pauly's probably telling them constantly, don't peek, don't peek, don't peek, play back. I'm coming, I'm in sight, I'm about to peek. All right, I've got the Jet, pinging it even potentially, but also being calm with those comms. So that there's a double-edged sword. Communications can be sometimes overcalming as equally a problem as undercalming. You say too much, you mask out the audio, you make it difficult for players to focus. You say too little, and information that's necessary for a player to play their position is not given over. There's the Rolling Thunder coming through. I think the Cypher actually dodged it. So no connections on the Rolling Thunder, but it does force them back and give them access to the site.
And now the team being through, but the thing is, the Omen is winning on the other side. It's going to be a paranoia through. He's trying to hold down as long as he can inside this hookah, and Bang now shadow steps back into the site. So he did his job. That was actually super well done. Because you already had so many players. Exactly. I was going to say you had so many players committed into the A side, but they decided not to fight and commit. They said, look, we still have control of the A site. Run it all the way back, and it's going to be a 5-man retake at this point.
I love both plays. I love the way that he played that, shadow stepping out to stay alive, but I also love the way that they doubled back and went back towards A, realizing like, hey, this play is not going to work. We need to just go back. We've still got plenty of people on A. There's plenty of forces here. Elysium looking really good in the last couple of rounds. Menace doesn't get to the play in time, so now it's a 1v4, and if anything, is just trying to save the AWP a little while longer. Don't think anyone spotted Menace in this position, so Menace just going to hold this line, and then once Menace feels safe, like everyone's backed off the play, we'll likely head up. Oh, maybe not. Thought maybe they were going to go up into heaven with the updraft and just chill back there and try to get into spawn for the spike detonation.
Spike planted.
It will be the round going the way of Elysium. They've managed to get themselves back into the game after a rocky start.
Yeah, and there's one thing that you mentioned before, Bach, was about team communication that's so important in tactical shooters. The other one definitely is time management, right? Although you have map control towards the A side, you take the teleporter, you're like, oh man, Should we just commit into B because we took the teleporter into the site? Yes, there's only one player playing inside the hookah from all we know. We could actually maybe just trade it off and go into the site and still into the unknown, but they still had so much time to work with. So backpedaling back into the A side, going right around to Rosie from the teleporter back into A short was definitely the right play and resulted in this round for the team, actually, and making it super close right now to even it up on a 6-6 on this first half. And it's getting even closer right now as they get the opening onto Trick at the triple. Now here comes the Hunter's Fury from Derek from the spawn side, looking for the last one. Is it going to connect? It doesn't seem so, and the flank comes through at the same time. It was an equal at least here for the defenders, but they are still getting picked off one by one. Stuck inside the teleporter is the Cypher. Derek is also moving in from the pipes. That spike is going to go off no matter what, and we're just trying to see if we're able to get some kills. And indeed we will from Derek, but what will happen now from Lear inside this teleporter? He's going to get the headshot onto Pauly, so that's not too bad.
I don't really know what the plan was there from Derek with that ult. I kind of feel like maybe that would have been better saved for the next round. Nice quick shots from Lear. How does that second shot even hit? It would look like it was towards the chest, but it does end up connecting. Great damage being dealt, but money is not a problem right now for Elysium. But I'm looking at that ult and I'm thinking, okay, now you've got the showstopper, the neural theft, and the moment to be. You would have had the Hunter's Fury as well.
On top of that,
Potentially the knives coming out for the Jet. I mean, you would have had a lot to try and slow them down. It felt like in that moment, that ult wasn't going to get you enough to win you the round.
Yeah. And even when you're looking at this situation right now, though, Bach, right? Because the 3 kills that he had with the Sheriff is what helped him build up the neural theft. But you also have, on the attacker side, 1 kill will prop it up for the Killjoy to have the Showstopper. And I think the, to have the lockdown. And I think the Showstopper is still very close on kills. Make that already have it as well, too, on the defenders. So let's see what's going to happen at this point, though. He does manage to get the Paint Shells kill, and then a retaliation from the Hunter's Fury onto Derek. So we do have a 4-on-3 situation right now. Sato charge, pushing Bang away, getting him out of position, and it's going to be just under. That's going to be able to get the kill. 3-on-2 now.
Die.
As that was a miss, unfortunately, on the Sato charge. So Lear, 2 versus 1. It's going to be the Spike here, the last man standing, looking to teleport all the way towards B. There is no traps whatsoever on this B side, nor a camera, but neural theft is enough. Is he running to get a weapon?
I think so. I think he's running to swap out the
rifle
for a rifle.
Yeah. There you go. So it's going to be the Phantom and a Vandal moving forward. Just underscore with a Showstopper of his own.
Nice way to squeeze that rocket in there. Great damage currently dealt to the 2 remaining targets. You can see Lear's on 6 HP. And the Jet's about half. Just sitting on the spike. Actually, I like this play, but I'm going to get spotted out here. Never mind! The damage was too much for them to deal with as the spin back onto Lear. He was 6 HP. All he had to do was hit him in the toe. 6-6. We are tied up moving into the second half.
This is the way to start here, or this is the way to close out the first day, Bach, actually. The winners finals, and when we thought it was going to be Noble making it to the upper finals with maybe KVL at least in a tough battle with Noble into the semifinals, well, we get 2 different teams instead into this upper bracket finals of Phoenix 1GG and Elysium, and we're seeing a huge display of great skill from both of these teams and also big individual plays. We're looking at Bang playing as that Omen, doing very well, Derek as well. But so far on the attacker side, it was just how we were able to entry with just underscoring, Pauly with the flanks, and you also had another one able to get some frags up on the board as well. For this team now on the attacker side of Elysium, this is a very, very good upper bracket finals that we're witnessing right now. And like one of them's like on 100 ping too, right? So
yeah, Lear.
to see Lear being able to do so many good frags on such a high ping, like where the hell is he playing from? Argentina? Is he an Argentinian player?
I'm not really sure. It is certainly a little interesting, to say the least. Look at the dash come in from Menace. flying up into the sky with the shotgun, switches back to the pistol. Gonna find another one with the help of his teammate, but it is down to a 1v2. Menace on site with 21 HP, reach back site full health. Now it's the 1v1. So JP2 against the Rays. Trick ends up coming out on top. That round really illustrates the first half in a nutshell. Just comes down to the wire in the 1v1.
Enemy kill.
They both really wanted this piss around for two of these teams. Such a nice play from the Jet moving into the site too, right? That's Menace pushing in aggressively, picking up a Ghost at the same time and just continuing to hold W to help his teammates. If his teammates were going to die, he was actually going to sweep up on a lot of the kills from the players pushing through the spawn side through the dark cover. But coming down to a 1 versus 1, GP2 did whatever he could to try to win that for his team, but despite that, fell a little bit too short. And now another pistol round comes in the favor of Phoenix. They are moving forward here, trying to clear out towards the short A side. They're playing a fairly similar strategy as their opponents did on that first half. Counting our pain shells to come through, though, and it's going to be a little bit slow for now. We are expending a lot of utilities, though, and as soon as that's all done, expect a big-ass rush, and it seems as though towards the B site.
Pauly waiting right around the corner for the push that's about to come through. The dart won't give away the position. Yeah, that's a tough spot. Too many targets coming around the corner. Great damage dealt from Kairos here as the Killjoy, but falling back into sight. Has to go for the burst fire, not going to connect. Just underscoring, at least gets 1 kill on the round. Damage is dealt to the other targets. Still has the satchel and the boom bot, but just going to run in and try and do a little bit more. Does end up taking down an additional target on the round. But that's now 2 rounds in a row for the side of Phoenix. As Elysium off to a all-too familiar start, in the second half. This is exactly what happened in the first half. Now, this is the dangerous round, though. This is where we were able to see Phoenix really pile on the rounds. They won the first 5 last time. Obviously, you can't afford to surrender that many rounds over with the score already being what it is.
Yeah. A nice try, though, from Kairos, though. I saw a couple of dinks ringing from the back of the site into the octagon, and I think 2 of those players that remained alive were like about 30, 40 HP. So if that first person that was trying to move forward to try to get a couple of kills, I think that was, you're saying it was Justin, or Pauly, right? Inside the corner of octagon. If he was able to do a bit of damage for those players pushing in, maybe that would have resulted with 2 kills. But Menace knows, spraying all over the place, trying to pick up a weapon. Traded off by Kairos already as GP2 is going to work on his end. And they're all dropping like flies. They are holding this A site like a king. But Lyra is still alive with his high ping and finally gets shot down by Pauly. I was going to say the HPV word. I don't know if all the youngins and the Zoomers know about the HPV acronym.
Honestly, I just think of a disease that one doesn't want to get. That's the vibe I get from what you're trying to say.
No, it's the high ping. I think it's kosher to say, right? Bastard, high ping bastard.
Yeah,
you never
I
heard.
don't think that's
You
a
never heard
problem.
those terms before?
I've never heard HPV before. No.
Really?
Nope.
So this, and sorry for everybody in the chat that hates it when we go on tangents, but this is fun to talk about. So back in the day when you were playing like modem days, right? And cable just came out. So you were playing on a 56K, which was like a good ping and a good connection for modems, but cable was just introduced. So if you actually had under like 100 ping and you're playing around 70, you're considered an LPB as a low ping bastard, and everybody else that was still playing on a modem like a 14.4K or 32K or 56K, you were a high ping bastard because you were playing from anything from 150 ping to higher than that. So you actually had leagues and ladders that had high ping ladders and low ping ladders too, to just create a little bit more consistency and competitive integrity for these categories as well.
Yeah, I've never heard HPV before. That's never something I've heard as a terminology. I would just been like, man, this nerd has high ping, but that like that's about as, I don't think I ever like abbreviated it.
Yeah. Oh well. But yeah, 8-7 right now. We do have the gun round coming in here for the defense. We do have Get Greedy in a great corner of the elbow, one of the most prominent spots here on this map of defense for a Haven. and, or sorry, for Vine. And how do you actually cover that? You put the smoke, and it works off in their favor. A big recon dart actually spotted 4 players, and that results in Paulie dying, traded off by Kairos, who gets 2 kills of his own. But it's a bloodbath towards his mid side. Back and forth we're going. Everybody's rotating already at this point. It's down to a 1 versus 1, and it's Lear with 100 HP again. The HPB with the headshot to seal the deal and make it 2 rounds in the lead here for the attackers. A Phoenix 1 GG.
What a ridiculous round as well that ended up being. Just like back and forth. It's exactly what we've seen play out time and time again. Difficult decision here is you got 2 players with money. They're just going to probably drop a pistol or 2 over to the rest of the team to help give them something more to fight with. But you've got sheriffs coming out. JP2 actually can't even buy the sheriff, has to stick with the classic. No, goes for it. That's 1,200 cash for JP2. That's not exactly what you want. So there's the Jiggle Peaks coming out from the Sova. Wise to not re-peek that one. Interesting stack, though, going on over on the A site. They've got 4 players stacked up there. Just the Sova playing inside Garden with the the turret, excuse me, from the Killjoy supporting. So the B site very weak currently.
Yeah, and despite them being weak on the B side, they still want to stack here towards A because they're on an eco, but unfortunately just underscoring is the first one to fall from Trick with the Phantom moving forward. But GP2 gets 2 kills with the shares, both in the face of Menace and Trick. Rolling Thunder as well to give him a chance to move forward and pick up a Vandal. But as they hear so much action happening towards this A side, they thought that it was going to be a rush towards A after that. So everybody's rotating back from the attacker side into B, where again, Paulie is waiting just around the corner with the Spectre.
Nice shooting from Paulie as well. That shouldn't have worked out so well for them. Recon Bolt taken out almost immediately. They're going to have to go with the backside plant, but they don't know that spawn is safe. There's JP2. Already found 2 on the round. Lear is stuck in this position, glued behind the box. Has to be careful as the op is waiting for him right around the corner. There's the first for Lear. That's Paulie going down. Cam's trying to spot towards spawn just in case. Gonna go for the stick on the plant. No. Gonna just tap it for a moment. There's the paranoia coming in. Quick shots coming through. JP2 finds the wall bang onto Lear. 8 rounds on the board as a thrifty round gets picked up here. And again, back and forth. Look at that scoreboard right now, zigzagging like a zipper. And we're gonna have pistols coming in for the attacking side.
So it's back and forth here in this second half. None of these teams really want to get knocked down into the lower brackets of tomorrow. They just want to make it straight into the grand finals, where they're going to have to wait all day, as all the other teams will have to battle it off in a BO1 and the lower brackets as well to meet them once again in the grand finals. That being said, though, I like that little dart, actually. But I like that even more. Menace moving forward, right click in the face of Paulie as they open up the B side. The knives have been refreshed after the kill, but Greedy is towards the back of the site to trade it back with the Phantom. Now we do have a lockdown coming through. That is from his allies to actually prevent the enemies from pushing forward a little bit more, but unfortunately it's been broken. But that gives an advantage for Kairos to lurk towards the back of the elbow. That's 1 easy kill onto Trick. Now you do have the Omen that's pinned from the turret. That gives a chance here from just underscoring to move forward with the Ghost and get the last 2 kills.
Tied up at 9 apiece. Again, verticality working out nicely for these Jets. It's been the case all day long. Updraft is proving to be a vital tool in the Jet toolkit. Remember when we all thought Jet was a trash agent? It's hilarious how far we've come. I definitely am guilty of saying it myself more than once.
we were all saying that at the same time too, because the Jet smokes used to last like 3 seconds anyways. But
yeah,
I think by the time they moved up to 7,
we didn't understand the complexities of a Jet and an op and the movement bonuses. Like we didn't really fully wrap our mind around how to properly use Updraft and Tailwind. So at the time, even players were saying like Jet is trash. It's just a pub stomp agent.
That's true. That's true. But it definitely became a lot stronger once the smokes came up to like, what, 7 seconds now when they're deployed? The cloud bursts. But into this round here, it is a 9-9, 1 player falling early, speaking of the Jet, and now also a raise down to low HP on the attacker side too for Phoenix 1 GG. So Bang trying to go to work. He does get the wall, quote-unquote, bang on it too. just underscoring. Although the icon didn't pop out, it kind of looked like he shot him through the wall. But Bang is looking back here to help his teammates push into this B site, where because of that teammate that has fallen on the defender side, they're forced to play on a 2-2 split for the defense.
There's the ult being popped. And not really going to connect with much. So no information gathered,
30
no
seconds
damage
left.
dealt. There's paranoia prepped and ready for Hookah should Derek try to push in any further. You've got the Sova around the corner. You've also got the Killjoy ult. There's actually the smoke going in first, dark cover, and then the paranoia back behind it. Paranoia to himself as Get Gritty is stuck inside the tuna can. Able to peek out though and take down one. There's one more coming through from
Wow.
Hookah. That's a follow-up kill from Get Greedy. Too
seconds
slow
left.
currently the problem for the attacking side. As Elysium stomps out the push on the B site. There was a couple things I want to point out. You'll notice that, not Greedy, it was Bang actually. Bang goes for that dark cover into the corner in Hookah. And you're probably looking at there and you're like, that's a weird way to concern yourself about a guy that can be hiding there. It's if there's a turret there. So if Killjoy placed the turret aggressively in the corner, the smoke will make it not shoot, so you can kind of sneak up into a position they might not anticipate.
10 seconds
being in.
left.
No turret there this time around. And I don't know if the Killjoy has ever played the turret there, but still.
Yeah, so far I saw it being placed here towards the top of the ledge when you're entering from Octagon. Actually, where
Yeah.
you see it on the minimap right now.
It's been
It's
there
been like
every
the only
round.
place where they put it. Yeah.
Blinding.
So pretty one-sided for that too. So they should kind of start expecting that when you're playing on the attacker side. And there you go. Menace down to 31 HP, 34 on top of that because of the turret and the molly. I like how you called it the digital molly, actually, Buck.
That's
But, now
so I
because-
have to be honest. I stole that from Rivington. Rivington started calling that at one point, and I was like, I like that. That's an interesting way to refer to it. It's
Nice.
down to now 2. It's Menace with the shotgun trying to charge through, and now just Trick. Trick's got a sheriff, and yeah, the position
Shout
already
out to
spotted
Riv,
out.
man.
So
I miss
I
that
actually,
guy.
so we were in the Discord server when we were doing the For the Women event. I was working
Yeah,
on the production side. Obviously, he was casting. And we were just talking, just kind of like shooting it together. And I said, oh, you know, I've worked with some people you've probably worked with in the past before. And I was like, have you ever worked with Vansili? I know you've been around for a while. And he's like, oh, man, me and Alex go way back. He's like, Alex and I casted like one of my first Counter-Strike tournaments ever together. And he's like reminiscing. I was like, all right, we got to get you guys on broadcast together.
Oh yeah, yeah, man. Him and I had a message. I was like, man, when are you gonna like take a little break from League of Legends so we could do some tactical shooters again together? Because we both casted for TSN. I joined a little bit earlier before he did, and then we also did like a tutorial on how to use a website called the Counter-Strike Network, which was owned by Andrew, who now turned that into the CSA. So how the turntables again. But
Yeah.
it's super cool to see Rivington still doing great out there. So big shout out to Riv, man. Love that guy.
I mean, the longer you're around the scene, the more you realize how interconnected everyone is.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Like everyone knows everyone. It's mind-blowing how many people have gotten their start together and have now moved up the food chain into maybe bigger roles or found
me, I
greener
just stay the
pastures.
same. I'm still
Or
at the
that,
bottom.
yeah. I think you left too early and came back
Yeah.
too late. I think that was a combination of both
That
those
timing.
issues. Yeah.
Good timing.
Player
But
remaining.
yeah, so 11-9 right now as Bang is opening inside that site. Traded off here by Get Greedy. It's a 3 versus 1. Greedy trying to stay alive as much as he can. I mean, he's on his own, and Derek says no. It's going to be Derek putting another point on the scoreboard here for Phoenix, trying to tie things up after they lost 4 rounds in a row. Bach, we're finally seeing a super close game where, again, to top off the night, could possibly go into overtime.
Yeah, I'm not surprised at all. That's every game we've had thus far, so it seems all but familiar to us at this point. 20 kills for Bang, 20 kills for Greedy, both Omens leading the charts. Just underneath, 18 and 15 is just underscoring. The separation from the top fragger to the next one in line is a little bit starker. Over on the other side, you can see 20 to 16, but still pretty much even performance from both teams across the board. You have a couple players who are struggling, but for the most part, everyone's chiming in and stepping up when necessary. Early aggression over towards Long could have backfired. The attempt to boombot blast, or blast the boombot up with the blast pack to try and get it maybe outside the hookah, did not work out well. So that's actually wasted equipment coming in, and equipment that could have potentially been used right here. There's the ult pop from the raise, and there's the ult coming in as well. The neural theft going to give away the positions. Kairos goes through knowing that the position's going to be given away, ends up getting taken down after one quick kill, but it's a logical kill regardless. Nice paint shells onto the default spot, might do some additional damage. At this point, they've got portal control, and they're going to exploit that. So you're going to see the ult come in from Bang, and they're going to head over to the A site, and they're going to go ahead and get that spike planted momentarily. Coming in from spawn, you've still got the raise with the AWP, but not there to stop this. And the spike will go down. It will be post-plant territory.
Yeah, I'm just surprised that the Omen actually did the in the shadows at the default spot, right? Instead of trying to go in an area where maybe cut rotations. But then again, it's still a trade back and forth, making it a 2 versus 1. 1 kill away from tying things up on a 11-11 scoreline. As that spike has been tapped. Oh, the timing as he turns away. Now he's trying to bring it halfway at least, but it's going to be Lear coming out from the showers. And it's going to be that kill onto GP2. And yes, indeed, we'll have the tie game 11-11, where now a last buy may be potentially coming in for both of these teams in terms of a healthy buy. This is going to be an interesting last 2 rounds here of this map.
Yeah, you got a few players who are low on cash, but a few that will be able to buy up again. Lear, Trick, Pauly, JP2, Kairos, all able to buy, but just underscore and get greedy. Derek and Bang, all in uncomfortable territory, which means depending on the outcome of the round, a quick save might be necessary. Menace with the shot over top of the dark cover. Pauly wanted that orb control, not gonna get it. Instead, it's the Sova on the other side to tap that first orb, mixing up my vowels there. And it will be the attacking side to have the man advantage.
So the man advantage for the attackers as they're looking to push back towards this B site. And as you mentioned here, Bach, you said, hey, it's looking a little bit weaker on the defense on the B side, and it seems as though they've noticed that as well for Phoenix. And the past few rounds has been commitment, at least at the beginning of the execution towards that B side. If they start losing players, they fall back into teleport and go towards A. But initially, they still want to keep working towards this B side, where now it's only the Omen playing towards the back of the site, now met up here by Kairos from the spawn, and also the breaches there. A Hunter's Fury to try to leave out or clear out the site. One tag there onto the Omen, but Kairos is still trying to move forward and try to get an op shot. But just underscore spraying through the wall. That spike is going to get planted. It's going to have to be an attempt to retake of 4 players moving forward, but the only ultimate that's available is the Blade Storm from the Jet of the attacker side. What can it do this point as they're finally pushing out?
Smoke's coming in. The Molly came out as well. The Nano Swarm just underscore and able to pick off one as they try to make their way in. The Jet's holding the line. Nice shot. Flash comes in, but it's a bit too late. There's the dash away. The knives are out. It's down to just one. The 360's coming in. You thought you were going to see the no-scope, but not going to be the case today. As the attacking side of Phoenix 1 end up coming out on top of that round. And now you'll see how the buy can round out. That was huge. That early pick was massive. Preventing that orb pickup for Pauly and getting the man advantage. That was a brutal blow early in the round.
So as I mentioned before, right, well, I was talking about healthy buys before. You have small armors only for Get Greedy and for Kairos. And actually the op going in the hand of Kairos too. And this type of lineup that Phoenix have been, or sorry, that Elysium has been using, we were always trying to question, like, if there's no Jet, who could really be opping right now? And so far, they're really just counting on rifling play and individual plays too. Pauly, super high risk. He went on his own, no flashes, nothing to really help him, and he still manages to get the first kill to try to bring this into overtime. Another instantaneous trade-off towards the A side, but still, at the end of the day, a 1-minute advantage for the attackers. Now, Elisa Turret is going to spot Menace, and he gets legged himself. 23 HP, but still alive, and still a Jet. Sova Drone to come through, double Sova Drone to come out and clear out the site. They spot one towards the back, and it's going to be Kairos just waiting here. He does have the Nano Swarm that he's just going to wait to prevent anybody from pushing towards the Octagon, so he can regain position right after that to look back towards that site. But here it comes, the final push here of this regulation time of the attackers into the B site.
That would have been a huge kill, as it would have allowed them greater level of access in from Octagon, as it would prevent the Molly, and also this. The Killjoy ult comes out. This is a
30
brutal one.
seconds
Now the
left.
alarm bot gives away the position of the Jet. Jet can't even get out of the ult in time. There's one still playing back elbow. The shot does end up coming through. No one's going to get detained. Now they want to take the ports and run. Do they have the time? It's going to be close. They're going to make it towards default position. But there's going to be the breach waiting for them, and the Omen already on short as well. The fault line to try to
10
slow them
seconds
down.
left.
The breach charge to try and keep them as far back as possible. Flashbangs going out. Spikes being planted in the open. They don't have a choice. They've got to go for it.
And they still get it, but now they both die. They're gonna come in for the defuse, and Elysium keeps things alive. They go and get that defuse done, and we are moving into overtime for the winners bracket final of the MSI MGA USA League, powered by Battlefy.
Overtime it is. Now, for those that are unfamiliar, overtime rules, win by 2. You have to win both rounds, and you swap sides each time, start with 5,000 credits. You get half points on your ult. So if you are a 6-point ult like a Jet, you get 3. If you are a 7-point ult like pretty much everyone else in this game, you get 4. So it makes things a little bit interesting as teams have to swap it back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And usually patterns develop after the first few rounds because it's very unlikely that teams win 14-12. Usually it goes deeper into the game than that.
Let's start this party.
And now we're going with a operator small armor for the Jet, which is going to be Menace in this game. He's been deadly on this truck, but the Alcone is looking to keep him out of position. But thankfully, it's been shot off, which gives him an advantage to get the first kill, reposition himself inside you. While Get Greedy, he did shadow step on the top of the double boxes, but he does not manage to get a kill. Close range, they're all dropping like flies, and it's looking to be a flawless round now for the defenders.
Yeah, that's the round, you know, you've been wanting to see for a while. It's kind of peculiar that it takes getting to this point to create that scenario, but it is in fact the case. Get Greedy, the last player alive here. Stuck over towards short, dark cover goes down, wants to port into it, decides not to, actually does. Ends up getting taken down by Lear. So a good round coming out from Phoenix 1, but they have to repeat that success. The one thing that always changes the dynamic is the lack of economic responsibility. You can kind of buy whatever you want, with some exception. Obviously, the op means you can't get full armor, and you can't get full kit. So you see the op picked up for Kairos, but no armor to back it up. It's glass cannon, because the kit for Killjoy is just way too important. Whereas for Menace, it's like my kit's cool and all, but it's not as pivotal as the op in my hands. As long as you've got one updraft and the tailwind, you're good to go.
We're now looking to get knocked down to the lower brackets. It is Elysium trying to stay alive into this game, now taking the defender side of this map. Already close range is going to be Trick moving forward with the satchel charge. He eats the first one. Paint Shells now looking to catch one off guard. But now as the shot comes through from the U-shaped hallway, we know there's at least one in there. Flashes and counter flashes coming through, and it's still going to be just on the score, and it gets the kill onto Bang. Tying things up on a 4 versus 4 situation, and an off shot missed by Menace, but not capitalized on that miss was GP2, who still looks for some cover. But now we take the teleporter into the B site. Paulie is still there. Turret to spot the first one out. A lineup coming through. That's 2 down, and the spike. Even on top of that, we do have a recon dart coming through on the top of the front of the site, and even a shock dart that was so close to hit Lear. But that spike being down is good enough right now for Elysium to try to push this into a second overtime.
Like we said, it's rare that it ever seems to end in the first overtime. Lear now trying to come back through. Menace looking for anything, any spot, any amount of intel. Knows there's one jump peeking backside. Are they prepared for this player sitting right underneath the window? And Hookah, unlikely, and there's the shots. It's all up to Lear. Lear's had some great shots thus far, but it's not going to happen here. We're going one more time around at least, as neither team can win 2 in a row. And again, not all that surprising. This happens time and time again. I feel like part of it is that the rules being win 2 in a row is maybe a little bit too hard. Honestly, like I kind of feel like the MR3 system that you see in Counter-Strike, that system at least gives you a little bit of wiggle room, where this is like you
Yeah.
have to be flawless. That's at least you have one chance to surrender around.
I think
don't know.
I think they still have to try to work it out for sure, but I think it's a lot better, of course, than a sudden death overtime. That's one thing. But the second one is, I think you still have to figure out, okay, you know how much money you start with at the beginning of the round, how many ult points you're going to have. If you're actually going to move this to more than one round per half, how is that going to balance in terms of ultimate points that you actually start with it with the overtime? How much money should you start with, knowing how many, how many credits you get for a kill, how many credits you get for a plant, a defuse, whatever. And then from then on, maybe you could decide if it's going to be like a BO3 or BO5 and what the start money could be. But as you're rushing fast into the game, just coming out, and you're still developing the rules right now of this game, I still believe that win by 2 is definitely better than what it originally was for now, until hopefully we get that a little bit more developed.
Early kills coming out for the Omen.
Woo!
Make it a trade back for the opposing Omen. Right now, it's Omen v Omen. 1 point away from the ult. Almost had the opportunity to ult back and make it onto the A site and get the spike down free and
30
clear.
seconds left.
The first round in overtime number 2, looking like it's theirs to win, as they've got a player already pushed into spawn, but the Jet is holding this line. Don't peek it! Menace takes down Pauly,
Spike
and that'll
planted.
make things a little bit easier for them.
Well, they have nanostorms at least, right? Keep Kairos alive. You have a turret up in 5. You could actually use that as a bait as well to get information to start. Now even Omen, he does spot at least 2 of them inside the spawn side, but doesn't know where the third one is. But that turret is going to give enough to help for them to double up inside you. Closing in slowly, though, with the paranoia being thrown out. Now that gives away position of at least where the Omen's at. So he's going to be the first one to peek out. Kairos on the other end, but it's a triple peek. He lines up, but he only gets 1 kill. Here comes the defuse. He knows the paranoia came from you, so that's it. Because of that, Derek just had a better position just behind. Trick on that defuse. And it is, once again, the defenders getting that round into this
Match
matchup.
point.
And Phoenix 1 GG are up by 1.
Man, Bang survives that second fight with 1 HP.
True.
1 HP to get that second kill. Now, Greedy comes in and finds 2 quickly, but now they move over to the attacking side, and I kind of wanted to see what they're going to do. You've got Menace on the shotgun, so it looks like the plan is something fast. They just want to get this one over with, as Menace wants to fly in with the Judge to try and find the closeout. There's the boom bot into Hookah. Not going to find anything, but they don't really play aggressive in Hookah at all. We haven't seen too much of that outside of maybe 1 round. Shot comes in from K-Rose with the op right onto the money, so whatever Menace was going to do, we're not going to find out, as he'll be watching from the sidelines for the remainder of the round. But that said, the space has been gathered up, and they are able to secure a plant. But it does cost them. They lose another player and make it 1 more. This is a bloodbath. This round accurately portrays the action that we've seen thus far as it comes down to the 2v1. Bang knows there's one coming through from Hookah. There's also one in spawn. Has to pick the 50-50. Picks the wrong direction. There's still one coming through from the elbow. The 3v1 works out for Elysium, and we go around again.
It is over.
We just want to give a quick shout out here to at least the production running this so far for this tournament. It was going all so well for all our brothers here over in the UK, being like, oh, they're going to be able to sleep on time. But unfortunately, gents, we're going to a 3rd overtime. Make sure you grab your coffee. We might stay up for a while, because none of these teams want to get knocked down, and you can see it from the frag distribution. Get Greedy, Pauly, just underscoring, all above 20, while Bang, Trick, and Lear again at minimum 100 ping, and still able to put up big numbers for the team. And meanwhile, not too far behind, the Sova is actually not too far behind with his teammates too. So they are really trying to step it up here for Phoenix. Well, right now Menace is trying to change things a little bit here, pushing very aggressively outside the B long. And if they go for a body peek, he's definitely going to be able to hit this one. Get the kill, jet back into the site. You have a 1-man advantage to start things off.
Yeah, but if he screws up the tailwind, he could end up going through the portal accidentally, depending on how that peeks him through. I've seen that happen. And then all of a sudden, your defense is lopsided there. So they get control of Long B. The raise is all the way up, but it looks like they're going to be focusing most of their efforts elsewhere. Now look at this. Look at the weird positioning right now. You've got Cypher and Raze pushed up in short. Sova's in U-Haul. What is happening over on short? Kairos is going to get caught off guard by the barrel peak. That spike going down, and a cyber cage on top of it. Nice damage coming in from Pauly after the spams came through from the wall.
But he noticed
But
another
Trick is
race
still
there.
in the corner. What is this?
And it's still traded off. Wow, okay. This is quite chaotic here, Mark. I don't know what's going on either. How
30
did they
seconds
slip
left.
through each other without spawning each other as well? But to sum things up, at least we have a 2 versus 2 here.
Does Pauly push short and they push showers on the flank? Or did they push short and Pauly pushes showers? I didn't see it, so I don't recall what happened. But
Yeah.
that was absurd. This shot from the op, 1-for-1 trade, comes down to a 1-on-1. Sova solo. Oh, somehow Derek able to win the fight with 7 health. He'll end up clutching things out, and Phoenix 1 will win the first round again. That's huge. If they lost that round, I actually think they lose the game because neither team has been able to win the attacking rounds. So that would have been a huge get for the side of Elysium.
Even when we're looking at it here, Bud, I mean, before we get into this 15-15, it was what? 6 rounds won on the attack, 6-1-1 on the defense. So it's been split all across. So they've been as good on the attack or as bad on the defense for both of these teams. And when you're in this overtime with all the money that you have, everybody has been more comfortable playing on the defender side. And Kairos is actually opting. This is the second time he's opting for the team, but going glass cannon because his utility is actually much more expensive for the Killjoy. So this is an interesting one right now. They have to try to win this one again to try to force this into a third overtime. But so far, it's looking really good, actually. That's already the spike down. Paint shells coming through, boom bot on the ground, flash is coming out too, and sprays across from the showers, but still a 4 versus 4 as Lear lurked in towards the U-shaped hallway and got the headshot onto his opponent. Kairos still trying to stay alive, lines up with one, trying to go for the second one, it's missed. Trick moving forward once again, but it's gonna be the Bucky or the Shorty that does not connect. But Trick down to 46 HP on a 3 versus 1. We are getting oh so close, and indeed we are, to seal the deal into another overtime.
Overtime.
All right, well, we'll keep riding this horse until it bucks us off.
Yeah, it's like a fourth overtime, isn't it?
15-15. We've played 30 rounds now
Yeah.
in a 24-round game. At this point, we've played enough to play regulation Counter-Strike. And there is no end in sight. I wonder what the record is at this point for overtimes in Valorant. In an actual, like, broadcasted tournament.
I remember
not
somebody
like,
talked about it before. I think it was an
curious.
EU match. I think it was an EU match. I can't remember which one, but I think it was an EU match. I'm sure somebody in the chat is an encyclopedia and could let us know.
Well, hopefully someone will tell us what's going on. Because I'm curious. Menace. Again on the op. Over on the B site, you can see the pressure is building over on short A right now, preparing to explode out onto this A site. You've got the Raze and the Cypher playing A side defense, tripwires out in peculiar positions. Will they net anyone? As Lear's got the cam high and dry. There's the nade coming out. Flashbang in as well. That's going to open up the site and allow them to gain access. Again, not really much can be done. Look at this deep tripwire in showers. Lear has been putting in work. Again, we mentioned it. 100 ping does not seem to affect Lear.
Well,
Spike planted.
Elise just underscoring, capitalizes back with 2 kills of his own. A paranoia to force the defense out of position and keep them actually from pushing early into the post-plan situation. So now that clock is still ticking down on that spike. A smoke to come down to towards a short A. And it's a trade again. Justin now at 3 kills. Made that 4 kills looking for the ace. Paint shells winging across on the front side of the site. It's going to be a dark cover to come through here from the Omen. He's sticking onto this spike for now, at least at halfway. Justin going in for the ace, but he can't. Bang, shoots him in the face, and now who's the better Omen? It's going to be Bang! Bang, bang, 2 in the face and the defuse to make it 16-15. And once again, Phoenix gets the first round into the overtime.
All right. So we've seen this happen already several times. They have been unable to close the game out after winning this first one. Get Greedy currently on the triple-double with
Player remaining.
26 kills, 19 deaths, 11 assists. I guess we won't count the deaths, so we'll go with the double-double. Double-double coming in for Derek as well as JP2. Pretty soon, multiple players are going to be there if this keeps up. Again, we see the same plan. Menace goes to the shotgun. What are they trying to do? Because I want to see it actually do their intended plan. Aggression coming out over on Long B. This is a new play coming in from Pauly. Getting on the edge of this dark cover. Paranoia going out. I love the lead in. That's huge. Drops the spike early and has a free avenue to escape. Now, they can't really do much beyond that. Went to go grab the orb, realized that's a little bit too risky. Decides to back off the orb pickup. But I love the setup there. Great Paranoia to lead him in.
Well, Trey looking to open things up once again into the B side for his team after they lost a player early. Jet at the same time lands onto the paint shells, but at least they get the opener. But not before Get Greedy was able to take down one with them before he died. And so that is still a one-man advantage for this retake attempt for the defenders. Boombot from just underscoring to push forward. And now they spot one as well from a recon dart. But now another smoke burst to come across. Pushing through, that's a Paranoia in return, but they land with the shots, and now they're pushing through double smoke. Now it's a 2 versus 1. Could this be it? Pauly, the last man standing, tapping on the spike, and bang, once again, is gonna be the key player into this overtime. Finally gets the last kill, and it is going to be Phoenix 1 GG moving into the grand finals tomorrow of the MSI MGA USA League, powered by Battlefly.
I'm actually really impressed with them in general. You know, we said it coming into this game, we thought that this would be Elysium's series to lose because they just looked strong throughout the day and they played against maybe fiercer competition, and I mean no disrespect to anyone on the side of Phoenix 1, but it was just not a group of guys that we necessarily expected to come out and do what they did, so really well played from them all event long, and now they're playing in the grand finals tomorrow, so congratulations to them. A strong push from Elysium, but it wasn't strong enough.
Definitely. And with that, though, it's not over yet for their opponents of Elysium, as they still are able to battle into the lower bracket until we see what happens into the grand finals. Are we going to pull up the bracket one more time just so we can check it out until we call this a night for our boys in the UK? So there you go. You have it. We have a couple of teams that already started playing into the lower brackets, as you can see at the bottom. But that means we should resume tomorrow. I'm trying to see it on my screen, but it's going to be at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, starting things off in the lower brackets with KVL Mob versus the winner of Noble and TN. And then, of course, we continue on all the way into the grand finals, and everything is updated as we go. So a big shout out to the production here, putting this together. And with that, Bach, I'll let you close off the show.
Yeah, guys, we appreciate all of you coming by to check out the action. Again, there is much more to come tomorrow, so make sure you don't miss out. I would recommend that you follow the Twitch channel so you can get the notification when we go live. It'll be Vansili and myself calling all the shots tomorrow for the MSI MGA USA League powered by Battlefly. We hope to see you then.